Mailed by.
Actually, let's get the reimbursement check. You tell me.
You ready, man? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Some of us it's mandatory, some of you it's not. We appreciate the public who are here to participate in this with us. This is our annual planning retreat, 2026. Before we get started, I just want to go over a few housekeeping items. One, our microphones are not on the table. They're in the ceiling. They're very sensitive, and they're hot all day long. If you think you're having a private conversation, you're not, no matter where you are in the room. So just throw out that word of caution to you. Second item is if you have cell phones, please silence those or put them on vibrate, because they'll be picked up on the mic as well and could interrupt the conversation. Bathrooms are through this back door, and then to the left, and then an immediate right down the hallway, you will find the men's locker room and the women's locker room. That is police department terminology for bathroom. So that's where our bathroom facilities are located. I want to thank our city clerk, Tracy Goldner. If you're comfortable today and if you stay well fed and you're relatively able to converse freely because you're not uncomfortable, that's because of Tracy. She put a lot of work into getting us ready for this event, and it's very much appreciated, so thank you, Tracy. Also want to thank the police department for offering up their training room. It's well equipped for audiovisual presentations. I'm sure in other years we will move this event around to different locations, but for this year, considering the content of the particular retreat this year, it was better to have it here where we had in-house audiovisual capability. And then I want to introduce our facilitator for today, Charlie Baranal. Charlie, did I say that right? Yep. Okay. Charlie is a field representative from the Municipal Association of South Carolina. Once upon a time, he was our field representative. But they did some rearranging in the state, and he's got a different part of the state, but we're glad to have him back here in the best part of the country to help us with our facilitation today. So, Charlie, thank you for being here. Thank you for providing your time. And while he's here, Charlie has a special presentation for our city council directly from the Municipal Association. So, Charlie.
As Scott has said, your field rep is Desiree Fraguso, and she is facilitating the same meeting in Edisto Beach. And so I got pulled to assist you, so it's wonderful to be with you for today. But on behalf of the Municipal Association, your city council is considered one of our honor roll municipalities. And so what that means is about 40 years ago, the Municipal Association created the Municipal Elected Officials Institute. It's a voluntary training for elected officials, and all 100% of your council members have completed that. And so you're one of 271. So think about that. Only 8 of our municipalities, each of the members have gone through that training. So again, on behalf of our board and our director, Todd Glover, we congratulate you and honor you for going through that training. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if y'all wanted to come up or.
Get everybody up. Get a picture. By the way, Charlie, how many municipalities have this distinction?
Yeah, there's 271 cities in our state. Again, only 8 this year have completed this recognition. So.
The little guys up front.
I get you guys to squeeze in just a hair. Like you like each other. Do one that way. Perfect. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So if you notice, we have not called this a strategic planning retreat. That's because it's a little non-traditional this year. And before I go down these bullet points on the slide to tell you what this year is and what it's not, I was struck by something I saw in this room as I was getting my coffee. And that is, there is a memorial picture of Chief Matt Clancy on the wall back here in the training room. And that's who this police department complex is named after, for good reasons. And it contains a quote by Chief Clancy. It says, "Remember who you are." That's kind of the theme of what we're doing with this planning session this time. Our focus is on our currently published strategic plan. Even before my arrival, our strategic focus areas have really not changed a lot. Our guiding principles have remained fairly steady. We published a new strategic plan last year. This year, we need to get back to basics a little bit. What do I mean by that? I mean, we need to examine our core competencies. What are they now, or what do we think they are, and what do they need to be? So that's what we're going to look at. So we want to answer some questions specifically, the objective of this retreat, and that is, what are we doing that we should keep doing? What are we doing that we should not keep doing? What should we be doing that we aren't doing? And then what policies or guiding documents will need to be altered to make that effective? We'll have the usual updates from departments so you can see what all the departments are up to. And we'll also have a discussion on future initiatives that will also include a discussion on possible transportation referendum projects. So this is a good forum and opportunity to do that. I'll let you read this quote about True North. So I see this as applicable to organizations as well. True North is your inner sense or your calling of what you want to accomplish in your life. It's a combination of your values, your beliefs, and your purpose. I think we can apply that to the city of Beaufort also. And I think this particular planning session should help us find our true north. So this is what we'll do. Day one, we'll start with public comment. Alan will give you a financial update. We'll have updates from all the departments. We'll pause briefly for lunch. Kurt will provide you a growth and development update. So you're aware of all the projects that are pending and all the ones that are being constructed, where they are and what type of construction they are. And then we'll have a brief discussion, maybe not so brief, about setting the table for the comprehensive plan. We have some comprehensive plan updates we need to engage in this year, and so we'll talk about that a little bit. Kurt will lead that discussion. And then we'll discuss municipal core competencies. Generally, what are they? What do they look like here? And what should they look like here? Lastly, we'll end the day with public comment again. Tomorrow, we'll start the day with public comment. We'll discuss future initiatives. We'll have lunch. We'll have an update from Claude Hicks from Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust on the Home Repair Assistance Program and the Affordable Workforce Housing Program. We will talk about our transportation sales tax referendum projects, hopefully talking about which ones we'll identify when we're called on to provide those. Another public comment period. Parking lot cleanup. If you followed us for a few years, you know that sometimes discussions are spurned off of other items that we're discussing that don't really fit what we're doing there, but they're important enough that we feel like we need to revisit them. So we'll put those in the parking lot, we'll put them up on the board, and then near the end of day two is when we come back to the parking lot and we revisit all those things that we parked. And then we'll just have staff confirm with council on a summary, a recap, if you will, on the discussions that took place over the 2 days and what the next steps might be in the process. And then closing comments from mayor and council. And that will be the planning retreat. Mayor, at this time, I'll turn it over to you and council for any comments you may have.
Thanks, Scott. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Also want to give a special thanks to Charlie Baranow for being here from MASC to help us facilitate our sessions. The value of a retreat like this, it gives us an opportunity to step back from our daily grind and focus on the big picture. Where we are as a city, where we're headed, and how we lead responsibly through the next chapter. It's important we consider the long-term and short-term implications of our decisions. In other words, we need to think beyond what we can see. Beaufort continues to face real and sometimes competing pressures: growth and preservation, infrastructure demands, housing affordability, environmental resilience, physical discipline, public expectations about how the city government shows up and delivers. None of these issues are abstract and none of them can be addressed in isolation. This retreat is also about priorities. We can't do everything at once. Part of our responsibility is to focus on what matters most. And that's protecting Beaufort's character, investing wisely in infrastructure and people, and making thoughtful policy choices that serve both city residents and future generations. That's going to require our full attention and engagement. Moving forward, we need to be clear, we need to be consistent and intentional as a governing body. The purpose of today is to receive briefings on our financial status, department activities and needs, and an update on development. Later in the day, we'll set the table for updating the comp plan and close with a needed discussion of our core competencies. I hope today is candid, respectful, and forward-looking. This is a working session, not a performance. If we can leave here with a shared understanding of our priorities, clearer direction for staff, and a stronger alignment as a council, then we will have used this time wisely. So let's get started. And I'll ask if any other members of council have something they'd like to say.
Do.
Okay.
Just want to thank everybody again for being here. And with this year's theme, starting back to basics, it's a reminder that good governance starts with doing the fundamentals well. For me, that means focusing on quality of life and safety in our neighborhoods. In areas like Mossy Oaks and Spanish Point, I'd like us to look seriously at advocating for a lower speed limit of 25 miles an hour, while recognizing exceptions for major corridors like First Boulevard, Waddell Road, possibly Allison Road if it's desired. We're going to need to really, the police department right now is really stretched thin, and I hope we'll be able to give more resources to the police department so they can accomplish this, help us. Also, I'd like us to consider practical traffic calming measures such as speed bumps near the tennis court and pickleball courts and by the pond on Battery Creek Road. But more importantly, I'd like to see consistent speed enforcement, traffic enforcement on the major corridors, Boundary Street, Reboat Road. I mean, it's like a speedway out there, and I know police department's stretched thin. We've just got to do something to help them do better. And also getting back to basics, remembers, our values, and this kind of a personal thing. I hope maybe we might be able to find, probably go in the parking lot. I'd like to find a place maybe to do this if it's possible, because Beaufort's always cared about our community, both locally and beyond our borders. And I hope we can explore finding just a modest amount of funding to support a sister city of Ostro in Ukraine. They're trying to get a water tower. Their water tower has been destroyed, holes all through it, bullet holes and everything. I hope maybe we can, if not through here, maybe Pride and Place, be able to help get them some help they need desperately there. Anyway, I appreciate everybody's time and engagement, and I look forward to a focused and productive discussion today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Charlie. Good to see you again. Since we last met, some of our challenges continue. We're trying to complete our stormwater projects. Along with that have come challenges of street closures and the impact that has had on merchants downtown. We leaned forward as best we could during the holiday seasons to help the merchants with their challenges that economically, trying to fund, keep our budget and also fund those types of efforts. Waterfront Park is a subject that comes up frequently in conversations that I've had with constituents. I'd just like to reassure everyone that the council and staff is leaning forward as best we can to move that project forward. It will get done. We learned from some of the things that didn't happen when the park was originally built. We don't want to repeat those mistakes. So it's better that we proceed carefully as opposed to speedily. And then 20, 30 years from now, folks are wondering who are those yahoos that repeated some of the same mistakes that was done originally. So I would like to ask everyone to bear with us, but be persistent, ask your questions, keep us on task, because the way I know what's important is for folks who call me, send me emails. I will tell you I'm not really big on social media, but I can assure you that, and I think folks that have done that, who contacted me via email or other city resources, that I have responded, and I will continue to do that. I'd like to thank the staff for what they have been doing, working hard to try to move forward the things that we have given you directions on, as well as our city manager. Scott's briefing and focusing on what our true north will be going forward. I look forward to working and making sure that happens. Certainly, there are things that we need to refocus on and things that we need to take a new course on. So, thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. Thank you for all the time into setting this up and making us comfortable. And thank you for the residents who showed up on a Monday morning Thursday morning to be a part of this session. I know that's not always easy to make time in your schedule. I did prepare some comments that I'd like to read, and then I have some questions to kind of follow up on that. When I'm reading my body here and reflecting on some of the previous comments, it might seem redundant, but I'm going to go through it anyway. And then the questions that Scott presented on his slide are much in alignment with the ones that I have here. But I'm going to follow through with those as well. So as we begin this session, it's important that we ground ourselves in a simple principle. Local government is most effective when it remains focused on its core responsibilities and executes them well. Our role is not to be overly ambitious, expansive, or all-encompassing. It is to do the essential work of government: public safety, basic infrastructure, sound fiscal stewardship, land use integrity, and clear, consistent administration. With discipline and accountability, when we stay within that lane, we deliver real value to our residents and build trust through results, not rhetoric. As we consider updates to our comprehensive vision, we should be intentional about aligning policy, investment, and energy with what government is uniquely positioned to do. Preservation should guide our approach, not as an obstacle to progress, but as the framework that ensures sustainability, responsible growth, and respect for the assets that define our community. Equally important is how we lead and communicate. Respectful engagement, clarity of purpose, and follow-through in both word and deed are essential to effective governance. Strong leadership requires restraint as much as initiative, and focus as much as vision. With that in mind, I would like to leave us with 3 questions that can serve as a practical filter for the decisions we make today as we move forward. 1, does the decision clearly support the core responsibilities of local government, public safety, basic infrastructure, fiscal stewardship, land use integrity, and clear administration, or does it extend beyond what government is uniquely suited to do? 2, does this decision measurably improve how we deliver services to our residents efficiently, transparently, and consistently, both in policy and in practice? And lastly, number 3, does this decision protect and strengthen our existing assets? And if it involves acquiring or expanding assets, is ownership clearly justified, necessary to our core mission, sustainable to maintain, and responsible use of public funds over the long term? So with that, my goal is to look at each decision that comes across and look at it through the lens of those questions to make sure that it's in alignment with what our core competencies are and what's going to be in the best interest of our constituency long term. So thank you.
So this is the example of why you never want to go last, because everything that's well said has been well said. It is always an honor. I appreciate everybody who has worked very hard to put this together, our residents that came to be with us today. I really appreciate all of the input and the engagement. Over the years that I have done retreats, and there have been a few of them, I always find there to be a great deal more absorbed than expelled. More information is received, and I think if you sit back and listen and try to get a sense of the feel of the direction of where we are going and what we are trying to accomplish, I think you get a better sense of the cohesiveness and the abilities within our staff and within the council itself. But I greatly appreciate all the comments that have been said, and much better said than I probably could have. So thank you for being here, and I look forward to starting a real good day.
Appreciate it. Turn it back over to you.
At this time, it's time for public comment. I don't know if you want to go over the public comment rules of decorum.
Yes, we're going to, public comment, please limit your comments to 5 minutes, and are you keeping time? Yes. Okay, in 5 minutes, I'm going to raise my hand, and then when you see my hand go up, please stop, so we can get everybody an opportunity to speak. First up is Patrick Canning, 12 Burrs Avenue.
So I'm here to speak about a couple of things involving capital projects this morning. First one is the Pigeon Point Boat Dock. I was here last in 2024 speaking to all of you about the Pigeon Point Boat Dock and the damage caused by the November 2023 storm. My goal was to leave an impression upon you to focus on what the problem was and to get going on fixing it. Instead, you have brought in engineers, designers, engaged the entire community on a citizen survey, which resulted in a Christmas list of improvements. After this master plan was developed, I suggested that the repair/renovation work be performed in 2 phases. First and foremost, provide for functionality by installing a new dock system similar to the county's ongoing replacement program. Secondly, provide for the desired enhancement over time. Which begs the question, how many more years will this take? Next item is the Depot Road Phase 2. Now that the long-awaited Depot Road Phase 1 project has been completed with the help of Beaufort County, it would be a good time to begin the planning and development of Phase 2 of this project. Additionally, I would suggest engaging the Bay Street community and those affected by Phase 2 of this work, asking for their ideas and input. According to the Beaufort County Connects Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan published in 2021, connecting the Spanish Moss Trail to downtown Beaufort was the #1 priority of 6 areas identified. County survey and mapping data collected. Phase 2 of this project connects the Depot Road pathway at Rebo Road intersection to Bay Street in the downtown. Completing this work would not only provide the final connection from the Spanish Moss Trail to downtown Beaufort, it would enhance the Bay Street bluff, provide a continuous multi-use pathway to the waterfront. In developing the design, I respectfully caution against introducing parking meters along the Bay Street bluff. Free parking with scenic views is a major draw for visitors and locals. Any community discussions around downtown Beaufort emphasize preserving accessibility and avoiding fees that could deter use of the bluff and waterfront areas. Any pathway design should consider maintaining or enhancing existing parking dynamics to avoid unintended impacts on tourism and resident enjoyment. I look forward to seeing these priority projects move forward, and I'm happy to support community engagement efforts in any way possible. In closing, the city needs to improve at identifying and planning for emerging infrastructure problems ahead of time. The ongoing crisis at the waterfront is a prime example of what happens when shiny object projects like new community parks receive more focus than Beaufort's true crown jewel. I'm not dismissing the importance of how the ARPA funds were used elsewhere. They had real value. But those large sums represented the perfect window to tackle the waterfront issues head-on, and that opportunity was several years ago. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on these matters.
Thank you, Mr. Canning. Next, we have Diane Farrelly of 2415 Oak Haven Street.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and everyone else who's here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to make a few comments on communication. I have been trying to reach certain people in the city since before Christmas, and I found that every time that I called into the city, I never reached a human being. I did have a couple of return calls. Thank you to Scott Marshall for actually speaking with me. Kurt left a message for me. But I did also, when I left messages, ask that it was okay to leave voicemail responses on my phone and did not receive any. It just made me wonder what's going on with the city. I mean, we had a couple of prominent city members leave last year at the end of the year, and then I don't receive any responses. As a citizen, it makes me wonder what's happening with the city. Is everything okay? Do we have the staff that we need? I just found out this morning that if we were on Notify Me previously, we now need to sign up again. I don't know how I was supposed to find out about that. I found out by accident this morning with the new agenda rollout, which when I first went on, I couldn't find anything for 2026, but that seems to be working really well now, and I appreciate it. It looks very useful. But people need to know that they need to re-sign up if they want to be notified for upcoming meetings. And then just one last comment. Whenever I have commented in the past, every once in a while, I will have a question that applies to whatever it is I'm speaking about, and there doesn't seem to be a mechanism to actually have that question answered. I'll ask the question, but it doesn't fit in with a comment period. So I just wanted to raise that as an issue in terms of communication. Maybe consider how those questions might be answered in the future. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Appreciate it. Last but certainly not least, Joe Mack, 1809 Boundary Street. Let me say, Mr. McDermott, how you doing, Mr. McDermott?
Happy 2026, minus a month. So thanks to the police, the EMS, the fire, the public works, the top main four necessities of the city. These comments are mainly about recreation and sports. I speak as a resident of the city of Beaufort. I wanted to clarify one thing real quick. So you had the work session real quick the other day. And the topic was the pilot program for the social district. So I had mentioned that Bill Prokoff, the former city manager, had mentioned to me, hey, you should do a pilot program for the Bluff Trail, the loop trail, the nature trail at the Bluff, because I had brought it to his attention. What I wanted to clarify was he was not the city manager when he told me that. Scott Marshall was the city manager when Bill Prokoff told me that. Because if Bill Prokoff was the city manager at the time and he told me that, I would be at his door every day. He's a good man. He doesn't play politics. I don't know much about him. I've spoken to him a couple times. And my definition of politics is, well, the opposite of it would be, hey, what's good for Beaufort? But my definition of politics is, who's buttering whose backsides, what's in it for me, that sort of thing. The gentleman just spoke, Mr. Canning, I hope I didn't butcher his name, about the paved path going to, maybe it's Charles Street from Rebo Road along Bay Street. So I do know the gentleman lives on the corner of Rebo and Bay Street. He's not going to be in favor of pavement in front of his house, a paved path. I can almost bet my life that. And I'm not in favor of a paved path, I'm not in favor of added pavement to any grass portion of the Bluff. I think it would take away from it. I tell tourists that the Bluff is the prettiest spot in Beaufort. And just so you know, I have ridden my bike all around here. God, I don't know what year it started, but I've been biking almost all my life. So, and I do have 5 minutes, I'm trying to get on with this, but I have never seen a land more conducive to a natural trail than the Bluff, and you can see a whole lot from a bicycle riding around. It's almost already there. It's a loop trail, it's 1 mile, I measured it. I'm not a professional trail builder, but I am a very, very avid bike rider. So you have, some groups in Beaufort, they're not necessarily for recreation. You got Baja, you got the Chamber, the Visit Beaufort, the Open Land Trust. They have salaries, they do what they do. So I hope this is not a political issue. This is what is good for Beaufort. Go down to the Bluff. If you don't know where it is, it's downtown. It's along Bay Street, between the river and Bay Street. I think that's just what I wanted to say. Yeah, I mean, I jogged the Bluff. I do a loop, so I either jog it or I bike it. I mostly jog it. It's, I lasted 31 minutes. I don't like it this cold. The other day, I only lasted 31 minutes. And it's tough to exercise in this cold. Half my body kind of freezes if it gets below 50. So yeah, this pathway's been talked about for years, from the one from Revo Road to Charles Street. And I think we have enough pavement. So we're throwing up car washes, apartment buildings. I like to get away, so that's what I do. I don't particularly fond of pavement. It has its advantages, just like everything, but go check out the Bluff. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Scott, public comment seems to be over unless there's anyone else who wishes to speak. Seeing none.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, city staff, formerly the public. I'd like to present a fiscal year 26 budget status as of December 31st, 2025. We are halfway through our fiscal year, so you should see most around 50% of our budget. I'll kind of hit some of the highlights of our major funds, our general fund, our conservative fund, and stormwater fund. With our general fund revenues, revenues are not collected evenly over the year. Our property taxes are received during the quarter. We received a little bit during the month of December, which was for November property taxes, but then we received most of them in January and February. Also, a majority of our business licenses are collected during the third and fourth quarter of the fiscal year as well. We also received a large franchise payment at the end of our fiscal year as well. But you can see where we are right now with our revenues categories, still at 18.6% of our budget, but compare that with this time last year, we have a slight decrease of about $21,000 or 0.4% compared to this time last year. We'll highlight some of the building permits. We'll see that those have decreases. Those are kind of more one-time revenues, and that's because we had some of those multifamily housing developments that were occurring in fiscal year 25, but that hasn't occurred in the fiscal year 26. And our interest revenues does exceed our budget amount, but we expect rates to keep on going down. They've been dropping down some. You may see where the interest rates the same yesterday, but we expect some decline in that as well. That's kind of where we stand. General fund revenues. Expenditures are a little bit more recurring, especially with payroll, operating expenses. Some of our capital purchases are purchased throughout the year, so they may skew some of the budget numbers a little bit on those line items. Some of these numbers are a little bit small, but I just want to kind of show each department where we stand between our budget and actual. You'll see most of them are in line highlights, where we stand. We should be at 50% of budget. Most of them are right at or underneath that amount. some of the highlights, we're at 46.7% of our budget right now. And most departments are below, or in line or below the 50% budget rate. City council is exceeding their budget, but that's because we have higher than expected legal fees that we have incurred for this first half of this fiscal year. The fire department's a little over budget, and that's because of the capital items. The new fire truck was included in December. Also, their fire truck payments have already been made for the month of October, so those have already paid for. Our remaining GO bonds for the city, we just made those payments during this month of January, so you'll see those display the January financials. We'll move into our parks and tourism revenue funds. They are collecting more throughout the year, more on a monthly basis for local accommodation, hospitality taxes. You'll see we'll provide that budget for other taxes at 52%. Overall, we're at 52% of the budget. Local accommodation and hospitality taxes are trending just slightly higher, about 3% compared to this time last year. And interest revenues is below budget. That's because we're spending down a lot of our bond funds for the Washington Street and Southside Park projects, so there's less money for us to invest in those projects. The expenditure side includes parks, police support, marketing, marina, waterfront park, downtown operations, and parking. See, we're about below the 50% amount for the budget as well. And the waterfront park payment, that was a kind of one-time payment we made in the month of July. Parks and tourism payments are made on a monthly basis throughout the fiscal year. We're at 43%, so we're below that budget amount. Our transfers out includes our capital projects for Southside Park and Washington Street Park made throughout the year. We'll go into stormwater fund revenues. These also are tied to our property tax bills, so we haven't received that much. We'll receive more in the current quarter. So kind of where we are right now. Also expenditure side as well. Most of them are at 8% or less. Personal operating are at 47.5%, so we're below that. And also our transfers out includes our final payment we made to the House and Road project that was included. Funded here as well. Overall, we're budget-wise, usual is kind of coming to mind as far as previous years, but that's any questions you may have. Where we stand for the budget as of this fiscal year.
Questions for Alan?
Say we're under the amount, under the 50%. Do you anticipate for the year we'll be under, or?
Yeah, usually with trends and stuff, usually if we're below 50% this time, we'll kind of.
We'll have so it'd basically be a surplus.
Yeah, it should be a little bit under budget by then.
Okay, good.
Any other questions? Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Doing really good on time, so.
Great on time.
Yeah. Guess we'll do department updates. Start with?
Yeah, we'll start with Public Information Office.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to get started with our first department update. Love being the first one up here. It's always fun. So we'll get started. So the calendar year of 2025 summary of activities. You may have noticed this year we updated the beacon, kind of took it forward into, a more updated version. So, and kind of took it out of the hands of a marketing company rather and have it in-house where we can update and make changes quicker, faster, and easier. So the 4th and 5th editions of the Beacon were printed and mailed, and they were completely revamped and refreshed. We completed 4 neighborhood meetings, which all went really well. We were able to bring in people like Claude actually, for the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust and, share great information with our neighborhoods. Newsletter subscribers are at a 54% open rate, which is pretty good for a constant contact email list, and we're at 2709. Actually, it's gone up a little bit since we've been sharing the link consistently to add more people to our email list so they can get things like our monthly newsletters and our bridge report. So Facebook reach is up about 89.6%. That could be good, that could be bad. We're getting more comments, more activity at an 89.6 uptick. Instagram reach is up 15.6K from 13.9, so we're seeing some uptick on there as well. Instagram's a little harder for municipalities, so that's a good thing. As your younger people tend to be on Instagram rather than Facebook, statistically. Our next request system was implemented and open to the public, and staff were trained on it. It was a couple-month process to get it implemented, and we're still continuing training. We're still updating on that, but it is up and running, and it is. I hear feedback from staff and everybody involved that it is a great system. So. All right. Top accomplishments in 2025. We had 49 press releases published. At the time I wrote this, we've actually had 52, so it's a little bit more. 270 FOIA requests. So to put that in perspective, we had 86 last year, or 2024. I'm still at the I think. But that is a 214% increase. So it is quite a jump in FOIA requests. Our city is not the only one experiencing this. I've reached out to a couple in our area, and they've all said that they have seen a massive increase with this as well. So we implemented and opened the Next Request system in the public for July, and 206 were submitted by the end of the year in 2025 in the new Next Request system. We continued communications with our citizens through social media, the monthly newsletter, neighborhood meetings, as well as the Beacon, and we built stronger connections with our community by showcasing city employees in the Facebook Spotlight videos. Primary challenges facing our department is the rising level of public frustration and distrust, amplified by the influence of highly critical voices and unconstructive discourse on social media. We also have to manage the growing number and complexity of FOIA requests at the 214% increase. A key challenge at this time is balancing responsibilities of a public information officer, social media, and records management systems. So the key challenge is balancing those responsibilities until the records manager is hired, onboarded, and trained. Planned department initiatives. We would love to explore more ways to increase communication and transparency, such as podcasts, videos, platform expansions. We also would love to establish a standard operating procedure manual for the Public Information Office. It's in draft, but not completed. And establish a yearly calendar for content creation and posting. This creates a much easier plan for social media when you have a content creation, and then you can fill in with what's going on, communication, and things that residents need to know. But that way you have planned out content creation to be posted to keeps your Facebook up in your residents so they see it more regularly. If you're not posting as regularly, they don't see it as often. And also, of course, to onboard a new records manager. Greatest unmet needs, the records manager, again, and hired and onboarded and fully trained so that they can take over that portion of it, as well as creating the records management system as well.
Can you match your slide?
Oh, sorry, I advanced it on mine, I didn't. Need for industry recognized professional development options for the PIO function as well as the records manager on the right. And that's training with FBI, LEDA. I'm attending the PAPIO next week, so still trying to do professional development while doing it. Any questions?
Any questions?
Two, and one of them would be probably for Alan, and I hate to hit you cold on this, and if you don't know off the top, then we could find it later, but do you know how much we're spending on the Beacon? Was it about 50,000?
No, our current, okay, it's about 15,000.
15, and that's for a year?
That's for one edition, that's for
edition.
print.
1,500.
So 30,000 for 2 a year, right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
15,000, so that includes postage and printing, and that's it, because I created it, so we took the marketing company out of the same.
Okay, so that did save us some.
Yes.
And it's still about 30,000 to send 2 editions out a year. And that's probably really hard to track engagement and get feedback on if people are, using that and then appreciate it or not.
No return on investment, unfortunately.
Right. Now, the podcast idea, I really like. Have you looked at what that would cost if we were to implement a podcast and what that would look like?
I've looked at the podcast equipment and what that would cost, yes. It's relatively inexpensive, You're looking at a couple $1,000s for a decent podcasting equipment. It's more the time that's required to complete the podcast and, working with Scott to put together what it needs to be and how often we need to put that as well.
My next question is, how often do you think you'd podcast?
If it was up to me, it would be every week. I think, maybe a short version or a longer version of the bridge report on what's going on and, what's happening at city council meetings and a more in-depth view of that. So I think weekly, but I think to start, it would probably be monthly if I were to.
Okay, if I could jump in. Charlie, I know MASC has a podcast they do on a regular basis. Has that been very effective? Have you all?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's particularly with the legislative time of the year, it's weekly. But as you know, sustainability is the challenge. You have to constantly prepare for content.
For the Beacon, there been any consideration maybe doing advertisements to help supplement the cost of it?
Not currently. That's always something we can look into. That would definitely help with the cost of
I
it.
think we did ads in there that we could bring the cost down to almost nothing. Advertisements.
There are companies, Councilman Lipson,
Right.
that do that and seek out the advertising for you and that type of thing. We have not looked into that in earnest yet. If it becomes an issue budget-wise, then that's an option that I think is worth exploring. But I think we started out this way because we wanted to keep it pure and didn't want to have our residents have to look at a lot of ads while they're trying to glean information about the city.
I've talked to a company at MASC that was there that does the advertising. I know several of us did.
These companies, I can't remember, we talked to one a couple
Right.
of years ago, but I can't remember if they advertise local businesses or if it's just,
Local.
yeah.
They get local businesses and they'll, the cost becomes nothing pretty much for us. So, it's something we might want to explore.
It is. There are pros and cons. Of course, the pro being it's less costly to get the same information out. The con is you may not necessarily have ultimate control over who advertises and who does not
Right.
advertise in
That
a
was the big
publication
issue.
that is representative of the city. So that's one of the big drawbacks.
I believe they did have some, we could put parameters in there as far as the advertising, if I remember correctly.
Put it on the last page.
I don't know if they'd be willing to do that. I think that's their creative decision.
And they want to feel valued if they're going to be paying for it. So.
But good input, good questions. It's something that's worthy of looking into.
I think as long as we can support the budget, that we keep it pure. Because otherwise, folks may go for the ads and never lose our message, so.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that Sean?
Morning.
For the IT department, this year, we resolved 2,333 IT support requests. 1,700 of those were specifically for Tracy and I, the on-site staff. 554 were for the security team. This includes things such as a alert or a phishing report, or things of that nature. And then 6 of those items were for escalation services. That's essentially anything that needs additional support beyond the capacity of Tracy and myself. Our top accomplishments for this year is the virtual server infrastructure refresh. This is the virtual environment hardware and software that supports the city's servers and on-premise services. Network optimization project. Essentially, we reorganized the city's network in order to remove a significant bottleneck, increasing the quality of network services throughout the city. We've fully taken over the support for the police in-vehicle computers. That was a handoff from Beaver County, as well as the secure remote access that is now, endpoint for that is now also on-prem, which included the creation of 3 additional servers in the virtual environment. And we partnered with the Beaver Police Department to successfully complete the triannual SLED audit. The challenges that we are currently facing as a department is increasing demand on IT services, just the general increase in desire and complexity has caused slowdown in us basically getting computers and systems to the city staff. Another challenge is the lack of redundancy in critical network links. The primary focus of this is getting a secondary internet connection for the city in the event that the primary connection goes offline. Our planned initiatives for this year is developing and implementing a strategic plan. To do that. IT system resilience, we would like to begin moving or file system services into Microsoft SharePoint for greater security and better access and control by the city staff. We have just completed just this week the Fire Station 4 and 500 Carteret firewall improvement, essentially updating the firewalls to modern hardware and reviewing the configuration and improving security. We're looking upgrading the core networking equipment to include an increased bandwidth for network, just essentially further improving the quality and the speed of the city's internal network, and upgrading the Wi-Fi to be able to take the Wi-Fi equipment in order to take advantage of that additional those additional improvements in speed and quality. Greatest unmet needs is the lack of a IT strategic plan and in-user training. Specifically, that includes, to some degree, not just training, but to make sure we expose to all the abilities of existing technology. Any questions?
On your redundancy, is that using the same IP provider and allowing them to have some type of redundancy, or is this getting a backup, different IP?
This would be from a different provider. Okay. And we would want to take the time to make sure that they have a different backup system from the original provider as well.
standby.
Correct, it would be more of a failover configuration.
Charles, I have one. Occasionally, I'm working on this iPad, and I come up trying to maybe work with something that someone else has sent me, and I'll need an app or program that's not on the iPad. I just send a message to you guys, and then you determine it. For example, it'll say it's not approved. How do I quickly communicate with you guys in terms of whether I could get that downloaded to my iPad so that I can proceed?
The best way to do that is to send a email to support@cityofbeaufort.org, and that initiates the tickets or into the ticket system, and then we'll review and respond and get that on there.
Okay.
If it is a more of an emergency situation and you need it right away, please definitely call the help desk. But otherwise, the ticket system is the best and primary way to make requests.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the SLED CJIS audit? Did you say it was every 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So every 3 years, the police department is audited by SLED against the Criminal Justice Information System standards. This is much more than just IT related. This also includes policies and procedures. And so because a significant amount of it does involve technology and technology standards, we work with the police department to make sure that the city systems are up to those standards and pass their audits and inspections.
So if, like, say they do an audit every 3 years, now we're compliant. If something were to change or as far as their security standards go next year, would we find that out then, or would we find that out 2 years down the road whenever they did their audit again? When do we internally audit ourselves to make sure that we're still compliant annually, or how does that work?
So the way that works is essentially SLED does push out information. The information is primarily based off of the FBI CJIS standards, so it's an audit of that. SLED is allowed to have higher standards above those FBI standards. The FBI and I believe also SLED, I'm just full disclosure, I am not an expert in the processes and procedures regarding SLED, but my understanding is that they do push out bulletins to the police department with updated information for new standards when they are coming out. And there is also, SLED provides training and webinars that also provide those updates as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Charles, appreciate you.
Good morning, I'm Kat. I'm the GIS analyst here at the city. I don't know if everybody knows me, but.
Morning, Kat.
Morning. So just a quick summary of our activities this year. One of the first things we did was create an internal GIS service center. This is for city staff to be able to submit requests and also for the GIS team to monitor those requests and how they're being used. We also created an external public geo hub. That's kind of an online portfolio for all of the GIS activities that are going on in the city. That's where you'll find our open data hub. It's where you'll find any web mapping applications or static maps that you can print. That's publicly accessible. Most of our effort this year has been going to providing ongoing support to different departments. And our focus is on data integrity and systems. And we want to make sure that the data we have is accurate and as up to date as possible, and we're building those systems to make sure that we're able to effectively and understand that. These graphs are from that internal GIS service center. You can see there's a variety of departments that sent in requests this year, but again, most of our work is on that solutions and data side. So top accomplishments, we had a number of web mapping applications and data layers that we created and updated. We created an internal zoning map. Previously, the city was using one created by the county. Now we have our own, that we have the data layers that staff needs to do their jobs more effectively. We have a little bit more control instead of relying on that external resource. The short-term rentals map was created. We've made a wetlands viewer. Elevation zones give us a little more detail to enhance our understanding of the FEMA flood zones, and as well as updating a number of viewers. There's a city parks viewer, a voting viewer. Those were updated to make them a little more user-friendly. Some of the bigger projects we worked on was the short-term rentals density analysis. That was a pretty in-depth modeling analysis that we did. We've also focused a lot on EnerGov integration, making sure our data layers are working properly in that system. And then reaching out and building relationships with the county GIS to make sure that we're sharing data effectively. We're not duplicating effort with them. So the primary challenges facing the department this year come from the fact that it is a request-based system. So it's more reactive than proactive. So we have an unpredictable workload because we're waiting on requests to come in. Some weeks I have 5 requests come in. I'm super busy, and some weeks I have nothing. It's hard to prioritize and plan strategically when it's an unpredictable workload like that. Again, it's reactive, so there's a limited strategic focus. We're focusing more on what's, in our docket right now, as opposed to looking at long-term plans and building systems that can kind of stand on their own. Right now, GIS, I feel like, is being used inefficiently. Staff is coming to me saying, hey, Kat, can you do this for me? I say, yes, of course I can, and that's the end of it, as opposed to having workflows that can be incorporated into departments' day-to-day activities. I know we've had discussions with Public Works. I had discussions with the previous CIP director about building tools that can be used in the field and updated, in real time, as opposed to having to come back to the office and then hand me something to update those systems. And then scope and expectation challenges. A lot of the times I'll get requests that are just like, can you make this map? And I don't have details. So there's a lack of clear objectives, timelines, or what the deliverable should look like, which leads to delays, and then I have to go back and redo it. And it's just kind of an inefficient system. So understanding what GIS can do for the departments would be key to addressing that. So in order to address all that, these are our planned initiatives for the year. First and foremost is GIS awareness and training. I think a lot of people don't necessarily know what GIS is or what it can do. And I want to reach out this year to each and every department and say, hey, this is what I can do for you. How does this fit into your work? So that we can develop tools together that enhance the different department workloads. Making GIS tools accessible. Do they do what they need to do? Do they not do, things that they don't need to do? And are we understanding what they're doing? Integrating those maps and dashboards and reports directly into department workflows so that they can support the work in the city. Data maintenance and documentation is always going to be on this list. This is our number one kind of priority. It's an ongoing thing. Is the data accurate? Is it up to date? And is it well documented? Do we know where this data came from and when it was last updated? It's always going to be important, and it's key to making sure that the products that we are creating are reliable. And then automating routine workflows, streamlining repetitive tasks. We're doing it over and over again. We want to make sure that the computer's doing more work than me, because why not? And I agree 100% with IT. Our greatest unmet needs is the lack of a GIS strategic plan. Not having that strategic plan means that we cannot, make a proactive system. We're kind of stuck in that reactive cycle. And then end user training is important. I want to highlight that end users, not necessarily city staff, but also the public. A lot of the applications that we're making are geared towards public users. We want to make sure they know how to use them and they know that they're there.
Any questions?
I have one, maybe more clarification than a question. Looking at the challenges and then the initiatives, the last one there, requests often lack clear objectives, timelines, and deliverables, leading to misunderstandings, rework, and delays. Is the bottom initiative what it would address that, the streamlined repetitive GIS task with templates and scripts, or would there be like a script or a form, and maybe there already is, for, say, if somebody wanted to submit a request, do they fill out a form that gives you most of the information that you need, or is it just kind of all over the place?
So I would actually think that the first initiative is what's going to be what addresses that. Understanding what GIS is and what it can do is going to be key to clarifying exactly what the automation is going to be more for, like, when I pull data from the county, making sure that I'm not doing manually copying and pasting and double checking, but just pressing a button and letting the computer do that work. So for instance, last year I had a request about making a map for the roads for the golf cart ordinance. I made a map. It was not the map that was desired because literally the request was, can you make a map showing secondary roads? And I did that, but it wasn't what the requester had in mind. So then we had to sit down and have a longer conversation and be like, this is specifically what I want. I want this color and I wanted to show that, and this is how we're defining secondary roads and all that. So it's more of making sure that people understand that we're here and having these conversations so that we're clear on both ends what the expectations are.
And it's probably hard to have a template or a form for that because it's fluid, right? The requests are always different, and, okay. All right, well, thank you.
So, go ahead, Neil.
You go ahead.
Go ahead.
So Kat, on the county data sharing, being that we have our own system, the county has their own system.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about how that sharing takes place?
Sure. So the county is responsible for maintaining certain data. Parcels, addresses, those things are maintained by the county. We use those data layers, so we need to be able to access them and make sure that they're accurate and on our end, the city maintains our own zoning. So if the county wants to reference our zoning, they need to know where they can find that information. So it's more about knowing who's responsible for maintaining what data and making sure that we're sources.
And secondly, I'd like to sit in on one of the training sessions, maybe more than one, to get.
Absolutely.
So if you could let me know when that
We all
training
need
takes
it.
place.
We all need it.
We all need it.
Just plan it for all of us.
So, say short-term rental, somebody has a short-term rental, this may not be your department. Okay, do you instantly put it up here on the GIS as soon as, how quick does it go up and go down?
So that's one of the instances where we have kind of a duplication of effort. Right now, it's being managed in business licenses, and he updates his spreadsheet, and then I go behind him and I check that spreadsheet and update the GIS. Ideally, it would be updated in the GIS initially, so that we don't have that duplication of effort. More hands means that there's a more potential for typos or errors. So that's what I want to get to with the integrating into the departmental workflows, is have a system that can be updated in real time instead of having to copy other documents.
Would you say right now it is in real time or no? How far back are they?
I check it twice a month.
It's updated every weeks, basically.
Thereabouts.
Okay.
The elevation levels that you have on the layers, do we link or merge that with the elevation certificates that we push to put into the system for the parcels in the city?
I am not 100% sure on how that's being, Kurt's saying no, so I'm gonna say no. The specific elevation layer is really, it's polygons that show 1 foot elevation change between 8 and 13 feet. Because that is a difference between how FEMA is, what's safe and how the city views it.
Sort of the
So,
geography.
yeah, it's a big data layer, even though it's only that 5 feet difference. Anything above that's 1 polygon, anything below that's a different. They wanted it just to provide a little more context as to building a system that could integrate that, I think that's something we could explore if that's useful for that department, but that's not how it goes right now.
I know that we did a push with our business license, and y'all can correct me as to exactly where it is, but we asked for and received a lot of the recorded elevation certificates for parcels within the city in order to help with it's part of the flood reporting system and the credits that we get from FEMA related to the elevation certificates that are reported, and having that as part of the layer system would be hugely helpful for many industries, insurance, real estate, everything in the city, so.
Any other questions? Appreciate that.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Downtown operations and community services. For the calendar year, downtown Beaufort hosted 40 events with an estimated 140,000 participants. Main Street Beaufort has been able to, I'm really proud of this. We've talked about it for a while, but Main Street Beaufort was able to create a newsletter that goes out monthly to the businesses. And it effectively communicates with the businesses on upcoming events, programming, projects, resources that benefit the businesses. We've been able to communicate grants that are available and things like that. And I think that that's been well received. In partnership with the Cultural District in Main Street, we unveiled a first mural downtown in May, this past May. We're in the parking lot. The parking shuttle provided Taste of Beaufort, shrimp, and Night on the Town. There was almost 1,200 riders for the parking shuttle during those events. We saw an uptick from Taste of Beaufort having about 300 people to 600 in shrimp. Night on the Town, the weather didn't help us on that one, but we saw that difference, and I think that was great, being able to do that. And we just recently provided a shuttle for the Oyster Festival. We executed 11 successfully executed 11 First Friday events with we're averaging about 2,500 people that come to that event, that we're seeing participants and all that. I think that is very good from the very first time we've been doing this. We launched a educational series called Spill the Beans for local businesses and entrepreneurs. These are training sessions that are provided for, just yesterday, we had one for Canva. We had a second series in Canva. Started out as beginners, and the businesses that participate, they can use this in their social media for flyers and all of that. It's been a very good series. We have 2 new series coming. We also had a photographer that came in this past month, and he did our stories on Main Street Beaufort for all of the businesses. Great photographer, gave some really good hints. That we had a packed house for that. It was a great session on teaching people how to take photography and what they'll really look for. That was really interesting, by the way. Main Street Beaufort, we launched a campaign, a year-long marketing campaign in which we coordinated with WHHI, WTOC, Island News, Low Country Weekly. We have podcasts, social media to maximize the community engagement. We're really putting downtown businesses out there, and it's not just events, it is the businesses themselves and things that are coming up. We had 5,556 guided tours that went through downtown this year, in 2025. That was with 36,800 riders. So that impact on those tours, they're going daily. We formalized the Main Street program by promoting Sarah to the director of Main Street, taking away some of the duties of the events out of that position, and it is dedicated for the Main Street program. Early on in 2025, we did a strategic planning session with Municipal Association, Main Street, South Carolina, and we've been following that plan. We launched the Beaufort Downtown Dollars, as everyone knows, during the holidays with the construction and all, and right in the middle of the holiday season. And I think that has been very well received. We're almost to $40,000 redeemed back to the businesses. We got the rest of this month of February for those dollars to be spent, to be redeemed. And I think that will happen. We're out of all of the businesses that participated were extremely happy with that. That was a 40% discount to the patrons. They bought the dollars at 60 cents on the dollar, and then they were able to purchase at like 40% off. So that's encouraging whenever you have a small business community. You know, the big box stores can offer that 40% discount very easily. But when you have local businesses, the discounts are much smaller, but during the holiday season, it was 40% off. Thankfully for council putting that 40%, and the businesses didn't feel the difference in the sales. We provided consistent parking shuttles during the festival, and at high peak times. When we realized that there was something going on that was going to cause a little bit of crunch on parking, we offered the parking shuttle. And it's getting traction. People know it's there. We have purchased a new weather station that will provide real-time weather conditions. And the reason why we did this is because we have the horse carriages. We wanted to have something that was consistent, reliable, they could do it 7 days a week. Provide that whenever it goes over, the wet bulb goes over the threshold, that we can notify those horse carriage companies to cease operations. That should be installed here within the next couple of months, and whenever the warm season comes, we'll be able to have that, and it can notify everybody in real time, really quickly, whenever the wet bulb gets over that, which is always something everybody asks about the carriage companies. Waterfront, the primary challenges facing our department, the waterfront park promenade closure and construction for drainage infrastructure improvements. It affects our tourism and our vibrancy in our economy. Also, the infrastructure, or the lack of proper infrastructure to meet beautification needs and event needs, such as power, structural needs, and street sounds, lights, and cameras. We're still lacking in some areas that we can make it a little bit easier, more plug and play, a little bit more aesthetically pleasing also. And as events and activities are increasing downtown and the parks staffing for coordinating, planning, and executing is needed. Understand these activities that go on downtown is 7 days a week. And they can go late into the night. And we are a staff of 3 in our department. And we like to try to make sure that we're there when anything is being executed, or at least come down and make sure that everybody has what they need. Our planned department initiatives, engaging in downtown community and the city's planning consultant to develop a master plan. We have engaged and have a consultant that will be coming in here within the next month or so. And he will have some charrettes with the downtown businesses. This is mainly for, this is not a huge master plan. This is for lighting and safety, safety concerns and placemaking. And with the social district coming on board with the pilot program, we want to start talking about those gathering spaces that could be added in different areas. So that these are things that we could implement over the next 3 to 5 years. Evaluate the parking inventory and employee parking challenges in collaboration with the Downtown Advisory Committee to develop plans for future improvements for the parking system. Council just approved, they said they want to move forward with the advisory committee, the Downtown Advisory Committee, and we really want to start talking with them and get that going. Then the pilot, the social district pilot program is another initiative. The greatest unmet needs, funding and repair for our failing infrastructures, and we all know what that is. And we want to have good maintenance plans ahead and be budgeting for that, for any of our infrastructure, not just Waterfront Park either. We have several other items downtown. And adequate staffing, those are our thoughts.
Any questions for Linda?
Can you include us on the Main Street, the monthly report that you do?
The one to the
The
businesses?
businesses, can you include the council on that?
Have y'all, as a group, sat down and kind of prioritized the infrastructure needs? What do you want to see first, second, third? Or are you going to rely on this consultant to come in and
I would like to talk with, we really want to talk with this consultant first and say, you know, and because not only that is engage the businesses on what is most important in their eyes also. We know the major concerns of safety and lighting and stuff like that, but as far as what would be most beneficial in here and now, what we can do for the businesses, what I think that charrette with the consultant will market it very well, hopefully get good engagement, and then we can prioritize after that. Because one of the things that we had put on in the scope of work is just to think about maintenance and how we go forward with the prioritizing different things. We know it's a lot. There's a lot of things we can do. There's a lot of things that we think are pies in the sky, and they might not be. So.
Could you just talk briefly about the end of Scott Street extension where the stairs are now, and the ideas we've been kicking around about changing that into a subtle ramp instead? I really would like to get council's reaction on that.
Okay, that's West Street Extension.
West Street extension, I'm sorry.
So West Street,
Where that damage is on the steps.
yeah, where the damage is on the steps. But most importantly, that right now the steps are damaged because we had, in order to bring in the lift to do the Christmas tree and couple of festivals, I think it's very difficult to get anything in because of the promenade and because the way the park was designed, there's not very many entrances. It was designed that any heavy equipment, this is what we were told, if everybody remembers, they were supposed to bring it down. Any vehicles or large equipment was supposed to come down the promenade. Well, promenade's not available, right? And we could do that in the past. But what we're thinking is, because we've done it already and had to use ramps in order to bring in when it first came up after we had closed the promenade, the Water Festival needed their Jumbotron, which was a huge sponsor for them. They had a huge sponsor. And it was like, we don't have any way to bring this in. So the wonderful people at Water Festival, they have so many people that are well-versed in construction and different things. They developed the ramp, and they've developed a ramp to be able to come down the steps. So we allowed it to come in that way. And then as they were doing it, it was like, this really should be a ramp, that it's another entrance into the park, for multiple reasons. If something major happened and we needed emergency equipment inside the park. Of course, fire trucks and EMS, I'm sure they would run over anything, they would run over anything to get to, if they needed to get in. But if something major happened, we just feel that changing those steps to a ramp down, very similar to the ramp that's on the side for our handicap access, it would just be beneficial all the way around.
That would be the same.
And it'll be the same grade. I will tell you that we have had people that, if you stand there, we actually put a handrail in the middle of it a few years ago because people don't see the steps. So I think it'll help with that for trips and falls. With the handrail helped for people to realize that there was steps there. But I really do think that people come down and they're in awe of that view that's right in front of you. And just the way it was built, you just don't see that.
It also helped make the park perception of it be more ADA friendly. Instead of just the little ramp, you got the big one, and it would be a good idea to make it more friendlier.
And what we're talking about is just extending the red brick and just come on down and have it a slow ramp down. We actually have engaged 3 different hardscape companies to kind of tell us what the cost is. It was not a planned budget, and so if y'all are okay with us continuing to go forward with it, we would.
Did you get estimates?
We have some estimates, yes, sir. Most of the estimates are right around $20,000. They range,
Give or
but,
take.
which is not, I really thought it was gonna be a lot more than that,
It's
personally.
less than one claim to the IRF for a fall downstairs.
Yes.
Exactly.
Really. Oh, go ahead, Mitch.
Could you talk a little bit about how the progression toward completion of Washington Street Park? I've been getting some questions from folks who are kind of anxious about whether it'd be ready in time for the Taste of Beaufort.
We have assured, and Brian Ranger was in the conversation with that, and right now, the second phase is now starting, and that is mainly it's really mainly landscaping. So the planned completion is April 15th. Barring no major weather conditions, we do feel very confident that it's going to be finished by April 15th. Just so everybody knows, because we really haven't been talking about it much, but Taste of Beaufort is getting a little bit of a overhaul with Cultural District, Advisory Board wanting to be involved. And, there's been they've been talk about adding arts, like an arts festival within the Taste of Beaufort. So USCB is going to host a juried arts show. And all on that Saturday of Taste of Beaufort, it'll be a juried art show. Then outside, it'll be more of a craftsman type of arts festival outside of the USCB. But then we engaged the Washington Street Park neighborhood, Northwest Quadrant, Commons, and they are so excited. They are going to have performances. It's more of like a carnival style activities in the park on Saturday of Taste of Beaufort. It's going to be it's going to introduce the culture of the Northwest Quadrant, and I just think it's going to be a really cool addition. We will be providing shuttle service to all of those areas, knowing that they have impacts. But the neighborhood has stepped up. They have community leaders that are working diligently in creating this extra element for Taste of Beaufort. We are excited about all the things that they're doing. Unfortunately, they're just really they're like, really, are you sure we're going to be able to do it? Because there was another event planned for the end of the first phase. We thought the first phase would be done and for them to have a Christmas celebration in the park, and that did not happen.
So I will tell you that your comments will go a long way to calm Ms. Linda Walker's angst.
Yes, well, we have assured her on multiple occasions now that we're working on it, and Ryan just talked about it yesterday. That it is definitely, he's going to make sure, he has promised us, when he stands up here, let him promise you again, April 15th, it will be done.
Oh, man, no pressure. I have a couple of comments. I'll start with the ramp, converting the steps into a ramp. I think that's a great idea. I was down there the other day and saw somebody do the exact same thing, just almost completely missed that step, and he was looking forward.
Base plan, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a good idea, and I appreciate the proactive effort to get quotes and try to figure out what that would look like. As far as some of the challenges, the last challenge there, as events and activities are increasing downtown and in the park, staffing for coordinating, planning, and executing is needed. Just based on the sentiment that I'm receiving from constituents, it seems like there's a couple schools of thought. One is vibrant downtown, another is more passive downtown. And I think regardless of which way we go, I tend to lean more towards having a vibrant downtown. But I feel like right now what we're doing is we're trying to sustain a sense of vibrancy with a continual increasing of events. And I think that we could potentially benefit from taking a step back and maybe reducing the events that we are responsible for as a city and trying to focus on a more consistent, sustainable level of vibrancy that makes sense for the downtown area and still is good for business activity. But I feel like the events are hard to coordinate. Obviously, subsidizing those become a challenge. And then it's like a blip of activity, and then it kind of fades until the next one. And so trying to find something that's a little bit more, contiguous, I think, is the word would be beneficial for us. And then the other comment was in regards to the planned initiatives. Evaluate parking inventory and employee parking challenges in collaboration with the Downtown Advisory Committee to develop plans for future improvements to the parking system. I don't know what we hope to get from evaluating the parking inventory again. The parking inventory has been evaluated multiple times, and I think the employee parking challenges have been evaluated. Obviously, a couple of schools of thought there too. Some people don't want employee parking, some people do want employee parking. I think it's just one of those things we need to pull the trigger, try something, and if it works, okay, and if not, then we can tweak it then. But I think there is a sense of frustration that is continuing to increase by all of the conversation and less action. And I think that while the Downtown Advisory Committee, I'm hopeful, will be very beneficial in many ways. One is that community engagement. I think some of these issues that we hope that they'll discuss, they shouldn't even have to discuss because we've already discussed it, we've planned it, and we know that either we need to do something or we're not going to do anything. And to me, I think it's more of a time to act on that, especially being under construction in so many different areas and probably for the foreseeable future for several years. That's just my couple of comments on this, but I do appreciate everything that you guys do. I know that it's hard, and for three members to plan and coordinate and be downtown as much as you guys are, and then still find room to evolve things like the Shrimp Fest, where you're, being more inclusive and adding more parks and, putting a spin on it, to continue to better some of these events in that way. You guys do a really good job, and I appreciate that.
You need to go forward, not go backwards as far as vibrancy. We need to go forward with the park, with the waterfront park situation, everything. We need to make it more vibrant. If we can create more festivals, events, or anything, we need more, I think, not less. I think y'all are going in the right way. Appreciate all you do.
I do think there's a balance between a festival versus activity versus events. So when we all use events as a whole, doesn't necessarily mean it's a festival.
Right.
Activity or activation can be something as simple as a performer on the streets.
Right. USCB
Street.
came before us, and students, they want more activities in the downtown. I think, there, we get them, and they could even help put on those activities.
Yes.
Scavenger hunts and things like that. I think it'd be great, and students, it would give them purpose too.
There's a lot of thoughts of
A lot of
how we can
activity.
do this.
A lot of potential.
I think there's a lot of benefits on volunteers, there's a lot.
A lot of potential.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. And just so you know, we've already reached out to USCB, the lady that was here the other day. And asked her to come in and talk to us. Sarah has
Okay,
made that
great.
connection.
Any other questions for Linda?
I just had a brief comment about the West Street extension steps. If that's okay?
Go ahead.
I just happened to be there one day, and I think it was before the promenade was closed. Craig Reeves was with Sea Eagle. He had his truck, not a crane or anything. He had his cooking trailer or something. I just happened to be going by there. And I believe he was taking it out of the park, and these stairs, they had like a homemade, like she say, ramp. And I remember, right, it was a piece of plywood, or maybe it was just pieces for the wheels themselves. But I was just kind of like, what in the world? This is the first I heard about this issue, right, from Linda now. And like I say, I just happened to be there, and I kept on going wherever I was going. I saw it, and I was like, wow. And I was just thinking, that's his only choice, and I just kept on going where I was going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Linda. Appreciate it. Do we want to take a 5-minute break, or?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, if I was going to say it, that's okay. Let's take about a 10-minute break. So it's 10:15, or about 10, it's about 10:20. We can start back 10:20.
Follow this.
Yep.
He's going to hold us to task.
Microphones are hot, everybody.
I like it.
Anything too far? Where we at?
You become stormwater now?
No.
They already found you.
Felix is.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Human Resources onboarded 34 new hires.
You up one. Up one more.
There we go. Got it. Thank you. Staff dedicated 132 hours to training to include webinars and specialty courses. We deployed the NeoGov Before module in February 2025. So now we are using an HRIS software for performance management, tracking it within the software. Worked in tandem with finance and executive leaders to implement the new compensation plan approved by you all council in November. So thank you for that. We appreciate your support. Very important. Deployed NeoGov Insight module, which the Insight module is our new applicant tracking. Again, as you all know, we purchased several modules through NeoGov, which is an HRIS system, and that was our third module that we deployed. So again, everything is being housed within the NeoGov system. Top accomplishments for 2025. In 2025, the last 10 months, we have been training staff. We had some change in staff last March, and we've been training ever since. HR specialist and HR admin assistant. There isn't a day that doesn't go by that we're not training on something or they're learning something new. Again, we deployed NeoGov Before module. We deployed the NeoGov Insight module, which I wanted to touch on here. Since we've implemented the Insight module, NeoGov uses a platform called governmentjobs.com. And so now all of our applications, our positions are kind of filtering through that platform. And we have seen an uptick, an increase in applications. We went ahead and compared from the time we deployed to like the 15th of January this year compared to last year. And we've had about a 314% uptick in applications. No joke, they are coming in. And I think our department heads have seen that. Sorry. Our workman's compensation experience modifier rating continues to remain low, resulting in an annual premium deductible credit. Again, that's a testament to our employees and their continued safety or practicing that safety. Some primary challenges that we are facing as a department in HR, they continue to be employee engagement, professional development, supervisors and executive leadership. And it's always going to be compensation, recruiting, and retention for all kinds of reasons. As we compete in the market with other organizations, other entities in our area. Planned department initiatives include
getting out the handbook, revised edition of it, complete the implementation of the NeoGov onboard module, which that is what my staff is currently working on now. We just kicked off that project about 3 weeks ago. So we're working on that too. And we do want to provide some customer service training. We've talked about this for quite some time, but we are looking at a target date of mid-March, April for that. Some greatest unmet needs for the department as collectively as a whole really is just a professional development program for supervisors. While all departments collectively do some type of training, whether it's the police department moving up in rank, I would like to see, and it would be beneficial, to actually have a plan in place of what that looks like, right? In order to be able to move up, not only moving up through the ranks of those types of departments, but ensuring that there's that leadership component in there. Because it's one thing to move up because you're meeting your certifications and you're doing the stuff that you're supposed to, but then there's the other piece that goes with that, which is the leadership component. So really want to see something, a nice plan put into place in that regard. And well-being initiatives is another unmet need. I think it's important to just keep that in the forefront. Any questions?
Questions for Yvette?
I have a question, just a comment, and I want to compliment you and your staff, your team, on the Kickoff the Year event that's an annual event now. I've been fortunate to attend, I think, the last 3 years for sure. And what I sense is, it's exciting conversations among the employees, and the excitement they have for their fellow employees that are recognized. So keep it up.
Saying that, that's means a lot to us. My staff and I, we all do put a lot of work into it for our staff, right, for our employees. Thank you.
Yvette, on the well-being initiatives, is there anything with our health provider that you're able to get from them?
So yeah, we do pump out flyers, information. Blue Cross Blue Shield has a plethora of different resources. And as long as people are keeping up with their health insurance and their health, right, which is important, they get all of that information readily available to them.
What are you trying to do as far as tweaking that? I guess more used.
I'd really just push it. All we can do is push it. We do get on a quarterly basis an update from Blue Cross Blue Shield as the utilization and all kinds of different stuff, data-driven stuff that can kind of help us make decisions. And so we kind of look at that very thoroughly.
You're doing pretty good so far.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We're better this year than we were last year.
Okay.
That makes a difference.
Oh, yeah, it does.
I'm not that worried about health insurance renewal this year, other than what the market is going to drive, right? So that, to me, that says a lot.
What do you see as your greatest obstacle as far as new hires? I mean, with the increased applicants and so forth that we get, we obviously are getting higher number of qualified people for the jobs and so forth. So when we don't fill positions or we have difficulty filling positions, what's the biggest obstacle?
When, for the positions that aren't getting filled, I think it speaks to that specific skill set. I'll use Kurt as an example. He currently has an inspector position open. He's had it open for quite some time. It's just difficult to fill certain skill sets. I don't think it's anything that we're doing. I believe we're competitive in compensation, right? So I really believe it's just more of it's hard. Planners are hard. People within that realm are hard. They want to be those types of jobs they're more in the
Urban environment.
right, private sector.
Councilman McPhee, I will say that in large part, thanks to council's adoption of the new tax and comp schedule for our compensation study, we have seen an uptick in several departments in not only the number of applicants we have, but the quality of applicants. To let you know, that has made a difference. Again, thank you for that, yeah, for our employees.
Thank you, Yvette.
I have a comment too.
We have,
In regards to, if you're not prepared to go a little deeper on this, then that's okay too, but I wanted to ask it anyway. I think we've talked about it before, but the professional development program for supervisors, when you envision what that would look like and then what resources you would need, how does that play out?
Well, I haven't thought about it lately, if I'm being honest, but my thought is to ensure that our executive leaders are trickling down the leadership skill, right? And kind of instituting that within their departments. Whatever their takeaway is from our training, for them to kind of take that to their department, and
So is this more of like an internal City of Beaufort leadership program that is broad for developing leaders, or is it very specific to each department, where each department has a leadership component, even more so maybe than it does now, to ensure that you're developing leaders for that specific role?
So great question. Thank you for breaking it down that way. So it's twofold, right? So yes, to some degree it is that training, where they're having to meet certain criteria and having to meet certain things in order to progress, right, up the ladder. But then it's also that other piece where we want to ensure, the critical thinking, the communication, hone in on those specific things, and help instill those things, to make them good leaders, right?
And that's across any department.
And across any department.
Councilman Scaletti, if it helps, if it helps, I see this as an interdisciplinary committee from several departments that get together to establish what the curriculum would be in order to put a training program together that we would expect anyone who supervises other employees in the city, they should have these skills in their toolkit. And so there would be a basic training program for anyone who is reaching a supervisor level. And then within each department, they have their own individual needs, and they could take that farther. But I think we would have a basic minimum level of training that you would have to be a supervisor as a City of Beaufort employee. That's the way I see it anyway, at how it would develop.
Scott's point, it has to be a collaborative effort in order for it to work. And, all those folks do need to be at the table.
And then from a resource perspective, just so that we could have an idea, aside from actually taking action on putting that body of folks together to kind of create or establish what that program would look like, what would council be able to provide, if anything, that would give you the resources that you need to establish a program like this, more than what you have now?
It may be a funding source at some point.
I just had one other thing, and y'all may already be doing this, but I think it's critically important that we cross-train people. In case somebody's out for whatever reason, you've got somebody who can step in and fill in the role. And also, that kind of goes into succession planning. So if there's some emphasis that can be made on that, I think that's critical.
I know that cross-training is practiced, and so I know that we do that. And I agree with you with succession planning, it's very important, because you never know, right? We always need to be in the forefront of that.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Yvette. Appreciate it.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Mayor, Council. Thank you for letting me get up here and speak this morning. This is the Public Works Department, calendar year 2025. I want to start off with something that's not up here, but I want to touch on it really quickly because it did affect us in 2025. We started to move in a direction away from our current 32-year staff member that was within the office, our office manager, Ms. Coralie Shoemaker. Her last day is January 31st. However, we're not making her work her last week, and we did get a new office manager hired. But I did want to mention that affected all of us at Public Works greatly, losing someone like that within our division. So 3 employees successfully received a Class A commercial driver's license. Why is that important? Because before these 3 employees received it, myself, my operations manager, and my fleet manager were having to drive our equipment if we had to use heavy equipment to any of our jobs and projects. We now have Class A employees in multiple different departments, which helps free up myself, the operations manager, and the fleet supervisor. In-house staffing of the facilities contract, we're expecting our new hire on Monday to come in to assist us with taking over the facilities contract and really trying to bring the city municipal complex into a new light. Successful Touch-a-Truck event at Southside Park. We are very proud of that Touch-a-Truck event. It's something that we put on. It's completely free for kids. They walk away with shirts, hats, goodies, and we're proud to do it, and we appreciate doing it every year. C-Click Fix, we did 755 requests. That is from residents as well as in-house. We averaged about 62 a month, right? And those could be anything from 1 hour to multiple days of project works that we go through and look at. SE 811, we did 1,608 total locates, an average of 134 a month. While that seems large, the effort that goes into that is a lot more taxing than you think. It's not just going and spraying a line, it's going and locating entire intersections. It's locating anyone that wants to do work on Boundary. We have to locate every single pole that goes down Boundary that we own. But in the long run, it turns around and helps us so that no one hits or damages our owned facilities. Community support through multiple career days at school. We usually do around 4 to 8 per year. Continued support of multiple festivals, First Fridays, and events for electrical support, setup, tear down, and support throughout. Assisting with the Lafayette Bicentennial by assisting with making the key to the city, helping with the archway supports, and installing the new historical marker. We installed the Wood Memorial Bridge flag for Independence Day and continued support for City Council with the parade float. This year, most people probably saw, we did an increase in the Christmas decorations throughout downtown, including the lights on Bay Street, Cannon Park, and throughout the waterfront park. And lastly, something we're very proud of, and we hope that the police department enjoys, is completely in-house. We completed their obstacle course in our yard at Public Works. Did we use it?
I was gonna say,
I'm glad I'm behind this podium because it doesn't look like it, right?
I was just gonna invite them to go through it, and you beat me to it.
Yeah. We'll let some professional lead them over there, so.
Can I say something? I'm so sorry to interrupt. It is so nice. Our obstacle course is so nice. I had to take pictures of it and send it to other departments. Like, this is it's built amazingly. It's super sturdy. They did a great job. In fact, I've never seen a better obstacle course for a police department. So thank you so much. Woohoo!
Hopefully it makes up for breaking the stairs at West Street.
Well, they probably have forgotten about that too.
They were already fissured, I'm sure.
Yeah. In my defense, we would have fixed them, but we want to build a ramp, right?
Why waste the time?
So we combine facilities and general support. We have 2 employees that completed Metasys training. This is a very technical system that JCI uses within the buildings here at the municipal complex. As we know, Al Amelie retired last year, so we have had to step up our game and learn some of these, and we've had 2 people complete those JCI training systems. 1 employee completed IMSA Level 2 for traffic signals. This assisted with supporting on-call operations. Thank you, Alex, it got me off of on-call. Major lighting and camera upgrades at the depot building along the Spanish Moss Trail, improving both safety and security. Completion of the community development security wall and pass-through windows. The work is being finalized right now just to put in the new door access, and pass-through for the main door there. Multiple HVAC repairs. This last year was the year of HVAC problems. We seem to have more problems with the chiller tower, as well as some of the IT room base server replacement unit and an elevator in City Hall. We in-house restriped the PD command staff and office parking area. We plan to continue those efforts throughout, and moving forward, we hope to be able to restripe the entire municipal complex. Second phase of lighting repairs on Boundary Street from Newcastle Street to Charles Street intersection to improve lighting and safety for students. I believe last year we talked a little bit about the first phase in front of the dorms. We've now continued that down to the intersection of Charles Street and replaced in front of, I believe it's Talbot's and One Blood.
Plans to go all the way down around Boundary.
So we are in talks, and Mr. Marshall can probably tell you how many we've had with Dominion to continue and start trying to figure out a plan moving forward with removing the goosenecks that are all starting to get old. The problem that we're running into is it's not our assets, so we don't know what's underground. And I think Dominion, because I believe those goosenecks were put in the 90s, there are some other sources of power that are connected to them that we have to work out to try to figure out how we can manipulate or maneuver those poles away from those other sources. But we're hoping to make progress this year. So this is our Parks Department. Very proud of Jenna Wilson. She successfully completed she has 40 hours of community service, but she's completed the course from Clemson for the Master Gardener. 2 associates completed Department of Environmental Services backflow training. They have maintained over 35 parks and open spaces to include the Spanish Moss Trail. It includes 4 playgrounds, 4 restroom facilities, 2 pavilions, and a Southside dog park. Weekend inspections and maintenance of playgrounds and restrooms continue every week, 365 days a year. Adam does a great job working with the Parks and Tree Advisory Committee monthly, and then also helping set up with the City Arbor Day celebration. We heard everyone's comments. We are proud of the addition of the new pour and play of the playground that we had at Southside. The gravel was getting kind of everywhere, so we were glad to be able to get that completed. Addition of 22 new trees throughout the city parks and right-of-ways. This continues with our tree initiative, wanting to continue to plant new trees as well as maintain and keep our trees healthy and vibrant. We worked with the Friends of the Spanish Moss Trail on multiple repairs, upgrades, and then we're proud to say February 12th, there will be the grand opening of the Kids in Parks edition as well as the Depot Road extension. And then we worked to upgrade the stairs within the Marina parking lot in Freedom Park. Those stairs were coming outdated. They were a safety risk. We brought them back up and they're now more ADA compliant. Now we'll get to work on the other stairs that we talked about. Our streets and stormwater, we have continued presence with the Beaufort County Stormwater Board, the maintenance and upkeep of 20 stormwater retention ponds and dry ponds, maintenance of over 50 city-owned drainage easements and right-of-ways, and maintenance on city-owned roads and streetscapes. While that may not seem like a lot, the Stormwater Division is comprised of 5 employees and a supervisor. So it is a lot to take on when you have certain people out or day-to-day, life instances that pull people away. But we continue to try to make sure that all of those right-of-ways and all that city-owned infrastructure is maintained. We've removed over 40 hazardous and dead trees, and then multiple C-Click fix requests for potholes and sinkhole repair, as well as sidewalk maintenance and repairs. I was hoping that I would get to see Mr. Jeremiah Smith here. I always like to say he's our #1 C-Click fix user, but we truly appreciate it because he's also the eyes in the city that when we can't always be in every place. Roadside ditch maintenance within multiple neighborhoods and roadway drainage training and pipe installation training. We've sent all of our stormwater employees to a competent person as well as pipe installation training.
And Nate, just want to point out that the roadside ditch maintenance includes more than just city-owned roads. It includes some county roads, it includes a lot of state-owned roads.
We've assisted, we work with SCDOT as well to ensure that we work in collaboration within the city limits to make sure that we meet the needs to prevent flooding. The traffic division, I'm gonna start off real quick with a quick update to Councilman McPhee. Every year, you have constantly asked me about the synchronization on Boundary Street. I think this is the first year you haven't asked me.
I've been watching it.
And I don't want to jinx it, I'm going to knock on wood, but we have finally replaced and got rid of the census. And now it is synchronized, and you should see a noticeable improvement on Boundary Street. And I want to commend Beaufort County as well as SCDOT. This was a collaborative effort. And Kimley Horn as well were the engineers that came in. And we finalized it. We're still watching it, making sure it's functioning correctly. But the couple times I've been able to drive from one end to the other, and again, knock on wood, we will continue to monitor it and make improvements as we go.
Walking up Charles Street yesterday morning, we could watch the lights change without bumpers involved in them, so we see it happening.
So we've had one employee complete IMSA Level 2 for traffic signals. This again assisted with supporting on-call Miguel Canela Pena. Is now on call, which removed Brian Durst, my operations manager, off call, and he can now monitor them instead of having to be on call himself. They maintain 41 traffic signals, 7 school flashers and warning flashers, and the Woods Memorial Bridge signal lights. These signals are within Beaufort County as well as Port Royal. The county and city split Port Royal's traffic signals. Shared on-call support with Beaufort County, providing after-hours support 24/7 to include holidays. We do 2 weeks out of the year, they do 2 weeks out of the year. So that way, one entity is overburdened with being on call.
2 weeks out of the month, you meant?
I mean, two weeks out of the month, sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. Continued coordination with SCDOT through the signal maintenance agreement has resulted in SCDOT funding work beyond the agreement standards, allowances, while also improving state-owned signal infrastructure within the city of Beaufort. What does that mean? It means safer intersections for the residents of the city of Beaufort. I don't know, we've had 8 signals that we've been working on throughout the city and the county as well. Some on Rebo Road that included new pedestrian crosswalks, new upgraded engineered timings, as well as the updates to Boundary Street to include.
Nate, if I can just jump in.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that when the lights change now, that seems like a second or two where they'll stay red on both directions or all directions before one goes green. In other words, so people, running through yellow
Yes, sir.
lights, and it'll be red lights and.
So there should be in all signals, there's a 3-second delay where there's an all red before it goes to the next phase.
Yeah.
And that would
That's
allow,
appreciated, yeah.
that would allow for no one to run in a red light. I always recommend look both ways, even on a one-way street.
Yes.
We replaced 2 traffic cabinets in-house, resulting in thousands of dollars of saved and possible days of an intersection being out. Quarterly street name sign replacements throughout the city and ordering of the new signs for council-named roads. We're looking forward to those ceremonies. And continued maintenance of city-owned lighting throughout streetscapes, quarterly light inspections to ensure safety, and coordination with Dominion maintain lights. Hopefully, you will see an improvement here at the municipal complex. We've made a big push with Dominion. Mr. Marshall was very great with helping us get Dominion to assist with repairing some of the lights here for safety concerns. Top accomplishments in 2025. We secured a public works work order and asset management system, and we are beginning the process of creating a better tracking system that encompasses all departments within public works. Currently, we have the C-Click Fix app, but this will actually track in-house with man hours, what we spend in perishables, as well as it can help us with our fleet equipment. It can also be used across other departments. Public Works, HVAC replacement, fencing installation, and the new camera system. Community Development Security Wall for safety, Grid Smart traffic cameras for Boundary Street, Rebo Road, and 170 Boundary Street to improve detection and assist with new timings along the Boundary Street corridor. This was an SCDOT, Beaufort County, Kimley Horn with a city ran project. Assisted SCDOT with 8 traffic signal upgrades, which include new wiring, new traffic signal heads, new crosswalks for pedestrians, and new steel poles and traffic cabinets. Some of those signals were more than 25 years old within the system. Additional holiday decorations for downtown, which we talked a little bit about, included the Waterfront Park, Bay Street, and Cannon Park. Pigeon Point Park Playground upgrade, Southside Park improvements. We don't want to talk this into existence, but about this time last year, we did snow and ice removal here at the municipal complex. I have a picture in my office to remind me that we don't like snow.
Or ice. Or ice.
Yeah, or ice, right. The engineering has been completed for the fire station headquarters traffic signal upgrade, and a contractor has been selected to complete the work. I'm happy to announce to the chief that I believe the poles have came in and locates should start be going out, so hopefully work will be started within the next couple weeks. And Stormwater has repaired the drainage system within Battery Shores. It includes multiple driveway pipe removals and reinstallations to ensure proper flow as well as a pond cleanout. Primary challenges facing the department. The primary challenge facing our Public Works Department is sustaining a wide and growing scope of services with limited staffing while meeting increasing operational demands. Although staff has been cross-trained to the fullest extent possible, continued and expanding requests are increasingly taxing on routine maintenance, impacting response times and the reliability of services the community depends on. What that means is we want to ensure that everything we touch looks better and functions better. We don't want the quality of work to go down because the quantity of requests are becoming so overwhelming. We want to continue to make sure that we have pride in what we do, and we want to make sure that this city looks the best as possible. If increased staffing is not feasible, expanded and advanced training will be necessary to improve efficiency, build internal capacity, and reduce long-term strain on existing staff. Currently, our supervisors, they act as equipment operators. They are tree work. I have my traffic division that does a lot of the tree work within the city. We we are cross-trained so much that anyone can do anything within our division. What that means with the training is now that we have the ability, we have a general support supervisor that currently is doing a facility supervisor role. I need to be able to train him to be able to do all these other requests that we're trying to cross-train them to. Plan department initiatives focus on addressing staffing gaps through targeted hiring where possible and expanded training where staffing increases are not feasible. Invest in specialized training to improve efficiency, safety, and employee retention. I will speak a little bit on what Mr. Marshall said. We are getting higher numbers of applicants for open positions as well as better qualified applicants. We want to continue to work with Brightly on developing a comprehensive inventory of public works assets to better understand what the city owns, its condition, and replacement priorities, while also working to improve the citizen application for reporting their issues. We want to continue to strengthen partnerships with agencies and vendors to maximize return on investment and shared resources. This includes clearer expectations, improved coordination, and strategic collaboration that benefits the city without overextending staff capacity. We've already started with this, and we've already reached out to DOT, and we are working more together now with our traffic division with timings where they are working with us to, and they say, if you got boots on the ground and you can do the traffic counts, we'll work with you to engineer and see if we need improvements in-house through DOT and their engineers. Also with Beaufort County, we consistently worked with them in other ways, whether it's traffic, stormwater, or just routine maintenance that comes throughout the county. We appreciate the work that we do together, and we want to continue that and strengthen those partnerships. Greatest unmet needs. Personnel, I believe we touched on pretty much why we think we need some personnel with the extended requests, as well as we currently have a mini excavator that we use throughout a lot of our city that is becoming older, and it is being to where we can no longer get parts for that excavator. And then we would like to continue the parks configuration and upgrades. And we think one of our kind of hidden gems within the city is TikTok Park and Playground. And it's kind of focused towards our younger children. And we want to include an upgrade to that because they are starting to have some failing equipment within that park. Lastly, I would just like to say thank you. Thank you to the residents. Thank you to the mayor and council for letting me come up here and tell you all about Public Works.
I have one, something I don't know, Linda touched on it too. These crosswalks in town, some of them are poorly lit up. And last night, we were going to dinner and they don't stop. I was halfway across the road and was waiting on people to stop, and I don't know if they knew it was me and they wanted to run me over.
Either way, they missed. So.
They missed.
Here.
There's some way of working with DOT to make them a little more visible, that people know that if you see somebody standing, they should stop.
We'll work with DOT as well as Dominion, seeing if we can improve some lighting.
And that might be on Boundary too, where the students are.
Yeah. They did improve the lighting a little bit on that, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the lighting, but it's actually the crosswalk.
Yeah.
I just want to compliment you on the C-Click fix. I said that before, and I'm saying again, I get a lot of calls from residents that listen about things outside their house, and I go to their house and just do that. They see me out there with it, and the next thing you know, y'all come, and I get calls appreciating it and everything, and those calls really should go to you, because the work y'all do is just phenomenal. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah, and
I appreciate that, sir.
I just want to pile on with Neil's comment, is that your department is the one that probably doesn't get quite the recognitions. People don't see them as much, or they see them, they don't see them. And until things are going wrong, and then you get called to try to rescue the situation. So at the kickoff event last Friday, I think it was, I tried to spend time with many of your members to let them know we appreciate them. And I want to recognize Josh when we were going through the budgeting process or compensation initiative, for kind of beat me to the punch there. But I, for mentioning that the Public Works employees should be included with that $1,000. And, hopefully that will go a long ways. I actually asked a few of them, had they seen it in their checks, and they kind of lit up, with their response. So, just let them know we really appreciate what they do, please.
Nate, I think this goes without saying, but the pride that you all take in your job and filling the capacity of requests that you get efficiently and effectively is, you guys do a very good job, and it reflects on the city well, and we're better for it. So thank you very much for that. Diving into the unmet needs personnel, when you think about where you're at now, personnel-wise, and where you feel like Public Works needs to be in order to be as efficient as possible, what does that look like? How much personnel, specific roles, obviously, but what does that look like to you?
So I have sat down with supervisors and we've talked and we've discussed with the addition of new playgrounds and what that consists of, right? So that means like, not only now do we go on the weekends to Pigeon Point Playground, we also go to Southside Playground as well, do the trash cans, do all this. And realistically, talking to all the supervisors and seeing where we are and where we want to be, I think a reasonable would be maybe 10 employees in 10 years, right? And we would be able to kind of judge over those next 10 years where we would need them. Immediately, I would say we need to have more than one employee in a division. So we have a facilities division that has just a supervisor. That facilities division should definitely have someone that's there when the supervisor is not available. Or it doesn't pull that supervisor away to go fix a light bulb. We need to be able to have that. Now, we also have a general support division which assists with that. So we've tried to make up some of that gap of not being able to
cross-training
the supervisor's time changing a light bulb. We can send a general support team that can go in here and they can build furniture and they can change light bulbs and they can do all your basic stuff. And that's kind of that cross-training that we've been trying to do to the max and to make up. But realistically, I would also like to have discussions about, absorbing some contracts and doing some other stuff. And that feeds into that 10 persons in 10 years. And so if we didn't and we continued to outsource, then we wouldn't need that 10, we'd maybe need 6 or, we would work with that number to figure that out. So we have thought about it and, I would love to sit down and maybe try to make up a personnel plan and you can see a lot of what we do and when we're out there, it would not go to waste.
And I think you guys should. The excavator, I could probably figure out what you guys use that for, but what predominantly is that used for? And if that were to just say, take a dump tomorrow and you didn't have it, what would that look like for the city?
So we have a larger excavator. It's a 308. It's the largest rubber tracked excavator that you can purchase. We use that predominantly for our roadside cleanouts, pond cleanouts. This is a little bit smaller one. It's able to get in the parks. We actually use it for all of our swings within the parks. We have those big, huge beams that go across the top. This allows us to pick those up and hold them in place without tearing up the pavers or the grass or any of that within the parks. Again, if it failed today, we're requesting it for the new budget year. We would still be able to get by, but it is an essential piece of equipment for us to maneuver safely. And again, it's a smaller excavator, and we also use it for storms. It goes out. I used it for the last storm. I believe it was Debbie. When Debbie came through, We used it to pick up debris along the roadside so that we weren't over maxing our knuckle boom. So it is an important piece of equipment.
And what your thoughts would be is if you guys say put this in the budget request for this year, 305, that's smaller, and then your 308 would become more of a backup. This one would be smaller and able to get into more spaces, or what's your thought for the?
So the 308 actually has a different capacity within Public Works. It's gonna be for more of like your tree removal, and then your larger stormwater projects. It's gonna be laying pipe, it's going to be doing driveway pipes, it's gonna be digging out all the roadside ditches, it can do the outfalls, it's gonna be doing that. So that is essential. That is the excavator we use when we just went through Janeway Canal and cleaned all that stuff up and got that back to where it's opened back up and cleaned up. That 305 or the excavator we currently have, which is a Bobcat model, I don't know the actual model of it, but it can't do those larger jobs. That is going to be, we don't want to put the 308 in Pigeon Point Park. It's just way too big and it's not safe. And so this model allows us to maneuver in those little smaller areas, but it gives you, with a Bobcat, if you try to do something, you have to turn and maneuver. This has the 360-degree swing. It allows us to maneuver within. We went to Southside. That's what we used to remove all the old picnic tables and all of that, so we didn't break the concrete or any of the slabs that was within the park, the pavilions and all that. So they serve different purposes, but can kind of be interchanged in some areas.
And I did get a lot of positive feedback about the Janeway ditch being cleaned out, so thank you guys for that, and thanks for diving a little deeper.
Any other? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fairley?
Thank you. I had a question about, you said there's a lot more demand for your services, and I was wondering if that's due to older infrastructure, new development, or new types of requests?
So a lot of what has came in lately, I think when C-Click Fix was first pushed out, there was a lot of unmet maintenance needs. And so in our Public Works, we always try to find a way to say yes, right? Even if it's not ours, let's say it's SCDOT's or it's a light pole that's Dominion's or whatever. We may not have the answer for fixing it, but we try to get the resident to yes. And so even if it comes in, it's an SCDOT roadway with a sidewalk that is overgrown and it's in our core district, we're gonna go take care of it. We want our city to look good, and we want to continue to make sure that those requests that are coming in that we can handle, we're gonna continue to do. And so a lot of requests have come in that normally we wouldn't look at, and we're doing now because we want to make sure that the city looks better. And so that is one bigger one. And then another one, there's a lot of in-house. There's a lot of in-house requests with festivals and parks. We set up the electrical, we staff for some of the events. Linda's team does an amazing job with doing all the behind the scenes stuff and making sure that it runs smoothly. We're there for setup, tear down, and all of that. So there's requests in-house as well that is very demanding. And then as far as aging infrastructure, we do get requests like, I wish someone would pave this roadway. And we are working with those, so that takes time as well. We work with Beaufort County. We're currently doing a road assessment throughout all the city-owned roadways. And then when that comes back, it's gonna devote time and effort from our street department to see, hey, we're gonna have to start looking at seeing what we can do to pave these roads. Or if it's, we need minor pothole repairs or this or the road needs scraped or graded, that's gonna put some strains on us. But aging infrastructure isn't a huge request. I think that falls a lot more within the SCDOT right-of-way and on them. A lot of what the city owns streetwise is within newer neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. I think all of the reports today have been excellent. Thank you.
Hey, can you give us just can I ask one question first, Mr. Canning? Can you give us just a really brief overview of how Brightly's going to help your job, help your work schedules and so forth?
Yes, sir. So currently, C-Click Fix, whenever a request comes in, we have no way of tracking our man hours. So we go, the public can't see it, but there's a little in progress tab, and the guys go in, they'll put Nori and Elton 2 hours, excavator 1 hour, scraped and graded this roadway. And well, it's a way for us to track it. It still takes a person to go back to every C-Click Fix to pull the man hours and put it on a spreadsheet. And we're trying to get away from spreadsheets, and all of this information will be inputted into Brightly. It'll be a work order now. That work order tracks man hours, any consumables that are used. It also tracks mileage of our vehicles. It'll track what we do. So as a budgeting standpoint, it's going to be great for us to know, hey, we're spending a lot of money on the HVAC at City Hall, or hey, we've had to go out to Battery Shores 10 times to fix the same pothole. But we can dial it down and actually find where we're spending the most money, what we're doing. And then as far as the work orders, we can also implement inspections, PMs, preventative maintenance as well. So currently we have like calendar reminders that say, last night at 7 PM it went off and it says quarterly nightlight inspection. And so my traffic or general support goes, oh, this week or next week I need to complete a quarterly nightlight inspection. Now it will be tracked in a work order. I'll be able to see, why did it take you 5 days to get to it? How long did it take you to do it? How many people had to do it, and what was used to do it? And currently, we don't have that tracking ability.
Cahill?
Rob Cahill, 608 Water Street. Whose jurisdiction are speed limit signs? Is it yours? Is it Stephanie's? For example, on North, east of North off Rebo, it says 25 miles per hour residential streets. West of North, it's 30 miles an hour. Is that open for discussion somewhere, and where does that go? As people exceed whatever is posted, I'd love to see 25 miles residential streets on both sides of.
So North Street is an SCDOT roadway, and so those talks, I believe, for the east side of North in the core district was pushed through legislator to get those roads brought to 25 miles per hour. So I know the whole core district is 25 miles per hour, and there's some other roadways, but it would have to be petitioned to SCDOT, and then probably they would have to go through and do a study to see if it's warranted.
So I, as a citizen, could petition SDOT to do it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Petition Shannon Erickson. She can get things done a little quicker. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Nate. We really appreciate all y'all did.
Thank you, guys.
The Finance Department, just want to kind of give some summary of activities. We have our local online payment portal for businesses to pay business license, local accommodations, and hospitality fees. So we've issued about 5,000 business licenses last year. About 300 customers are using the online payment store. That's good to see it efficiently done and a lot easier than having to come in person and pay. We also are doing electronic payments to our vendors, definitely more faster, more secure, and less expensive way of making payments through accounts payable. We processed about 1,600 electronic payments last year for a total of $20 million. And also, finance processes on payroll every 2 weeks. So we processed a little over 4,700 direct deposit payments throughout the year. some of our accomplishments for 2025. This is coming from GFOA, our Government Financial Officers Association. We were awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for our ACFR, excuse me, for our 2024 ACFR. This is our 18th consecutive year. We just applied for our fiscal year 25 ACFR, so usually we'll hear back from them in the spring or summertime, but I think we'll receive that award again. And then we were just recently awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our fiscal year 26 online budget book. That's our 9th consecutive year. I'm proud of that award as well, and so we'll keep on building upon that every year, make improvements. But forward to fiscal year 27, we'll offer that award again. Something I don't have on my slide, but HR mentioned about the compensation study. I guess I'll maybe include that as an accomplishment as well. Finance was instrumental in putting together scenarios for different ways. We looked at all kind of different ways of kind of options that we had. We also were working on implementation of it into our system, and then also we just finished doing a retro pay calculation, paying everybody back as of July 1st. We just finished that as well, so that was a big request to our Sandy Rice, our assistant finance director, did a great job putting that all together, but that's finally past us now, so we're looking forward to moving forward with that, but that was a good accomplishment for us in 2025. Some of our primary challenges is staff devoted to FEMA public assistance process. FEMA is a four-letter word, we'll say.
Reason.
We're still working on Tropical Storm Debbie and Hurricane Helene projects from 2024. Thankfully, we didn't have any events this past year. I think we're on our 6th or 7th FEMA project manager. They kind of cycle through, as you know, but we're getting closer. We actually just received our first reimbursement for Hurricane Helene for some of our cleanup just came in just a couple of days ago. So we're still kind of pushing forward with those projects, and hopefully those will get all obligated pretty soon. We'll start receiving some of those funds. But that's just a lot of staff time devoted to putting that all together. In addition to citywide staff time as well. Implementation of new governmental accounting standards board, or GASB. There's a new GASB 1 that's coming out for financial reporting. So we'll make some changes to our ACFR. Just kind of takes our time, our staff time a little bit to implement that, get some more training, and then you'll see that in our fiscal year 26 ACFR. Should make some improvements. And also additional formal training with our city enterprise resource planning, or ERP system. We do have in our fiscal year 26 budget formal training hours with Tower Technology. We're taking advantage of that, and then we'd like to probably request in fiscal year 27 that continuation of that. We have never really had formal training on our Munis, and so this kind of gives us a way for us to dive into some areas that we've had issues with and try to make some improvements so that staff time isn't spent on trying to resolve some of these issues and be more efficient. Some of our planned initiatives is to prepare the GFOA Annual Financial Report, or PAFR. This is an easier to read financial report to the public. It takes the ACFR and makes it more simplified, more condensed. We're working on an online platform through OpenGov, putting that together. I know this was initially, I think last year, we're kind of got the ball rolling, but haven't been able to implement it yet. So we're hoping to get that all together this year so that we can receive the GFOA Triple Crown of financial reporting, which is the ACFR, the budget document, and then the PAFR as well. We'll get all three of those awards. Second is the online procurement software. Make it more efficient for staff to prepare RFPs and for vendors to submit bids online with all the required documentation. We actually just signed a contract with a company to start that process. So we'll implement that within probably the next 2 or 3 months or so. But we're looking forward to having that on board pretty soon. And then accounts payable vendor portal. This allows vendors access to look at payment history and submit invoices for payment through the portal. We started kind of that initial setup. We haven't rolled that out yet to the public, but we still have to do a few things on our end, but make it a little bit easier. Try to cut down on some of the questions if the company's asking. I got paid for this invoice, and look up online, see all the history, and then they can submit payments online through the portal, and then through our system to make it easier to pay. Some of our unmet needs is additional staff in key financial areas. We need a great need for additional resources in the area of risk management, capital asset fleet management, and more of like an accounting clerk kind of entry-level position. Our finance team does wear many hats. Our accounts payable clerk is also risk manager, helps out with insurance, so maybe keep that away, maybe separate that so we can just focus on accounts payable. Our procurement systems administrator has been focused on Intergov the past year and a half, implementing that, so that kind of takes away from his day-to-day duties as well. And so it promotes senior rights to our assistant finance director position back in October. We're still working on transitioning some of her responsibilities to others. She still processes payroll and some other items, and we're trying to kind of shift that onto some other staff if we can, so that she can focus on more higher level items we'd like her to work on. Also, the centralized and approved invoice processing, kind of, as I mentioned, where right now invoices go to different departments, and we want to keep invoices coming here to our finance department, and then we can source them out through like a workflow process so they can approve invoices and the vendors can get paid faster. So we're hoping to kind of implement that out in the near future. Also, more efficient tax process for payroll and online employee request system. Right now, still can be kind of a manual process for a lot of departments entering in their time, and so we want to look at timekeeping systems, so they can import that information directly into our payroll software that we can pay directly. So I think that will save the front end for a lot of departments, and also for us for processing payroll and make it a lot more efficient. So we're start looking into that as well. Happy answering questions. So,
Any questions, comments for Alan?
So Alan, could you explain the process of, I guess, the city being invoiced for services, and your actions in paying those? And lastly, are there any times where we may be contracted for a service, but you have a need to maybe consult with Scott before paying it?
yeah, we have invoice process. Some departments receive invoices, and so they'll receive those, make sure the work or the goods has been received. Then they'll sign off on those invoices and give it to our accounts payable clerk to pay for it. That's what we're trying to kind of make it more centralized, where vendors can submit those invoices online, and then we can, rather than having them, each department has sign off manually, can do sign off through like a workflow process electronically and approve that. And then we do have certain levels that need maybe city manager approval and stuff. That's more on like the requisition of purchase order side. We have those kind of controls in place to make sure we have proper approval, and we have a list of certain employees that are able to sign off on invoices, and so we can check that every now and then. Those controls in place.
Have you ever had a, so that process goes first to the department that is contracted to service?
Yeah.
Are there cases where they come directly to you before they go through that department?
Those invoices, yeah, sometimes they come, some of them come directly to finance, and then we'll have to send them to that department to get their signature or their.
No, I'm thinking of, they come directly to you before they go through any other department. Do you have any that just comes directly to you?
Some invoices. You're working on invoices. Yeah, some, not many come like directly to me or to our finance, but some of them do come to other departments as well. That's why we want to kind of keep it more centralized, keep it so there aren't invoices going different places, and so everything's kind of more in one place.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments? Alan, appreciate it.
morning, sir. Good morning, council. I started in this position in November, and so I'm somewhat new at it, and my coordinator, David Gregory, he also started the same month, so we're both learning the process. I never realized when I took the position how many meetings we would go to. It's like, it's a constant flow of meetings. And I've fully realized now the importance of these meetings because we gain a lot of important information. As far as the communication with the county and the utilities, those meetings are also very vital because I meet with the county once a month, and that's mainly the engineer department, and we discuss what projects we're working on, and we discuss any potential conflicts with traffic or with utilities. Also, I meet at least once a week with Dominion, and I meet with for Jasper Water and Sewer Authority. And those meetings are very crucial also because we share what's taking place currently and also what, like a look ahead, what we might deal with in the future. So we build a really good relationship because if we experience any type of problems, it's not a problem getting in touch with them, and most of the time they'll stop what they're doing and come right out to the job site. So that's worked out very well for us. As far as the CIP projects in the planning stages, that would be the marine fuel tank replacement, the Baynard Street Point Drainage Project, the Duke Street Project, the Pigeon Point Landing, the First South Carolina Volunteer Park, the Henry C. Chambers Park Relieving Platform, and the Southside Park Phase 2. As far as the marine fuel tank replacement, that's still in the planning and design phase. No decisions have been made on what exactly they're going to do, whether the tank's going to be above ground or below ground, or what the best spot for it to be located in. As far as the Baynard Street project, all the planning and the design work is pretty much completed, and we're ready to move into, it was broken down into 2 phases, and we're getting ready to move into the second phase, which would be the permitting phases. There was some question about a partial about access in the area where where they intentionally wanted to discharge some of the stormwater, and they have now got the okay to proceed with that. I know the Duke Street project has gained a lot of people's attention, and we're about ready to put that out for bids right now. We're somewhat waiting for SCDOT to release all the documents that Davis and Floyd had submitted to them. The Pigeon Point Landing, we had a meeting yesterday with some of the residents down there. We're working with Davis and Floyd on that project, and we're also working with an engineer firm, Sweeney out of Mount Pleasant in Charleston. That project is in the permitting stages, and we are currently looking for funding for that. So we're a little ways off on that one. We've contacted some different agencies, SCDNR, as far as funding for that project. The First South Carolina Volunteer Park, I mean, we've been meeting monthly on that. We're still in the early phases of the designing of it, and the planning and the design phase. As far as the Henry C. Chambers Park Relieving Platform, that's also in the planning and engineering stages. We're working with McSweeney Engineering on that. The Southside Park Phase 2, that's also in the planning stages, but we're really getting close to submit the plan to council next month. The 8 CIP projects completed. The airport road is completed, and hopefully, at the end of February, March timeframe, we'll be out there to put the families, the sign up. The Pigeon Port Playground was completed. The Battery Shores paving project was completed. The 3 projects that remain under construction, the Charleston Craven Drainage and the Washington Street Phase 1. Even those are both drainage projects, they're totally different in their intensity levels. The King Street project has progressed very smoothly, haven't had any major conflicts. The Charles and Craven Street, as everybody's aware, that project has not moved as fast as we had hoped to. There's been a lot of unknowns. A factor that they have continually battled with was is groundwater. One day I think it was last weekend, the pumps shut off for some reason, and they showed up for work on Monday, and all the work that they had been working on was underwater. So it's been yesterday they had a lot of trouble keeping up their pumps with getting the water out of the where they were digging. So there's been a lot of challenges on that Charles and Craven Street project. We'd hoped to have had the intersection open by now. That's what we were told all along. And then because of the temperature, the asphalt plants will not even open up when the temperatures get down below 40. So that's been a challenge there. Right now, the plan is that on the 10th, they're planning on paving it. So hopefully that will go through. As far as the 2 projects postponed, the Calhoun Street and the 170-21 sidewalk, these projects aren't necessarily forgotten. They just, funding has been an issue, and so they are still on the city's radar. Under the planning and department initiatives, the development and implementation of the 10-year capital improvement plan, I can apologize to you that I haven't had a lot of time to concentrate on it. I have looked at it. It's something that I'm hoping in February that I can sit down with the new assistant town manager to work on. As far as building strategic relationships with the regional and public partners, that is something that we do continually every single day. We go out to the job sites. We try to talk to the residents. You know, we had a lot of help from Lynn as far as the city goes, the downtown area, as far as keeping everyone informed. And you don't understand when they close a road how much complications it can create. And one example is parking. Some of these people are elderly and they're accustomed to parking next to their house, and you got to make sure that they have access to a safe parking area. Another issue is making sure that the trash company knows where the trash can is going to be located. And we've tried to encourage the construction company, both on King Street and on Charles Street, to take the residents' trash to a centralized, they'll put it out next to the house, and then the contractor will wheel it down to a centralized location. So that's what we've been working on constantly this past week, making sure that there's no disruption in service. As far as the working with the different departments have been incredible how much they have supported me and my department. Nate is incredible. anytime I ask Nate for help, it seems like he stops what they're doing. He's gotten out there just this week. When this project on Charles Street was, when they had been digging, they undermined the sidewalk and the sidewalk dropped. And when it dropped, it cracked and it had to all be pulled out. And it's better to let Nate's department take it apart than to let somebody else take it apart. So Nate had his crews down there and they took the old, the pedestrian crosswalk sign out of there. And hopefully next week they'll report and reset the sign. Nate's had his crews go out to Washington Street Park and trim some of the low hanging limbs that were identified, and he sent his crews out there. So I can't say enough for Nate and Linda. Linda's been incredible. I always try to sit next to Linda because she's got so much institutional knowledge. I know if somebody asks me a question, Linda will know the answer. Alan, I've been working a lot with trying to find money for some of these projects, and Alan's been incredible with helping me. So as far as the relationship between the different departments, I'm just simply amazed how helpful they've been. As far as the accomplishments, these, for the most part, are Linda and Nate's accomplishments. Every time that I've been out there, Battery Shores, the compliments I've received from the homeowners about the road paving, it's been amazing how happy they were to get their road paved. And they had told me that they had tried to get it paid, and they said Nate helped them, and they were so very much happy with that. The Pigeon Point Playground, I mean, I think it speaks for itself. Being in Beaufort since 1972, I can tell you that park's changed a lot. I can remember in the 70s, there was a F4 Phantom sitting in there. I think a lot of people don't realize that. I remember when the Marine Corps said they wanted the plane back, there was an outcry of how dare you take the plane back. But I don't think the Marine Corps gave the city the plane. I think they just lent it to us. And they came in there and they took the plane back, and I think it's at the entranceway to their station today. And if you go in there, that whole park is amazing how well done it was. And the times I've been out there, the kids been out there, and that's what it's all about, is the family. As far as the ARPA funds, in December, the program, I guess, that's the end of the program, but there's still some funds there, and Alan has informed me that next month that they're going to sit down and look at the available funds that they still have, and they're going to determine what they can do with those funds. As far as the air table, since I've been here and David's been here, that's been one of our main goals, is to keep that air table updated. And every day we go out to the projects and we try to take pictures, and I think, I wish more people knew about the air table. If more people knew about the air table, I don't think they would probably call and ask so many questions about the progress, because we try to update it every single day. As far as the increased transparency, I think that's really important for each one of the departments to get out here and explain, especially like in the quarterly council work session, the status of these projects, so each one of you council members know, what's going on as far as the progress. As far as the better lines of communication, I can tell you, that is something we talk about every single day of the week. Councilmember Scaletti, he's going to help set up some neighborhood meetings so we can get out there and make sure that these neighborhoods know what we're doing, so they don't feel like we're neglecting them. Linda's also helped me with that. We're going to set up meetings out in Washington Street Park to let the different, the Old Commons, the Northwest Quadrant, and the community leaders out there know exactly what we're doing. We're gonna try to do it weekly so that each one of them can see the progress, so there's no questions on whether we're gonna meet the deadline of April 15th or not. I'll tell you another person that's been very helpful is Peggy Simmer. She's been very much in contact with me. She calls me, she emails me. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't send me smoke signals. But she calls me all the time, and, you know, she's very helpful. She also would like to help me meet some of these different neighborhood groups. Did I go wrong? As far as the full inventory and understanding the existing capital assets, Nate talked about that earlier. That has a lot to do with like asset management, keeping track of everything, all your assets and everything, and that's one area that I really haven't been here long enough to have a great grasp on that, but I feel like as soon as this new assistant town manager gets here, we'll be able to work out some of those uncertainties. Consistent funding and identifying prioritize capital needs. This in itself, it to me is very important, and I think these meetings or anywhere we can get feedback from the community is really important. As far as the communicating and known and existing infrastructure needs to the public, and effectively engaging the public and identifying unknown or unidentified needs. I mean, that's something that, you know, is an ongoing process. It never stops. You know, that's part of these meetings that we have where the public gets to voice their concerns. And I think, you know, they may be difficult. It's at times, but I really think they're very important for us to know exactly what the public's interests in. The greatest unmet, I don't have that page up there. Let me see if I can find it. The greatest unmet needs.
What's the next one, Brian?
I think this is the one I want. The greatest unmet needs. Let's see.
Full inventory, 10-year CIP plan, and consistent project.
Where did I lose it?
There it is.
Okay. The full inventory and understanding the existing capital assets, that is something that I haven't really got my hand around yet. You know, Nate's, he started that, with Brightly, that asset management program. I don't know if the city has one for all their capital assets, but it would be very important in determining long-range planning is to determine potential costs in the future. The same way with the 10-year CIP plan, integration and comprehensive plan and strategic plans. That's something that we're constantly working on. I've been told that we're gonna have some workshops in February to start sitting down and discussing these topics. As far as the consistent project funding, I think that's probably one of the most important things that we need to pursue. All these projects are so costly, and the funding's out there. It's just finding sources. We've been contacting the different municipalities, Hilton Head, Bluffton, talking to them about different sources of grants. Nancy Mace's office has got in touch with the city, and they have been providing help to us about some current grants that are available for the city. So does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for Brian?
Comment.
Okay, comment?
First of all, I would just like to say that you apologized for not being able to get full grasp of one of the projects, and I just want to say that you have the need to apologize for absolutely nothing. When I think about the responsibilities that you kind of fell into, I go back to Kurt, when he first started here, a mountain of code development requests that had been in the works for a while, but really didn't have much momentum. To try to tackle that and work in conjunction with all of your planning bodies. You kind of have a similar road ahead where you have all of these projects and fundings coming in from different areas and different deadlines. And, oh, by the way, the community was expecting it to be done yesterday. So I don't feel like you have the need to apologize for anything. I appreciate the fact that you have stepped up, that you continue to keep the Airtable updated the way that you do. I think it's extremely important, and I agree with you. I wish that more people used the Airtable because it would help educate on where we're at and some of the challenges that we've faced. I respect and appreciate the humility and the continued recognition of how others have played a part in supporting you throughout this process. Mike was my Linda. When I first started, he was my institutional dinosaur that was able to provide me all of the
Dinosaur.
She's institutional knowledge. I'm institutional dinosaur.
Oh, no, I thought he was calling me dinosaur. I was like, oh, my God.
Mike's mine. But
You're doing good till then.
he was very helpful for me in that same way, and so I appreciate that. And I appreciate the latitude that Scott provided to allow me to work with you and help set up, some of the meetings with the neighborhoods to try to identify where we could do better to communicate some of these changes as we navigate so many different construction projects. So I just want to say thank you for all of the work that you've done, and I know that it can't be easy at all, obviously not because I've experienced it myself in the same way, but just looking at the amount of responsibilities that have fallen on your lap so quickly, and Gregory as well. So thank you guys, and keep it up.
Normally every time I've been in charge of something, whether it be my own company, I've always, I've known every component that went into building a house or building a commercial building, or I just restored a 1948 Dodge Power Wagon. I mean, I could tell you every bolt that went into that truck. And when I get up in front of people and there's so many uncertainties, it's overwhelming. The construction part is not overwhelming. It's just like the funding. You have so many different agencies that put money into the construction project, and they all have their own rules and regulations, and you got to be aware of those rules. And then it can be overwhelming. Dealing with the public has been rewarding. I went out to King Street, and I had been looking for this certain woman, and I wanted to make sure that there was a plan in place for her to get to her vehicle, the trash and everything. And she said, I have no problem. She said, everything's going great. And then I ran into a guy next door, and I said, how's everything been going? And he said, well, it might be an inconvenience, but he said, if you look at the rest of the world or the rest of the country, he said, it's just temporary. He says, we'll get through it. And I was like, boy, I wish everybody had that same attitude. I mean, it was just amazing. And the thing that caught me, well, when he said, if you look at the rest of the world, you don't have any problems here in Beaufort. He said, it may be an inconvenience, but it's temporary. And I was just like, I felt like hugging him. I mean, but meeting with these, like, I never had experience where everybody wants you to come to their house for a meeting. And, but those have went very well. And I think a lot of it has, what we always talk about is communication. As long as they know what's going on, they're fine.
Any other comments or questions for Brian?
I got a quick question.
All right.
That's a lot of projects. The Calhoun Street project, I'm going on memory. Can you clarify, is that strictly a drainage project, or was it more to it?
Alan and Nate, you're gonna have to help me out on
Oh,
this.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't have all the
It says
details.
storm drain project. Oh, thank you. It was strictly that?
It also encompassed streetscaping as well.
Some
Streetscape
on
and
Calhoun
drainage.
Street.
Sidewalk lighting and storm.
I met my predecessor for like 4 hours, and he gave me notes. And all he did in his notes on that, he just said that, that project was on hold. But most of these projects have, either they don't have the funding, or they need more engineering. But I don't know all the details. Nate, is there anything I'm missing as far as the Calhoun Street?
Porter will tell you more, Joe.
Yeah, I believe there was some issues with
There
easements.
were some easement issues that were holding the project up, and it was tied to some CDBG funds. And so we released those CDBG funds because we wouldn't be able to accomplish the project within the framework, the time framework required.
But as I said, they're not forgotten. They're still
I just forgot.
ongoing.
I forgot the details of what it was. It don't matter. If you want to take 10 years on it, it don't matter. She lives on the street, so it might matter to her. But to me, it don't really matter. I thank you for your presentation.
Any other questions or comments for Brian? Thank you very much. You're welcome. It's your first time, it's tough, but it was good.
I know. I'm not comfortable standing in front of people.
You did good.
Mayor, we do have lunch here ready, so I don't know if you want to take just a brief recess for people to get their lunch, and then we can.
Good job. Good job.
Presentations, we're a little behind.
I think it's been fine.
15-minute recess, is that?
Yeah, that'd be good. My wife exchanged. Comes at a good time.
Like this.
Road still up there, Steve?
It is. Just hit this one.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Wessels. As you know, my predecessor, Sarah Farrow, she retired at the end of the month, so I started at the very beginning of this month. Moving right in. So for the Beaufort Municipal Court, over the course of 2025, we had 1,497 cases filed and 1,421 cases disposed of over the course of the year. We had 84 sessions of bench trials. Those are held almost every Monday and Thursday at 3 p.m. Those are also open to the public, so you're always welcome to come and see those if you'd like. We have jury trials 4 times a year, every quarter. So, for example, the next round of jury trials, that'll be this March, the 23rd through the 27th. Our office issued 699 arrest warrants in total and 46 bench warrants. The top accomplishments in 2025. So we maintained the courthouse functionings throughout the year. We had several periods where we were short-staffed. We either had 3 out of 4, 2 out of 4 staff members, or when we have new staff members, they're training, and a lot of times it takes a significant amount of time to get them up to the point where they can totally master the responsibilities of the office. We had, like I said, Sarah Farrow's retirement after 19 years, so she did an excellent job, and I had big shoes to fill, but she left me with a lot of training and a good program, a good system and routine to pick up on. We also transitioned from using a public defender. We now have a defense attorney, Attorney Carol Miller. So she was part of the public defender's office. Now she is our defense attorney, but she is here on Thursday for our criminal and consequential court days. We also have a prosecutor hired, so attorneys Ben Coppage and James Sharp, they are the prosecutors for the city, so that we have at every Thursday court, we have our defense attorney and we have our city prosecutor present as well. Primary challenges facing the department. So as I mentioned, we have relatively new staff members. That goes for myself, the court administrator, our deputy clerk, and our 2 clerks now. We are fully staffed, but our newest clerk, she started on Monday. So we're all relatively new. We're doing a lot of training to get up to par, but we have a new staff, but we also have a strong and competent and adaptive staff. So we will get up to speed very quickly. We'll also just see how our defense and prosecutorial services go as we finish up the fiscal year. So we've been paying attention to those. We'll just keep seeing how they're going and evaluate that at the end of the year as well, just to see how that process has worked. We want to continue with the professional development of everyone in the office. As I mentioned, primarily that's getting everyone trained on their daily responsibilities within the office and maintaining daily functioning. But then also, once we get to that point, I want either part of the office or the office as a whole to participate in some of the conferences that occur throughout the year for some of that additional training. So we established and implemented the defense services contract. That's why we have our defense attorney now. So we are seeing how that is unfolding and keeping tabs on all of those, the data associated with that position as the year progresses. We'll continue our coordination efforts with the police department and other agencies regarding repeat offenders and underlying issues associated with that. So that was something that Sarah Farrow was very involved in, and she opened that conversation with me. I would like to continue that conversation and brainstorm on what that entails. Right now, we're basically getting our office up to the previous functioning with all of our new staff members, but that is certainly something that I've kept in the back of my mind this entire time. So the greatest unmet need at the time, we needed that 4th staff member. Like I said, she was just hired, so we do have 4 out of 4 staff members, and we are training. That's an ongoing process every day, but every day we're getting more and more comfortable with our positions and able to inform the public timely and efficiently, giving them accurate information on whatever they might need from the court. And we will keep an eye on training opportunities, most probably later on in the year, that we can attend either as an office or with individual members going while we cover the office. So are there any questions for me?
Any questions for Dana? Any comments? Thank you. Good job.
you.
Welcome aboard. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present the Beaufort Port Royal Fire report. I want to start off, I want to touch on Charlie for a second. I know he mentioned City Council's 1 out of 8 award. I think another one of those 8 is the town of Port Royal. Are they as well? So we're proud to represent both the city and Port Royal. And we have, and you'll see in my slide, an ISO Class 1, but I think that begins with the leadership and your support of City Council and both Town Council. You know, we're 1 out of 17 this year to get the ISO class, and you're 1 out of 8. So I thought that went hand in hand. I wanted to mention that up front. Moving on to the accomplishments or summary for 2025, we've had over 6,000 calls for service. That's over 1,000 public education hours. We also logged over 18,000 of fire training hours. We continue to build our medical program by training both EMTs, advanced and paramedics. We currently have 23 EMTs, 17 advanced, and 11 paramedics. And our fire marshal's office is also continuing to grow and meet the demand of our growing population, their inspections and review services. Accomplishments, as I mentioned, the ISO Class 1, we're proud to be able to be one of few. I just did a quick Google search when you were talking about the 1 out of 8. We're 1 out of 17 for 2025 in South Carolina to get that. And there's 404 fire departments in South Carolina, so we're proud again to be able to meet that Class 1 service. We also received the Fire Safe South Carolina designation again for 2025. That just recognizes our community risk reduction program, our public education, and make sure we meet those thresholds that the state likes to see fire departments do throughout the state, public education. So we've gotten that again this year as well. And we held our 2nd annual Sparking Embers Girls Empowerment Boot Camp. That went well again this year. We've had a great turnout, and we hope to continue to build and grow that program along with any other youth engagements programs throughout the year. This year, we also joined the Skill Bridge program with the military. That was new. I know we brought some of our new hires up before council that transitioned from the Marine Corps or Navy into the fire department. So we can take them from any branch of the military, and if they're within 6 to 8 months of getting out of the service, they can come join our department, continue to get paid by the military, but train with us and get their certifications and transition straight into becoming employees for us at the fire department. So that's been a great asset for us and able to firefight. Some of our primary challenges has kind of been the motto for today: growth and increase in call volume. We all experience the growth. We know it, we live it, we see it, we drive down the road. It takes us longer to get from point A to point B when we have more traffic on the road. So we have to be able to adapt and overcome some of those challenges as we continue to grow our community. Automatic aid, you've seen this on my slide for a few years now. Automatic aid with our neighboring departments has continued to be a goal for me. Most recently, we explored with the county the consolidated service consultation, kind of broken off into an internal financial analysis now. So it's going to probably be delayed a little bit before we get an actual study done and To be honest, this thing's been studied for as long as I've been alive. I've seen studies that date back to the 80s and 90s that produced a lot of quality, good information. But consolidating fire service here, especially north of the Broad, is a very complex issue when you involve municipal services, state chartered fire districts, county chartered fire districts, and how to fund all those all together. So it's really complex. I guess, group to get together to actually see eye to eye with everything and the way everything is broken out, depending on each one's discipline. But I think the solution to that, at least in the short term, is an automatic aid agreement. If we could all get along and respond to each other and just share resources without contracts for services or lawsuits, then I think that's the best delivery of service for the community, where we share those resources internally and externally and be able to provide a great service. So we'll still continue to work on that. Also coverage for our industrial park, which we call our Zone 5, and Ladies Island, which is Zone 6. The industrial park, as you know, is starting to grow. We're starting to see more development out there, and we currently do not have a fire station that we have that services that. So my vision would be to start with an unmanned fire station. We have some equipment that we can allocate to the industrial park. If we had land out there where we can have an unmanned fire station at some point and then grow that into the future needs as the industrial park continues to grow. On the Ladies Island side, I just did the calculation for Ladies Island's payments for service for 2025, and it was over $500,000. So it's really starting to increase payment for services to the Ladies Island Fire District. So let's start to look at that and see what's best options for us for service delivery on Ladies Island. If it's not an automatic aid agreement where we trade resources, what does that look like moving forward for us? Planned initiatives, we're continuing to work the co-location of fire and EMS at 135 Rebault Road. We've done some studies on that. We went back and forth with the county. We hired an architect to do a feasibility study and an estimate for us. And it came in at over $4 million to be able to accomplish that in totality, what we both wanted. That was just out of reach. Right now, we didn't have any money budgeted on our end for it. The county had about $1.5 million, so it wasn't attainable right now. But we continue to still work that project. In the short term, we still have needs at the fire station that we need to get corrected, and I'll discuss this more in the upcoming budget presentations, but we have repairs. Our roof leaks, our windows leak, our new ladder truck doesn't fit in the station. We've got some needs that we need to meet repair-wise for that fire station, while continuing to work with the co-location with county EMS to build an addition to have them in-house. Unit model that goes hand in hand with the automatic aid. We want the closest fire truck to go to the closest incident, no matter if it's a full wall. Our goal is to have the closest truck go and respond to help whoever's in need. And we continue to build more programs for our youth engagement and partnerships in the community. Greatest unmet need is that headquarters fire station repairs, as I mentioned. We've got some deferred maintenance that we have to address this year. And again, continuing to work the expansion and adding EMS into that component as well. Our breathing apparatuses, our air packs, we'll continue to do what we did this past year. We're going to apply for grants to be able to replace those. We'll start to replace some of them within our budget. We budgeted this year for 4, to be able to replace 4 next year, or use that as matching funds if we were awarded a grant next year to be able to replace all of them. And full-time staffing for quick response vehicles. It goes back to our ISO rating, our growth, our response time. If we want to continue to maintain that moving forward in the next few years, we have to start looking at other ways to have the fire trucks available to respond to fires. We respond to a lot of medical calls, a lot of accidents, and we can use a quick response vehicle model to handle those first calls of service and keep the ladder truck or fire truck available to respond to fire. Something we're going to explore as well. Any questions?
Questions for Tim?
No questions.
Ms. Farrelly?
I was going to make a comment. I didn't have any questions, yeah. So first, I'll just say, Chief, I appreciate the fact that we've been able to maintain that ISO Class 1. I think that is very important. And it is interesting to point out that leadership in the city is, one of 8 recognized on council, and you said one of 17 recognized with the ISO Class 1. So definitely something to be proud of. I'm glad to see the second annual Sparking Embers, and I hope that we can really continue to grow that into more of a program that benefits and impacts. I think we doubled the amount of participants this year, and I think the same thing for Future Guardians. And I think the more that we can put into investing to building leaders in our youth, the better we'll be for it. The consolidation study, I really do hope to see us get somewhere with that this time. I know and appreciate your comment in regards to the fact that it's been studied multiple times and really hasn't ever materialized for whatever different reason. But the funding for fire departments are tax dollars. The service that we provide is responding to emergency calls in the most efficient and effective way possible. So as far as the funding and the service, it's the same. So there really shouldn't be any reason for why a consolidated service would not make sense to some degree. So I know that would take time to implement with all of the moving parts that we have so far, but I would hate to see a good effort just be fragmented before it really gets a fair shake just because of past failures. I don't see a need for the city, and this is just me speaking, to move into Ladies Island. And I can say that, full disclosure, not a Ladies Island Fire District employee, but I think that no matter how we slice it, to move into Ladies Island and establish an operation there, it's going to be more expensive putting men on Ladies Island in a station, in a truck, than working together with the district that we have in place and the good men and women who work for Ladies Island. The co-location with county EMS and fire at 135 Rebo, I had seen plans come through the county, and where did you say that was in the process?
Well, it kind of faded off because of lack of funding. The estimate was about $4 million. The county had allocated about $1.5 million for the project. We didn't have anything funded in our budget this past year for the project. So we went back and forth with some agreements, intergovernmental agreements, and trying to figure out, what the best next step was. And that may be downsizing the project, the scope of it a little bit to see, if we can still get the minimum of what we need out of that at a better price. And that's kind of where we are right now. And then in addition to that, we have the needs of repair that we just need to address on our end.
Okay. And then the last thing I'll touch on, I think it's a really good initiative, the full-time staffing of quick response vehicles. I know that, there's, and there usually is, an opposing argument for this, but it really never made much sense to me that you respond to, 70% of the calls that we went to were medical, and we were taking $1.5 million fire truck or more to a call where we just need a med bag while we wait for EMS to arrive. So I think that keeping those vehicles and those apparatuses in service while responding with a quick response vehicle not only saves you in the long run with maintenance on those more expensive trucks, but it provides a quicker response, just as you pointed out. So I think that's a strong initiative, and I appreciate your leadership on that.
Any other comments, questions? Yes, Ms. Fairley. I'm sorry, Mitch, go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at an email that there was an exchange between Scott, yourself, and myself last week, I guess it was, regarding the call responses, that they increased 342% for call responses, and then city population in the town of Fort Worth, population increased by 27%. Can you talk to the increase in manpower to handle those calls? If there hasn't been an increase in manpower, to contribute the ability to respond responsibly.
We have not had any full full-time shift firefighters added since we added station 2017. Since then, we added some part-timers. We opened our part-time program to help supplement some of the overtime when we needed to backfill. We've also, just this year, added a fire inspector to the fire marshal's division. That's been the only increase in staffing, and the only way I can contribute the increased call volume, continued public education is we're just doing more in the sector as of right now.
So I've been in my previous life where, doing more with the same sounds good, except for those who are doing more the same. Have you noticed any impact on firefighters morally, morale-wise, or mentally?
I mean, the workload's definitely increased, so we try to offset that by, admin staff doing some of the pub ed events and trying to relieve some of that. We also are looking forward to our station alerting system going up and running. Right now, we currently wake up all 4 fire stations for any medical call in any one station's area. So being able to sleep all night is going to be great for those fire stations that don't have to get up by allowing just that station to be alerted when there's a call in the middle of the night and not wake up everybody. So that's one of the morale things we're all looking forward to throughout the county, because Walton has 9 fire stations. They wake up all 9 for a medical call in Sun City right now. We're very close to implementing that system. We hope that will help. That there builds the morale, builds the quality of sleep, quality of life and work environment that they're in. When you're as busy as we are, that starts to matter a lot more every day when they're running as much as they do. We're starting to implement programs like that. We also, as you've seen in my presentation, we're going to have to examine the growth of the department, those QRVs, to help offset call volume that we are seeing, to be able to meet.
Thanks, Chief.
The other, Ms. Farrelly.
Thank you. Given the limitations of infrastructure improvement and the decrease in response times, how do you anticipate meeting the challenges of lower response times with continued growth and traffic congestion?
Our first plan is that quick response vehicle. We want a smaller, more maneuverable vehicle to handle that first incident, those low-grade medical calls. For the city of Beaufort, we're kind of the host city. We have the hospital, we have the detention center, we have a lot of facilities that people come into the Beaufort during the day to be able to use. That increases our population throughout the day, which therefore increases our call volume throughout the day.
So I'm thinking more in terms of actual fires, where a fire truck is needed.
Right, so if we have that quick response vehicle responding to those calls, the fire truck or the ladder truck is ready to respond to those fires. So we're not taking it up, responding to those medical calls and therefore delaying that. So the first step is to keep the fire station in the fire truck in the fire station ready to respond, having smaller units respond to those low-grade medical calls.
Any other
I
questions?
had hopefully a quick comment, not
Go ahead.
time, but thank you for your presentation. The council member Josh made a comment, set up operations on Ladies Island. When I was growing up, there was no, I don't believe there was any city of Beaufort on Ladies Island, and most of it, as you all know this stuff, I don't know fire, city, county, but most of the city properties over there is in the city is commercial. I know there's a fire department right there on Ladies Island Drive, and so I was just wondering, set up operations, but maybe later Josh can tell me, but on Boundary Street, I mean, you could see it, if you see things, the fire truck, 9 times out of 10 is gonna beat the paramedic vehicle to the thing. I don't know what they're going to, it could be a car wreck, it could be a heart attack at a house, I have no idea. Evidently, there must be more fire trucks than paramedics. I would make a safe bet there is, just based on logic, because you need a lot of fire trucks to fight fires, I think. But I just thought of this because of what Josh said about Ladies Island. Thank you.
And then Ladies Island's been a great partner for us. I don't intend to take anything away from them or their response with their fire department. They serve our citizens and businesses in the city of Beaufort on Ladies Island very well. It just becomes at a certain point where it's not financially feasible anymore to do it the same way we're doing it now. In my opinion, that I think should transition to an automatic aid, where we're trading in-kind services instead of trading payment for services.
Any other comments or questions for Tim? Appreciate it, Tim. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You will use that.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good to see you, Mayor, Council, and staff, guests, and citizens. I'm Chief Stephanie Price, and I'm here to talk about the Beaufort Police Department, which is coincidentally one of my favorite topics. All right. The men and women of the police department have been very, very, very busy this year. As you can see, we answered over 44,000 calls for service. 911 was about 4,700, non-emergency 8,400, and one of my favorite categories is officer self-initiated. That's when officers took it upon themselves to answer some calls or to go out to check businesses and residents, about 31,000 of those. So the uniform crime reports is just what you think it is. They're incident reports, about 1,800. Citations or tickets, you've got and that's about 1,800 as well. So traffic is 861, criminals 903, and warnings is 2,800. Canine responses, we have 2 full-time canine sergeants, and the dogs actually outrank them, and they are first sergeants, and they had 133 responses. We do have our MOU with the county, and so when the county calls us for a canine-free air sniff or anything they need a canine for, we respond to that. 756 arrests, 32 DUIs, and 87 community events. That is one community event about every 4 days. Let it be said that we love our community. Top accomplishments. So hiring and staffing, it still continues to be a problem in the police departments across the United States. I want to thank you so much for your support in the class and compensation study and all the initiatives that you support in the police department. Thank you all very, very much. I am so proud to tell you throughout the year we have been 99% staffed. And for the first time since I've been here in the police department, we actually have 12 quality candidates waiting to be interviewed. So thank you very much for that. It is speaking volumes and word is getting around. So I truly do appreciate it. And right there it says approximately 80 to 90% filled is the national average. So we've really focused on advanced training and professional development this year. We did have a class on AI assistance for law enforcement officers and report writing, and we had one of the preeminent experts in the United States who is located in the University of South Carolina come to teach a regional training on that, and we had police departments from all over filling this room because everybody wants to know about AI. And so that was a great benefit. We've had multiple FBI LEADA classes, like Master PIO, Executive Leadership and Command, Tactical Longevity and Resiliency Training for the health and well-being of our officers. We do focus on the continuing operations. We do focus on institutional knowledge and getting our future leaders ready for the next step. Safe Living Beaufort is being continued, of course. It's been a great success. You will be getting a presentation on this if you would like one. I'd love to talk about it. So we added Garden Oaks Apartments in January 2025 for our ongoing community engagement and crime prevention outreach. I would also like to draw your attention to one thing really quick in front of you, council, and at 1 o'clock we're releasing it online, particularly page 5 where it says crime statistics. I am told to point out to you that from our analysis that violent crimes from 2024 to 2025 went down 20%. Property crimes from 2024 to 2025 went down approximately 24% throughout the entire city. I do attribute a lot of that to the visibility of our police officers, as you saw, the self-initiated, but I also attribute it to our real-time crime center, our technology we've implemented, our focus on community engagement policing, and Safe Living Beaufort. So speaking of our real-time crime center, we expanded it by adding cameras and monitoring capabilities. We had some flock safety camera upgrades for live streaming, and we implemented an on-demand platform and real-time statistical reporting. So you talk about numbers and you talk about national numbers, and I'm so proud of everybody in this room and how above and beyond that they go. There are 300 approximately real-time crime centers in the United States, and Beaufort City has one of them now. So congratulations, I'm very proud of them for that. Like I said, we've rolled out technologies such as Flock Safety, Clear AI, our school security integration system, which is something that the SROs have in their hand to get through doors and things like that. And our data integration and analytics using Power BI, which gives us almost instantaneous crime analysis in the crime center. It's really nice. That's a big deal. And we actually got that through a grant through BJA. Our officer wellness initiatives, we've been partnering with the Cummings Foundation, which you've heard about before. I believe they have a presentation in March to give you. And we continue that partnership, and we are seeing vast results. I look forward to seeing some of their research and the results from their research, as they've been really helping us out. And if any of you feel the need to work out between 2 and 5, our personal trainer will be here that they provide. We have comprehensive health screenings for sworn personnel, and they are specific to law enforcement on metabolic screenings and to address any issues you may have. And we have a new on-site gym and our wellness resources, which I just talked about. And if anyone would like to see the gym on the break or anything, please let me know. It is absolutely amazing and commercial quality, so I'm pretty excited about that. Our primary challenges are our increased population, because as population increases, the need for more attention and time from the police officers and public safety in general and city staff also increases. So as you know, we're currently growing at a rate of 5.26%. according to all of our resources. And of course, our increased multi-housing complexes from following Safe Living Beaufort, sometimes the lower incomes of those actually bring in some crime, which is what we're trying to combat with all of our community initiatives. So from 2020 to 2023, thank you so much, Kurt, there was 2,410 apartments that were vested, and since 2020, 1,398 apartments have been added to the city. And through HUD, they say that 1.4 to 1.7 people per apartment in the US is what you factor out when you factor out in apartments, which means more policing, more services, more city time. Also, we do have a few technology gaps, even though we've made vast improvements in this. One of the things that we talk about is we spend an inordinate amount of time with our paper timekeeping, so we'll be requesting a timekeeping system that is in the palm of their hand, so they can do their timesheets on their cell phones, and it will be electronically given into Munis. I believe we're looking at a system that the fire department already has now, and we already have some modules of that same company. We also have looked into, it takes an extraordinary amount of time when someone gets arrested for drugs on the street. They actually, depending on the circumstances, the drugs are actually taken, recovered, tested, and then if they test positive for the substance, then they get a warrant out for them later. So looking at the different areas and how long it takes to test drugs, depending on where you go, from SLED, it can be over 200 days. And so from Beaufort County Laboratory, if you send it there, it could be 90 plus days. I don't think that's an effective way to combat any kind of drug trafficking in our area. And more than that, I don't believe that's an effective way to point to those who may need help for any clinical, abuses that they may have, which also can lead to mental health abuses, mental health issues as well. So we do actually have and I'll be asking for a drug spectrometer that you can take out into the field, and with 99% accuracy, it works with a laser. And so I've talked to our solicitor's office, and there's been research backing this up, and they said they will file cases based on the spectrometer. Of course, with a fancy name like spectrometer, it is a bit expensive. We can, of course, talk about that at budget time. But I do look forward to getting one of those. I have used one of those before. They work amazingly well. It's also a safety issue, really, because officers then don't have to handle any of the drugs because it can test drugs through their packaging. And initiatives. Expand the community response team. Police officers here have been working very hard, and in the fall of last year, we received a COPS hiring grant from the U.S. Department of Justice, and it is to actually help hire cops or rehire cops above and beyond your FTE, meaning you have to have the positions filled first before you can use the grant. It is a 5-year grant. We got $375,000 awarded to us here at the City of Beaufort for 3 positions in a community response team. So when we talk about things like expanding the pilot for the social district, or expanding the hours for social district, or speeding, or noise control, or downtown operate, any of that, we actually wrote all that into the grant. So if you all approve more positions, we have a way here to help you to get that. This is the first time Beaufort City has ever received this grant that I know of. So we were super excited about that. So, and number 3, expand youth initiative programs. So our Future Guardians program, which is our summer programs with our SROs to help kids learn about the police department, learn about public safety and leadership, is going very well. I believe the first year we had 5, the second year we had 22. We would love to expand that and are working with the SROs in the schools to actually identify programs for them to do during their spring break and winter break. I understand and I know that parents are busy, they have jobs, they don't have time. I don't just want the kids to be sitting there playing video games or all those, there's great things that happen in video games. But, to have an alternative. So we're currently working on how are we going to do this? One thing we actually have been doing, thanks to you all support, is showing movies. So I love to do that when they're out of school. It gives them something to do, see a movie. But I'd like to expand that to more of a health and wellness initiative, like a field day with the police department or a nature walk with the police department to explore what's out there beyond your screen. So I'm really excited about that, and I do appreciate your support.
Just for a minute, if I could interrupt, because I know we have this question from the public for downtown operations and, the times that we have movies in the park and things like that. So while we're on that topic briefly, I want to be sure that everyone understands what goes into actually broadcasting. Well, it's not like we can just decide to show a movie and we pop it up on the screen and so forth. So can you explain what's involved in the permissions and the calls?
Absolutely. So first of all, we have to find a place to show said movie. Usually, sometimes we have a building for that. We have been using that too. But you have to actually buy the license for the movie, and it takes a while to get the permission for the movie. And then it's incumbent upon you to actually obtain either the DVD or the video recording or whatever it's going to be of the movie. Then after you get all that together, you have to plan a place. You have to advertise it out. We provide everything. We pop popcorn in our popcorn machine. We make, cotton candy. We provide drinks. We usually have trinkets or toys. We usually interact with the kids. And sometimes we actually go out into the neighborhoods if they don't know what's going on in the neighborhood and say, hey, we're getting ready to show a movie. Y'all want to come? And so it really does take a lot to do all that and ensure the kids have a really great time. So it's a day's planning for an hour and a half. So that's exactly what it takes. And by the way, every movie license start at a minimum of hundreds of dollars. So
Crazy.
It is, but you all support that, so I really find it amazing. So thank you very much.
So Chief, for movies shown in the Charleston Brown Center, I know it's being renovated now, but have you gotten help from the Parks and Recs in getting that kind of information on their website or in terms of advertising?
They're absolutely amazing. And so we certainly have, and they provide a place for us to show a movie during the daylight hours that's dark in the gym there. So we really enjoy when we partner with them, and they've actually come out to our Safe Living Beaufort events to advertise their rec. So that's a two-way partnership that we really enjoy.
That's good.
I'll just say, were you finished? Or no, you weren't?
I got bunches.
Okay.
I'll take whatever you want.
I'll wait.
Okay. So we're also looking forward to exploring online reporting. And then I talked about the field narcotics testing device and electronic timekeeping. So we're exploring online reporting to help our citizens report whatever they'd like to report. And then, of course, we can always follow up. But if you ever want an officer to come see you, 911 or non-emergency, and we will come out and take your report. It's not an absolute one or the other. But sometimes people get really busy, but they do have some sort of small crime to report, and that's why. Our greatest unmet needs that are prioritized, additional staffing to meet community growth and needs, which we've already talked about. I hope to use that grant. I was very excited to get it. Those grants are really hard to get. Acquisitions and upgrades, online reporting, the narcotics testing device, electronic timekeeping. That seems like such a small thing, but when you have to actually respond to the police department every time to turn in your timesheet, it becomes a big deal. If you need a correction on your timesheet, it comes back to you. Then it goes to your supervisor. Then, oh, there's another one. Then it goes back to you. Then all I'm saying is electronic timekeeping will help our police department by leaps and bounds save time and effort on the admin part of it so they can concentrate on what's more important. Duty weapon replacement. We are at the end of the life cycle for our duty weapons. So we are currently working through right now with the approval from last year's budget, some testing and evaluations for our weapon system. So I'll be looking forward to that in budget. And of course, patrol boat. Patrol boat. We go to somewhere in the neighborhood of 13 events that we are obligated to for the city of Beaufort. And our boat is a used boat that we bought in 2011, used from the sheriff's office. And not that we don't appreciate it, we certainly do. But the amount of duct tape on it now might outweigh the fiberglass.
What size boat are y'all looking?
Jason, he's right back there. He's doing the research on the boat.
It's 18 feet, I believe. It's not really designed for what we need it for, that particular boat. It's more
size are we
flat
looking?
boat.
What size are we looking at?
We're looking at least a 19 to 21 foot.
Might have some.
Hold on now, I'm looking at one too that's in 19, 21-foot range.
I'll talk it out afterward.
I think you can talk to the sheriff's department. If they had
Any other-
By now they should have.
11 replacement.
Might be 2001.
They're shutting me down.
So, yes, the boat is any questions or discussion? Anything I can help you with? Yes, sir.
I don't mean to harp on this, but
Have at
as
it.
far as the number of tickets y'all are issuing, I don't feel it's enough. I'm looking at how many you wrote, and that's an average of 2 to 3 a day. And traffic tickets, I mean, the speeding on Reebok Road is there, not to mention Battery Creek or Highway 21, it's crazy.
Yes,
And
sir.
I know you can't be everywhere at the same time, but I feel like there should be some more citations that were issued.
And we also balance our services, as you know, with the 911 calls, with
Right.
helping other people in the community events. So we really do what we can, but that's another reason that I'm asking for, going to be
CRT.
asking for more additional staffing for CRT, so we can
Right.
have those specialized units that really aren't responsive to 911 calls, but that handle our community complaints like that. Right now, we have 2, but one took a sergeant's test today, and apparently it's looking good from what I'm hearing. So we'll have another process for that. And so we actually have 2 right now, but I'm looking forward. But they also fill in on shifts. So if we have too many people call in sick, then they have to go to shift, and then they are the ones that are doing 911 calls. So they're kind of our roving team of people that help. That'll be reduced down when they're dedicated to our pilot project in the social district or any special thing that we do. Sir, I totally agree.
That's one of the number one complaints I hear is about the crazy drivers out there.
Yes, please know that, yes, they are out there. I was out there, we pulled somebody over yesterday on the bus road, and he got an incredible citation. So, all right? But I do, sir, and I do look forward to that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Hill.
I was gonna.
I'm sorry, Jay.
That's all right. First, I'll just say congratulations on the $375,000 grant.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. I would, unless I'm missing something, I would probably move in caution before adding positions with the one-time grant, because that would be a reoccurring expense. But a couple things I'll just say that I've always appreciated about your leadership that is, highlighted again in this presentation here. And that is, one, your willingness and attention to drive initiatives that support youth leadership programs and to build on that. And then to implement community programs like the Safe Living Initiative. I do feel like that has gone a long way into bringing down some of those crime statistics. And I think in conjunction with that, you've always been willing to provide an officer for any of the community events or the requests that they make, and those are a good many. And I know that the community awareness group really appreciates the city showing up to always provide an update to them, even though they meet outside of the city. And so I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership on those things there. I'm looking forward to learning more about the field deployable testing device and the online reporting. I think those will go a long way to make operations more efficient. So, that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
And the community response team, give you kudos for that as well.
Thank you, sir.
The others, Mr. Cahill.
So when family and friends come to visit, I first let them know that I think in Beaufort, speed limits and red lights are advisory. That's why they try to get their attention. I think they're advisory. They're not subscribed. And when I went and tried to report somebody who was ripping down Rebo, I went into the police department and found the officer, and it was very kind and polite. And to my dismay, and confirming to you, the biggest people are around schools. Because you got parents that are late, trying to get the kid to school. They drive like maniacs trying to get their kid to school. They don't pay attention to safety. So what is your strategy to confront this perennial, seems to me, issue?
So we do have officers in the school, as you know, but that doesn't have anything to do with the speeding. So what we actually do is we move our speed trailer around because we can't be everywhere all at once for that. And when there's a marked police car around, people don't speed as much. So, and what we also have been doing, and I'll let you know, is we have been parking ghost cars around. That's what the program's called. And so we have our extra patrol cars parked around to try to combat visually the speeding. Now, because the cars are parked around there, it doesn't mean they're not always occupied. Sometimes they are. So I will give a fair warning to all the citizens of Beaufort that they are occupied and are running radars. So
And if they're not, if you're just putting ghost cars out there, use either a mannequin or a flat kneel behind the wheel, and then people think,
I've got a crumpled one that'll work really well behind it.
the officers would probably ride that as a number 2 partner. I will just tell you right now. He would be on a ride-along every day.
Is there, am I jumping over you?
No, not at all.
Okay. Legislation in the state that would afford us the opportunity to do ticketing via cameras. I know that constitutionally in the state, we're not allowed to do this. What do we need to do from the state level?
You'd have to change the law that says that, sir.
And so we need to have our legislators looking at that kind of reform.
If that's what you'd like, yes, then yes, sir.
It-
And companies do come in and do that. When I worked over in Georgia, they had a company that came in and did that very thing. I believe the company charged like 35% of whatever the fine was. And then they were only in the school districts at first. I don't know if they knew them or not when I was there. They were in the school district. The school district got a certain percentage and then the city got a certain percentage as well.
While we're on that subject, I'm gonna let Charlie address it because this has been done before, and I had experience when I was town manager and administrator in Ridgeland. We had a camera on the interstate, and we got our hands slapped on that, and and that was 30 years ago. So, Charlie, you want to?
Yes, I mean, we've been proposing these type of ideas, but I don't foresee traction in our General Assembly currently.
What's the primary pushback?
First Amendment, or first, privacy protection, all of that type, limited government views.
And they're all attorneys up there making.
We could all we could do a really strong public advocacy group of the people that have been killed in intersections because people run red lights. We're no exception in Beaufort either from the standpoint of that. The 3 seconds on the traffic lights, you might as well make them 8 seconds from the standpoint of people going through red lights and red arrows. It is unbelievable. If you've ever done, and I know all of us have, street corners where we're standing out with signs and so forth and watching people going through intersections. Holy crap. You'll take your life in your hands being on a sidewalk anyway, but
That was my point
it's
earlier.
unbelievable. It is so unbelievable as you watch the intersections for the amount of people running red, and they're fully red. These are not yellow or orange, they are red that people go through 2 or 3 cars at a time.
Yeah, when they see yellow, they push on the gas.
Yeah.
I
know, we're preaching.
They're always
we're
shocked
preaching
when
to
I
the
pull them
choir,
over, by the way.
but I still think we need some reform.
Folks are on to the 3 second, that the light all light stays red. They say, I've got 3 seconds, let's go.
Good, Mitch.
And I believe, by the way, that traffic has gotten worse just across the nation. Anywhere you go, I guess people don't understand what that causes later on. So, any other questions? I'm more than happy to stand up here and talk about my favorite subjects.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Chief Bryan.
Thank you so much, and if you guys have any questions on the annual report, please let me know. The officers get so excited when they get featured in it. I appreciate it.
Well, I guess I'll kind of combine all of my presentations to catch us up a little bit, if that's okay for everybody, because we're a little bit behind. Since I think I have the next few things on your agenda, but I'll go quick on the calendar year. I think the big things to note are that we only did 130 new buildings this year, or last year. The previous year, we did 798, something of that nature, which was actually more than Bluffton. But we've dropped considerably. Permits also, we've done 1,083. Last year was almost 1,800. So there has been a drop. I think a lot of that is due to just the fact that we had kind of a lot of those, especially apartments that the chief was discussing, were all built around the same time. And they all came in that 1 or 2 year period. Construction, they were all approved like 4 or 5 years ago, and they all got built at the same time. And 2, we're kind of running out of new developments right now. So we really, Salem Bay is almost, they have 8 lots left. So Camellia Banks is pretty much built out now. So we're kind of running out of single-family developments. And we'll get into all the rest of it. So we're kind of going down a little bit this year. Construction costs have gone way up too, I think, especially Councilman Kafee knows. I think about halfway through the year, the TRC and HTRC meetings, we started noticing a big decline, probably around the summer. Because last year, these were like double, they were a lot more number of meetings we were. But even HTRC meetings, I think people are putting off, putting on like a porch or just rehabbing their historic home just because of the cost right now. So that's just something to note. But we've obviously had a lot of public hearings and meetings, and that's kind of what my department seems to do. Besides Brian, he's got a lot of meetings, but I think a lot of our meetings are all public. So I guess our top accomplishments, we finally got through Chapter 5 and 9 of the Development Code. Commissioners in the back spent a lot of time on that. And we can get into that later, but I think some of the big changes that we almost kind of create our own local concurrency guidelines within that code. And, I think we clarified a lot of things. So it took a lot of time, but we finally got through it, and now we're close to being done with the rest of the code. We're on the design guidelines, and we're trying to really create some really good low country design
guidelines for the code. So form-based code, it looks like the Beaufort vernacular. That's kind of the goal right now. We've onboarded EnerGov, which I think Alan was saying has been somewhat problematic. This was, if you remember, your strategic planning goals from the past is to have that like citizen dashboard. This provides the citizen dashboard. The problem has been EnerGov itself. The program has been, I know Bluffton, Hilton Head, a few other places around here have all gotten rid of it. So we've had a lot of time, we're finally on it, but it's just not ready for the general public right now. It just has too many errors. But it's here. It's just going to take a little more time to unleash that on everyone. I guess you kind of did the historic task force last year ago. But that will be starting out. So that's pretty exciting to look at things in the historic district, I think. And all of the candidates I thought were excellent. So whoever you pick, I don't think you. The short-term rental and ADU regulations are actually finally done. Ben just sent over the revised draft on Monday, so that'll be, I think, on your March agenda soon. And we've kind of continued improvement for turnaround times for development. I know was a problem in the past, but especially for smaller permits in the historic district. In the historic district, we're handling, I think we estimate about 75% of the projects now administratively, or with that HTRC where they could be done that day. That was a real, I think, struggle before for the city is, projects to just paint your house or put a new window, taking months. So I think we've got those down to maybe a day or less for most of the projects, and hopefully it's down to like a month if you go through the HDRC process, except for maybe one or two exceptions. I think last year we're getting to the point where it's not going to take you very long. So I guess our primary challenges is finishing the code changes. They have taken a lot of time. We do have a complicated code, but we also have a really great resource of members on the planning commission that really, I think, added a lot. We have 3 attorneys and a hard worker out there. We have 2 architects, a former planning director, and an engineer. And I think, that's just, they bring a lot of knowledge and expertise, and so it really makes the whole process, I think, a lot richer for everybody. But it does take a little more time because they're all experts in their field, so I think that's a good thing. And we need to start beginning the 5-year, and we'll talk about the comprehensive plan. It was done, a little over 5 years ago, so the direction you want to go with that. I guess as Yvette had kind of mentioned, the building department is aging, our building department. We've tried a few different things the last few years. We tried turning a staff person into a building inspector and letting them basically pass all their exams while employed, and just kind of going out and training. And they took a job with the county and they paid more when they got their license there. We tried a few other people, and it's just it's been a little difficult. So that's kind of a challenge right now. And then concurrency has been kind of the big thing with development. I think you're all aware of. I'm talking about traffic and infrastructure, et cetera. And I think you're all aware that the city doesn't own utilities and most of the roads. Coordination, I think, has been a major aspect of this. And I'm pleased to report that we're really coordinating well with the county right now on engineering, exceptionally well, and to the point where we're proposing a regional transportation plan in the next month or two to the NERPIC. And we're coordinating all the TIAs with the county. And I think we're now in Port Royal to coordinate the TIAs with the county and the city. So that's all been going really well. Beaufort Jasper's been attending our TRC meetings for the most part, so that's been helpful. We just have some challenges with SCDOT. They're just an entity unto themselves, I think, so that's the best way I can say it. And those are our initiatives. I think I kind of talked about them. And, we are moving, we basically moved in the last few months to, once when the NERGov is finally done. But right now, internally, we moved to all digital plan reviews, so that'll be rolling out to everyone else, but we moved to that roll review already, and probably in the next month or two, it'll all go as well. So that's been, kind of a, out here, that was a challenge. Everything was on paper. It was kind of unique. That we were still doing all paper in this field. We were, so, and just kind of continue to reduce turnaround times. And, yeah, I think we talked about the succession planning for the building department. Again, I think as all the departments have stated, that's a specialized field, and, it's just hard to find some qualified people. I think we'll find a person or two, because our building inspectors are all at retirement age, or way over retirement age, but I'm sure we'll find some of them, because we don't really want to hire an outside firm, pay them, or have them take like 50% of the fees, because that's usually not as responsive, and it's a loss of revenue. Just again, coordination, concurrency with the local and state agencies, and we need to start transitioning to kind of
What's the difference between the county and the city as regards building inspector or what you're paying them?
I mean, we're pretty much, after all the changes, we're pretty much the same.
Still having trouble finding qualified.
Like the position we've had open for like a year, it's pretty much the exact same salaries, but counties are, they're.
But you're just not getting any interest?
Yeah, I mean, we finally got a few applications in the last week or two after all this time, I think because of NeoGov, but it's just, it's the challenge. So it's a specialized field that just not too many people are, right? So.
Just not really questions, but comments. Top accomplishments in 2025, approved chapters 5 and 9. I think you're selling yourself short there, man. I think we passed 7 too, right?
Well, 5 through
7 and 9? Oh,
5, 6, 7.
5 through 8.
We haven't seen 8 yet.
Chapter 8, yeah. But we will come back to chapter 8.
Right. So anyway, great work on that. That was a huge undertaking, and especially with all the moving parts, consolidating the NPC, the design review board, and creating a planning commission in the midst of that. And I think that they're working through this process very well. As you pointed out, they're experts in their field. Sometimes this takes a little bit longer, but I think and hope that the end result from all of this is a good product. Happy to see the InterGov for permits and inspections. I think that that's part of the efficiency and the streamlining process that's been talked about for a long time. Hopefully, we do see the short-term rentals and ADU proposals next month. I know there's a lot of our constituency that is excited about us bringing some changes to those ordinances, and I hope we can do that sooner rather than later. One of the things that I'll point out for the future is our volunteers that do serve on these boards and committees. They spend a lot of time, they volunteer their expertise, and I think that there are some things that we can do to assist them. I know that just recently watching the planning commission, there was the appointments to different positions, and you see some reluctance and hesitancy for the transcribing in the minutes of that, and I hate to see them have to commit even further to fulfill something that we could probably, onboard a system, or I know that we have staff that helps do the minutes as well, but, with the automations and AI and all of the other features that exist today, I think that we could probably do or bring something on that does not require our volunteers to spend time drafting minutes of these meetings. So I know Libby kind of stepped into that this time, but I think that would be something we could benefit from in the future. And then I'll just bring up too, the role you've been trying to fill, was it the building inspector you said for the last year? And I don't know, maybe you guys are already doing this, maybe it already happens, but I think I saw Bluffton hiring for the same thing. And I think there's probably some overlap in some of the more challenging positions that you try to fill. And if you haven't, maybe there's value in reaching out to some of the other municipalities or the county that's trying to hire the same thing. And hey, did you guys get any additional applicants, right? Maybe you got 5 applicants and you hired one person, and maybe they don't even know that the city also is hiring for that same thing. And so just trying to collaborate a little bit on filling some of these roles. I mean, competition's natural. You're going to have to compete and keep up with the salaries, but maybe there's value in coordinating an effort to try to identify some of these harder positions to fill as well. Anyway.
Yeah, we finally got some applicants, so I think the main thing is we really need to fill the building official role here in the next few years, or get a person on board to kind of start taking that over, a succession of person, because it's a very important role, and I think it'd be good to find somebody earlier and have them transition into the role.
We have 2 now?
We have two inspectors right now. They're contractual right now, but we were trying to hire someone full-time. Thank you. And we're doing training sessions with the HDRB and the Planning Commission. Like last week, they went to Habersham and had lunch, and it's something that we've been putting on every 3 to 6 months, I think, for both committees, just to kind of give them, a way to get outside and also to kind of, bond and also kind of appreciate them a little bit, so.
The same for the new task force.
I think we could, yeah, it's just.
I think they need to be brought up to speed. Sure.
It's always in the context of a tour or something of that nature, so.
Sure.
First speaking.
Hey, yeah, Kurt, could you comment on Noah's briefing from Port Royal last week on his cottage court and bungalow courts, Parkin neighborhood?
Sure, well, we already have I think they actually took our standards.
They took ours.
So they took ours. They proposed, and we can get into that, a multifamily presentation, so I just, we have proposed like maybe 2 other ways to go about the same thing. So they're just variations on the same theme. But I think what the Planning Commission right now is looking at is how do we provide diversity, especially for multifamily, both diversity in architecture and use, and so that's been kind of a big topic, and they're going to have another 4-hour session on Monday. That'll be a main topic, but Port Royal's kind of got a plan. They approved something that's very similar to something that we were looking at while they were looking at it at the same time. So right now, I think we're looking at, only duplicate a building so many times, and we were trying to add something where it looks more like a residential house. So it doesn't look like an apartment complex, and it looks more like a vernacular house, it has an entryway. But that's a big conversation for Monday as well. I know it's a hot topic right now.
Where's that taking place?
It's at the planning conference room at 1 o'clock, yeah.
At 1 o'clock, right, okay. Thanks. I found that very interesting. I didn't know about what we were doing, so thanks.
Sure.
Mr. Cahill?
So I made this similar comment last year at this meeting, and I'm going to repeat it because I don't know if there's been any improvement in the issue. The issue is Beaufort advertises itself as being friendly to businesses, especially small businesses. And the suggestion was that you have an escort service. It could help somebody, if you're a new business owner, you can come in, they can have a point of contact, a single point of contact, and help steward you through the process. The Army has employed an after-action review for 20 years, which basically once an establishment gets all through the permits and open, you go back and look at it, what did we intend to do, what did we do, and what improvements could we garner along the way. I have make a point to kind of get part of that pulse. This is anecdotal, but I know no less than half a dozen new businesses that opened this last year. When I asked them, how was it to go through the permitting process, on a scale of 1 to 10, the highest rating I've got is a 6. That's not very good. And so I would just bring the invitation back to you all to take a look at this with a neutrality. The benefit of an after-action review, it's neutral. It's not trying to attach a blame. These are process issues, and people find the commonality, and I'll sit down, is I do A, B, C, and D, not necessarily in that order, and I find out that that's great, but we also got F, Y, Z, T. And so my plea, my request that someone, Scott, I don't know who that falls to, someone comes in, if I want to open a new business, I say, hey, listen, you're going to work with Stephanie or Bill, and they're going to help give the totality from a helicopter view. Here's what we need to do. If you have questions, come to me, rather than go through one silo after another.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, we've created these like HTRC and TRC meetings. So each one of those, they're not for the business. So maybe we could coordinate with business licenses. It's if you're doing work, right? If you're pulling a building permit or a development permit or a historic review permit. And so we schedule it every week. We have all of our experts, we have architects, we have the fire marshal attends, building official, the engineer, right? And we do like a report that day of everything we do. And we try to resolve it that day if it's historic preservation, if we can. We'll give you the guide, basically the playbook to go to a meeting. But, I think with the business license, if you're opening a business and you're not pulling a permit, that's something we probably have to coordinate. They're separate entities, so.
Mr. Cahill, thank you for the reminder on that. I did take a note on it. I have some ideas. We have a business incubator in the city of Beaufort with the Beaufort Digital Core. Maybe there's an opportunity to partner with them.
I would love to see you guys get 10s. Yeah, it was great. That separates, because people talk. And it's like, and usually the new business owner is not real savvy unless they've done it before. So it's like it's going into a big maze, and it's easy, but just smooth as can be. And there's a lot of steps, and I know you listen. I appreciate that, Scott. Let's get some 9s and 10s.
And a lot of the challenges, I think the city is probably the easiest process for whatever it is they're doing. Typically the challenge is when they have to get a state with the JASPA opinion, at least from the development end, but especially like this, that's usually when, if let's say they're opening up a bakery, right, they're just getting someone from the state there. I know we were talking about a friend of yours, just they couldn't even get a person from the state to even give them an answer or come down to look at it. So that's always been a challenge, so from our side.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'll try to speed everybody up here. So looks like it's 1:35. This was going to be a presentation about the development that's current. That's basically all the development projects, but split into 4 different categories. This is projects currently in review, so this doesn't mean they're vested. They're just been submitted. And they're more than just they've had a brief conversation. They actually have submitted some development plans. So just so everybody's aware, this is the Grove Apartments on Broad River Boulevard, and they've also submitted in the county the property that's right next to it. But it is another multifamily development. It's in T4, and it has gone to the November 2025 Planning Commission. It had a sketch plan meeting. It does require a lift station, so it's kind of going to be on hold until they build a lift station. But they're starting to want to go forward in our process. I talked about the concurrency. So we now have the ability to basically not vest any project.
Where's this at?
It's Broad River Boulevard. There's a little tiny, it's the Graves Drive is like over there. You know where that is? It's like not too far down the street. There's a little church. I think it's like the Holy.
You might just tell me where it was. I know now.
Yeah. And then this is basically the corner, and that's Paris Island Gateway. So they want to build 2 giant projects. So the important thing to note about this is when this first came in, it was almost twice the density. With the new tree canopy standards, they've added all of this open space, and these are all tree corridors. for each one of them. So it's, a lot better design, and, this is all trails throughout the whole thing. So, there's still going to be some tweaks to design, but it hasn't really gotten approved. But, it's, I think, a lot better project than it was before. So, Meridian Townhomes, there's probably too much to say about this, but just some upscale townhomes that still need to go to the planning commission when finally finish some of their stormwater issues. Upper Cane Island, I think you've all heard a lot about this. It's been a lot. Really, the only thing that's approved right now is these lots, these 16 lots. But they do have a development agreement from, 25 years ago. That development agreement allows them quite a bit of density out there. I believe this is what they're proposing. In general, this hasn't been approved. There'll have to be some changes to it. From talking to them, I think they're going to go under 300 units altogether, and they're trying to go for a little higher end product. But I just want to, this is kind of what's happening. They're building the streets and the infrastructure right now, and then they're going to come in with the other phases. But that's, again, Upper Cane Island. So I know it's created a lot of
All total, you said 16 on one end and then down below.
They're building 16. They did a phase, and they basically, the first phase had the road. These are estate lots, essentially. And so they're building those right now. That PUD was kind of packaged with Eustis Plantation and Upper Cane Island and it will come to me, but Distant Island. That was the George Trask, I think, but that's another developer in Alabama. The development agreement is still valid, and, it's under construction right now. The state, this is all off Islands Causeway, so that when they hit, I believe, 56.
64.
60,
By the
it's
light.
50 to, I could maybe 62. It's somewhere from 55 to 62. My memory, I should have put it there. They'll have to put in a temporary light. After basically 200 and something, then they have to put in a turn lane. And we'll get to the next one. But those are state streets. So the way these development agreements work is, the city was pretty prescribed with our ability to kind of regulate them, right? Administrative approval. They set the standards from, 2001, 1999. That means the stormwater, there was no traffic review, but they are state roads, they did go through the state review. So, we're this is kind of where we're at. We just have to make sure that these meet the development agreement, and that's basically the powers we have. Lower Cane Island, I think, has probably created a little more controversy than Upper Cane Island, but they are right next to each other. Again, this road just goes right up to the Upper Cane. But they're proposing more of like a smaller Palmetto Bluff kind of resort. So 264 residential units, 80,000 square feet of commercial space. And these are like cottages. I think the intention is a lot of them will be for rent, or they'll be like kind of short-term, more short-term. It'll be under the development agreement approved 25 years ago. I think the city attorney is, and we've determined it wasn't such a thing as a short-term.
So they have to follow our rules.
So they have to, they didn't really get vested for that. There's one wrinkle that I think has actually had a big impact on this project and the sale of it. 206, and that has an inn, it has a dock, a marina. They want to permit a marina. That's kind of the most controversial part of this. They have a barn, a meeting space, like an outfitter island for kayaks and that kind of thing. Restaurant, I think 2 restaurants in here. So it's intended to be a community-wide.
Is there any indication how big the hotel is? I've heard all kinds of rumors.
The hotel is kind of somewhat limited. They're limited to 80,000 square feet of commercial. And before, they were talking about a 30-unit hotel, and it seems to have shrunk every time we've talked to the developer. But from what I understand, I think it's actually been closed on by the development firm yet. Again, this is what the PUD and the development agreement allow. Other things to note about this as we'll get into the Bureau Jasper issues is this was part of the other side of development agreements with Hanover Park, the Airport Junction, Volcano Island. Mr. Trask actually built, oversized all the water and sewer lines when he built this 20 years ago. So this is good to go. So it doesn't have infrastructure issues really other than road and CDOT issues.
So does the commercial space include the hotel?
It does include that. So, obviously there's some state permits. I understand Upper Kane was going for some permits on docks also, and that, so, it's caused a little bit of controversies, but just so you're aware, we're talking about, almost 600, potentially 600 new residents, and sort of a resort. So, again, I don't think many of these are going to be for sale. It's going to be more like Secession. I guess it's kind of Palmetto Bluff kind of a combination of the two. So, how long will this take? I don't know, but the vesting period in the development agreement was 10 years, and they had until 2029. So, this one is vested, and they're going to invest it for 16 months, but I think they're going to come in with 10 years to build it. So basically, as long as it's done by 2039, both of these islands will be there. So that makes some sense.
They got an extra 10. I thought it was from 2023. They got a 10-year thing due to the state.
The development agreements fell back on the vesting requirements of the code, of the basically the development code at the time, and it's really long time. We changed, when we did chapters 5 through 9, we changed it down to 3 years. So that's a big difference, and as we get into the other projects, we can kind of see what happens.
I think there's a difference in the vesting period and then the joint resolution that came out of the State House that added another 5 years to the PUD statewide.
Yeah, those are completely different.
Was it 5 years? I thought
5 years, that was the resolution that extended PUDs.
Gotcha.
But then, it sounded like the other part of the conversation there was the vesting time that we have in the city, and that was 10 years reduced down to 3.
It is, but again, with all land use, whatever you were approved for, you're basically legal non-conforming. So if it was 10 years, in 2001, these were, that's what you get, even if we changed them. We have Wood Springs Suites. We're trying to get them to change their architecture. So I probably should have said that, but this is over behind, where the IHOP and Firestone are actually just right there. And so this is 21. And so this is Old Jericho Road. So they want to put in one of these extended stay hotels in that wooded lot that's back there. So that's been a review for a long time, but it needs a lift station. It also needs a TIA to be finalized. But this is a good example of us working with the county with all of these projects, and we determine that these come up built by the developer before this can go forward, and it's waiting on the lift station. So Novant Health is wanting to go in. This went to the Planning Commission. It was tabled, I think, for desire for better layout and architecture as well. But they essentially want to start building. They have kind of a concept. They're kind of putting all over the place of an emergency room, like a smaller emergency room. They're building one right now on Daniel Island. They're building one in Bluffton. They're built one in Okatee. So they're kind of going all over, but they want to get into the market here. They do have water and sewer capacity, so we've had a number of meetings with them and start changing to tweak everything, and also they don't have easement from school district. So I'll try to speed up a little more. So these are approved but not constructed and no utility issues. So basically these could be pulled at any time and in construction. And this is over in Whitehall. It's a mixed-use project that I think Alan Patterson is actually slated to build. So it's been approved since October. So, it's a nice mixed-use building, cafe type of thing. So this is kind of the main entrance into Whitehall. So these are the townhouses. So I think everybody gets a feeling of where that's at. So when that goes up. This is 101 Scott Street. This had some controversy to it. You probably, it's been approved. It's got another year and a half here of approval, but actually it's got a lot more since it's the old code. But this is mixed use building right there in the kind of where Scott Street comes down, and this is where Yo-Yo's is right now. So Yo-Yo's is would come down and essentially a restaurant and office out there. Again, it's been approved for more than a year and just hasn't really moved. We've got another similar type of building on Charles Street. We knocked down the warehouse there last year. It was approved by the HRB in December of 2024. They actually submitted all their building plans and probably construction costs, but this is meant to be a cafe and art studio with I think the owner was going to live on the top. So it's a nice project. And so I guess then I'm getting into the next. This is being constructed right now. This is the old bowling alley by the fire station. It's actually storage, but because of our code required to be mixed use, it has commercial and residential in it. It's coming along. So, this is kind of a good testament to our code. We don't really allow just pure storage anymore in our code, maybe some of the other jurisdictions do. We require them to go the extra steps. So, it does make it a little more attractive. It would have been nice to save the bowling alley, probably, but we didn't have control over what he wanted to do on that bowling alley. So Justice Square has not been built, but it was approved by the HRB almost 3 years ago now, 2.5 years ago. I do understand that this still is in play, the western side, but it might be more market rate at this point because they have not succeeded in their state application for 3 straight years for this project. It was supposed to be a really good and they have not succeeded the last 3 years for that. So again, this is the old jail they're renovating. And this was supposed to be a mixture of 4-plexes, 2-plexes, and single family, and it was going to be a good project where they were going to kind of sprinkle in market rate for sale housing with rental that was affordable. So it's just really hasn't moved forward because they just haven't gotten that state money, and it's also still owned by the county. So that all has to be worked out. And then we have I think Diane's here. So I know she's interested in this project. So last year in May, we approved a kind of a townhouse development across from Rainbow Road, across from the hospital. This is still slated for office and medical office, but this changed quite a bit from the previous development proposals that had been either approved or heard by the city. I think from another developer that they had been kind of high-density residential before. So now this is, I think, 72 townhouses. We haven't really had any contact with them since May, but last week they're all of a sudden interested again. But again, this went to the Planning Commission. We decided to try to make some allowances to save the trees here instead of putting all the houses up against the street and add a lot of open space. And also kind of be cognizant of the Haven and the other neighbors to try to get them to be 2 stories. So, this will probably get moved.
It doesn't have a name, or it's just 1020 something?
Doesn't have a name yet. He hasn't named it. It's a 1026. It's very odd. I would agree. I'm sure they'll come up with it soon. So, right by that project, we have Pine Court South, which also kind of just is in the process. This was kind of a project from the hospital where they want to provide some affordable, retainable housing for their nurses and other staff. We went to the Planning Commission. They approved it in 2025. It just needs another submittal, as does the townhouses. for preliminary plat, but these were going to be modular houses. So we worked with them to, and especially with our code, to try to make this work. I think we kind of figured out something that would work and still be affordable, but I don't know what's going to happen with it, but essentially it's a workforce housing project.
Since they're modular homes and all that, is there going to be any design guidelines? to try to-
Yeah, we'd worked on them with their builder of it to kind of add porches and things like that, and that was the holdup. And so, but we had kind of worked that all out, but I think for whatever reason, I don't know if the cost or what's happening, but, again, they have some approved, so they can go forward with it if they want. Okay, so approved, I'm not doing bad on time, it looks like approved, vested, but not constructed, and, I think I was kind of referencing the past that, from 2000 to 2003, as I think the chief mentioned, the city approved, 2,500 apartments. And a lot of those apartments, and this goes back to the concurrence, well, more than half of them didn't have any utilities. And so there's a lot of apartments that are just sitting, and, they have, at the time, the old code had that vesting period of essentially 7 years. And so it was, you could do 5 one-year renewals. And so all these projects are kind of on that vesting period. Like the Sweetwater Apartments, this is Buford Plaza, so it's kind of behind the retirement area there, and where the Hampton Inn is, so you go down there, it's behind the Buford Plaza. So 231 units, so pretty big project. It was approved in 2021 by the DRB, it still existed. So it's been kind of sitting for 5 years now, and they still have a few years to go in their vesting. And the reason is because the sewer line needs to be totally upgraded, and needs a lift station, and that's millions of dollars. And so,
Wasn't it bigger originally, or?
no, it was 231. There's a lot of them, so they all kind of have similar names, if you ask me. So,
Did they get an approval in '25, or did they not have to?
they just have continued to renew it every year. And so they just have to renew their vesting. And they have to have a cause, but it's a pretty good cause when you have a utility capacity, but you still got approved by the city board. So we've honored that, because that seems fair. This is what it looks like. So, a very dense site plan. So, a lot of development there. Buford Senior Housing, which is just right down, really close by there on Salem Road. So this also first applied in 2021. It wasn't approved until early 2023. That's the first year I was here. So this is multifamily, 154 units. It's not a bad-looking project. This is the old newspaper building that's kind of sitting empty. But it's just been on hold. It has some Buford Jasper needs that have mostly been cleared up, actually, for this project, because they upgraded the lift station next to it. But it's just been kind of on hold, and we really haven't had any communication with them for a while. But it is pretty dense, right? This is 4 stories, so if this goes up, obviously impacts Salem Road quite a bit, which doesn't have the sidewalk and so on.
And with all these developments on Salem Road, including Salem Bay, single family, TIA is all done, and is there a cap limit on
So,
what that road can handle?
so yeah, that's it. So there was no TIA done on any of these, so that I'm showing you here, except for Watercrest. Why, I really can't tell you. I wasn't here, but I would assume for the Buford Senior Housing, it's even though it's 154 units, it's 50 peak trips. So if this is a 65 or 55 millimeter, usually it would probably come under the 50 hour trips. The rest of them?
Yeah, the rest of them definitely.
I think for Garden Oaks, it was waived because it was an affordable housing project. But, again, I wasn't here. But that is one change that we've made, requiring all that. Watercrest Apartments, they definitely did have a TIA done. This is a pretty massive development. It's basically all the land behind the Walmart right now. And so this will connect Ambrose Run, or Ambrose Lane, I can't remember if it's Ambrose Run. Essentially, will provide its connection and then connected to Broad River Boulevard in the back. And so this is kind of where the other apartment complex and this other thing would be potentially. But this is 550 units that was approved in 2022 and 2021. They have gotten extensions. They were supposed to have a lift station built by Beaufort Jasper, and it was already supposed to be built by now. That was going to serve this and the hotel and basically this whole area. But, I think the developer was going to build most of it, put in the funding for most of it, and they just, fallen through so far. It is on their capital projects improvement list, so, I have to ask Beaufort Jasper when they're planning on that lift station. Without the developers coming together and paying for it, that's been a real issue. There's not really a reimbursement agreement that they have with any of them, and they only get credits from Beaufort Jasper. This is maybe too much information. So, if we'll see some other apartments, if these apartments or this hotel, pays for the lift station, they're only going to get credits from Beaufort Jasper. And so, it's really going to take the larger projects like Weathercrest that they pay for the lift station with extra capacity for it to pencil out. So it's really something, it's really a utility issue that Beaufort Jasper's going to have to work out because right now they're relying on the developers to build it. And, it's without the big one going in first, it's just not going to happen without some kind of reimbursement. But yeah, I just want to pass that on because, this would be our biggest apartment complex. So it's probably double any of those apartment complex. And it's right there, and then there's the Cross Creek is, right near. So it's on hold. It's got a few more years. That's kind of what it looks like. It's, I think it's decently planned, right? Another challenge with this is the school district owns this lot right here, this little right of way, and they won't let anyone go through it. So just like they won't let the Walmart go through it. So that's been a challenge as well.
Ambrose Run over here?
Yeah, this is Ambrose Run. So that's the main way it would be served, and then obviously Bright River Boulevard. And so when it was approved by the MPC and the DRB 5 years ago, they requested that this, connection be made.
I remember.
So did SCDOT, but so far the school district has refused to work anything out with them.
Isn't that other project like right over here?
Yeah, it's, there's that project, which I'll get to next, but the first project, the Grove, is right there. And then they got one in the county that's actually all these properties. And then the old Jericho is right here, which is the next slide. And then the apartments, or the hotel is this lot. So all these lots are waiting on a lift station that no one wants to build. So this is what it looks like. And the last time I talked to them is they were trying to build, trying to trade apartments like that set aside for teachers for access into their, an easement into their kind of strip there that the school district owns, but I haven't heard anything on that. So then there's Battery Creek Apartments. That went through the DRB process for a long time too. So all these, I think, 2020, 2021, all these were coming, they were all getting approved, but they all didn't have infrastructure. So a little bit of a struggle, but this is off of Old Jericho Road. It's also T5 UC, so it needs that lift station. It's been approved. It's just kind of on hold. The rest of them are. So this is all very dense. It's right up against the street. So, these are all like 4-story apartments, so everybody's aware. Okay, and then so recently approved, when we talked about like the 1,400 units of apartments that have been built. You got the Pintail Point, finally all done, 84 units. A little while, but it is an affordable project.
Kurt, I just got pulled away. Quick question, that Meridian Road, you call them townhomes? What section of Meridian Road is that?
It's over by the middle school. Not the middle school, but the high school, I mean.
It's like further down from Whitehall?
Yeah.
It's not Whitehall.
No, it's not Whitehall.
Okay, I appreciate it.
It's actually the same developer that was doing Justice Square, so I understand they're going to be kind of higher end townhomes. In Carrington Manor, I think you've all seen that go up. That's also affordable. It's age restricted. Senior. This, again, was in review in 2021, 2022, every single one, but it is 5 stories. They had a lot of issues with utilities on this, especially with, they had like $1 million worth of issues with utilities on this, but it's done now. Quality renovation, that was 150 units that have been renovated last year. That was just an administrative approval because, it was the hotel, the use is allowed. I just made sure they met the building code for that, but, it did go from a hotel to 150 new units, so it did add to our total. Then Point Grand, which you just saw, it got approved in 2022. So again, it went through the process and those, it took a while to go through the process just like the rest of them. It's really, we've issued COs on 3 of the buildings, but no one's really moved in yet, but we're getting very close to opening it up. This has some commercial. I don't know that it'll ever happen, but it probably should have triggered some road improvements. Again, but they did build this connector road to Hanover Park that has a roundabout at the top. So that goes up to 170. They're about to open their workforce housing. So everybody knows. So, they seem to be pretty high-end apartments. And then Hanover Park, I think, not very well, this is where that road, see the roundabout that's been built, and goes to this roundabout, which goes to 170. It was all part of the development agreement in 2001. So this Hanover Park was part of the airport junction where the Walmart is part of Lower Cane Island. So it was all pretty much set aside as well. This was a HUD project as well, so it's the 1998 it really kind of started. It's pretty much done at this point. And so it does have the commercial section. They were actually talking about 280 multifamily units were built. They have been talking about maybe not doing commercial up there. We haven't had any communication with them in a while, but that old development. They could go any way. They could go, I think they were talking about townhouses, but I don't know that it worked too well, but they could put almost anything on these 2 lots, part of their development agreement. So, and these 2 projects did upgrade a pump station that comes out over Salem Road last year. So that's how they all got. All right. And then we have, this is off of actually, that's wrong. But this is the Margaret Apartments. I think I mistitled it. That's already been built, but it's 340 dwelling units. Again, it started in 2021, 170, and pretty much finished in 2024. So everything is done with that. They are market rate, 340. And then the Garden Oaks, 288, affordable, Salem Road side. And then we've got the Salem Bay, only 8 lots left in Salem Bay. And we were pretty much out of single-family lots once we finished Salem Bay, at least in a new subdivision. Obviously, there's lots here and there in subdivisions or throughout the city, but they are almost done there. They just have a few lots up here and a few lots over here, and that's pretty much it. But it's about 300 units altogether in Salem Bay, and it's obviously right across the street from the apartments. So with that, I'll stop kind of the development review for any questions.
Council, any questions? There's a lot of questions.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions, but it's beyond you. Where are these people coming from?
The ones building or the ones living? The ones living in, right?
Yes.
I think a lot of multifamily are really targeting military families, from what I understand, so.
Salem Bay is mostly, there's a lot of military in there. We know that just because of the trash services.
A lot of retirees too in there, I think, from riding through.
Yeah, but I would say most of them are somewhat in the military, and then there are retirees.
Any other questions?
Looks like we caught up almost, but now we were going to talk about the comprehensive plan. And I think this is kind of a good stepping, all of these, and I think this is why I was going to be including all this. As you can see from the build form that we've approved in the last 5 years, it's dense. And as we go into this comprehensive plan, I think the question I think for the council is, where do you want to go from here? What should be our focus on this comprehensive plan? When you did the civic master plan, you wanted infill, you wanted density, and you rezoned. And so that was done in 2014. You rezoned. Let's just go back to these. You rezoned basically this part of Notes to T4 to allow it to get to that density. You rezoned, you annexed and zoned this all institutional campus. I think this was proposed to be a Veterans Affairs Hospital, but it turned into an apartment complex, but maybe that didn't work out. But, the development agreements were kind of in place, but Point Grand, all of these areas were zoned for high-density residential. Farrington Manor, this is on Old Jericho Road. It's actually, there's county right here, and there's county right here. I think there's even a county property right here, if I'm to remember. But this got zoned, I think, T5 there. And so, yes, and so that, is basically, it's a 4- and 5-story apartment complex. So Watercrest is the same thing. So this got zoned T5 UC, which is an urban district, and it's behind the Walmart. And so I think, the senior housing, this is T4N, it's on Salem Road. There's obviously the issues with sidewalks, with the road itself. It's a 2-lane road. There's no shoulder sidewalk. But these are actually 3- and 4-story buildings. Get them to set back a little bit. And we did in the new code basically require setbacks on almost every major road moving forward. So Salem Road, even Broad River Boulevard. So basically we're following like a Hilton Head Wilson standard where you have a buffer area. Go back to that so we're not having the buildings right up against the street. But I think that's kind of one of the main things is the City Master Plan is now 12 years old. And it definitely had a great vision, I think, for the community, but it seems like maybe we're going to still want to go in that direction, I think is the question. We need to update our comprehensive plan. And, what we hear is concerns about infrastructure, roads, and density. We provide a lot of density. I think the question is what do you foresee as the future? Because, I just hear a lot of the issues here, so. It's kind of like the goal of this kind of discussion is just to show what you've been getting in this last 5-6 year period and what do you really want and what should we be envisioning for in the future. Because, there's a limited amount of land in the city, and we obviously have some stressed infrastructure. But what is it that you'd like us to start working on as we go?
Are there any more large tracts of land that are legacy PUDs that are still in the city limits? That haven't been.
Well, there's the Burton properties. I thought one of them.
Which I think beyond the Beaufort Station.
There is some.
So the Burton properties and is basically everything behind Lowe's and to the other side of Old Salem. That was all part of a 2011 addendum. So the Hanover Park Airport Junction Development Agreement allows up to 2,000 dwelling units, 1,990 dwelling units on those parcels. And they're pretty good size. That's 100 acres that haven't been developed until 2029. So there's that. And then there's the gray zone, quite a bit of property right next to Hoover Station. And I think they're planning on development. We've met with them conceptually about those properties, but we haven't started working on them. Otherwise, yeah, there's not really a lot of large tracts of land in the city left besides the Burton properties that I know of. So we're gonna start getting into infill, and the question is, do we want the infill to continue to fill up, essentially? Do we want to start doing more of the missing middle and kind of, I think, look at these apartment complexes? Do we want them to kind of force other uses like duplexes, houses? Do we want to even focus on transportation? I think that was kind of one of the goals is, the driver of this, just kind of get your feelings on the matter before we start.
We're talking about that going to the comp plan now?
Yeah, this is the setting the table for the comp plan discussion that we wanted to have with you. Kurt's just trying to get some, let's see where your head is at as a council. And he's going to talk about the concepts that will be used next year.
Sure. A couple of comments. What I would say is some of what we changed in the most recent code edits are, I feel like, not only in alignment with what the previous comprehensive vision was, but also what the residents and council was looking to accomplish with tree canopy coverage and open space and those kind of things. But and this may be a very challenging and tall order, but it just seems like common sense, and it's what you hear all the time when you're talking about development, is determining the capacity of your infrastructure, right? It's what the concurrency bill kind of tries to form and encourage and enforce. But one, I think it's going to be very prudent for us to determine what our infrastructure capacity is, whether that's roadways, transportation, Beaufort Jasper, stormwater runoff, and then base our development off of our capacities. If we have approved or vested developments now that exceed that identified capacity, then perhaps we look for the opportunity to buy down some of those densities where it makes sense. Obviously, that's something our constituency supports. All the other referendums have failed, but green space referendum did not. It passed. Now, that really hasn't played to the city's advantage very much. I know that part of the discussion at the State House, at least in some light, is to allow municipalities to entertain the idea of a sales referendum to be available for their needs. Maybe if that gets through and we can advocate for that, then it would be an option for us down the road. But I think it would be in our best interest to identify where we have these developments that really haven't come out of the ground yet, but their density exceeds what our capacity would allow. And so if the opportunity comes, then could we buy down those densities? Does it make sense for us to do that? But for any future permitting or planning that we're a part of, it should be solely based on what our infrastructure could support. I mean, it starts with that. If you have the development and your plan is to build the development and then use the money to then fix the infrastructure, that never pans out. It never works that way. I mean, you see it fail with the parallel road and over and over and over again. Now we have a lot of not just congestion, but future congestion for anything remotely close to Salem and Robert Smalls Parkway. Part of that is not related to this council, but I think that trying to be ahead of it as much as we can is what we're trying to focus on. So I'm not sure how that helps in regards to the updating of the comprehensive plan, but just to kind of give you a little bit of what's on my mind after not just reviewing this today, but obviously thinking about where we are as a city after multiple conversations with constituents, but also seeing some of the challenges that we face over and over and over again, is if there was a way for us to really get a solid understanding of how much traffic in this road, I'm not talking about a TIA for one particular development, right? You know, before it seemed like some of the issues were in our development code, if you had vested rights, then you'd have a TIA, but it would only be related to your development. It wouldn't be related to the development right across the road from you. And so now we've built that into the requirements, right? So now you've got to consider your neighbor if they've got vested rights. So now we're going to require a TIA that shows, you know, what the impact of both of these or all three of these developments are going to be. And I think that was a step in the right direction. But if there was a way for us to really get a solid grasp of maxed out, what can this road hold with as large as we want to make this road, right? If it's a 2-lane road right now and it's going to be a 2-lane road for the foreseeable future, then what we build or what we allow to be built needs to be based on that being a 2-lane road. And I think that's where we should have our starting point. It shouldn't be the other way around where you're building in hopes of one day being able to improve the infrastructure to support the development.
That sounds good. So I think that can kind of be one of the major topics of the comp plan is, you know, transportation plan of it, the infrastructure side of it. I think that's I couldn't say it much better. And I think as you were talking, what comes up with all the things we just went through, none of them, except for Point Grant and Hanover Park, none of them build a single road improvement. So, or need to build a single road improvement because, you know, a lot of these 500 whatever apartments haven't been built yet. They've already been vested, you know, even though the traffic has actually increased dramatically in the 5 or 6 or 7 years or the 8 years before they actually get built. None of them triggered because of the process. None of them are triggering any road improvements. And that's a real feeling, I think. And so, you know, I think we're ahead of this now with our code, but, you know, it is something that as we grow in the future, at least we've changed the code, but the comprehensive plan, I think, should be a big part of it. You know, how much more can we grow with the quality of life that I think the citizens and the council wants to maintain, you know, because no one wants to be in traffic all day.
And I think to Josh's point, just to expand on that, we need to get Port Royal and I guess everybody that's contiguous to us, because those roads, you know, what we do might impact a little bit, but they're going to have an impact as well. And you're right, 2-lane road, I don't foresee 170 Walton Broad ever widening that much, if at all. So it's built, you're just going to overload it with vehicles. South of Broad is a different story. They're going to have to widen, but they got more room, I think, than we do. The civic master plan, part of the problem is it created a tremendous amount of density. All you got to do is look at the pictures. Whole city limits. It's very, very dense, and I don't think that's what Beaufort is. That's not the character, to be that dense.
And just so you're aware, like these projects that are in review, they're getting held up basically because they have to build improvements now because we're requiring them. Because we've changed the code, you know, like that hotel's gonna have to build like a whole turn lane and lift station and everything. And improves, you know, the intersection of 170 or the apartments or someone's gonna have to do it now. They didn't have to do it before. So it's creating a little bit of a problem, I think. I'm just gonna say that, just so you're aware. It is gonna create some of these projects at the beginning, right? Creating a little bit of a problem building them because now they have to build improvements. And I didn't before, so. So anyway.
That's the third between the upper and lower. Lower especially. As far as roads.
And so with you know, the master plan, the civic master plan, you know, I think that's kind of one thing I think Scott and I were kind of, you know, what is your temperature on the civic master plan? I mean, it's a beautiful document. It's great. I mean, it's top rate. It's a beautiful vision.
Look at it.
I mean,
I don't think there's any dirt left they hadn't built on or done.
Not in the master plan. I mean, it's predicated on Bill. Your decisions as of late have been contrary to that.
Well, the decisions need to be based on the infrastructure again, and that civic master plan really didn't consider that. It considered what infill could look like, what the city could look like, but looking back, obviously hindsight's always 20/20, but it would have been better to say, let's get a plan on what our infrastructure could support, and then maybe the phase 2 of that would have been what the development could have looked like, or what the appropriate infill might have been, or the proper zoning. But to have a beautiful plan that doesn't really factor in roadways and transportation and water and sewer, it's not very usable. Looks good, but
We went to a form-based code, and that's okay, except plug and play doesn't work if you're plugging something on a circuit board that doesn't have enough power to it. And that's basically what we have going on right now.
Well, I mean, I think got some direction on, what should be the focus of the comprehensive plan. I don't know if Mr. Barnwerber would agree on that. So, I should just, again, we did make a lot of changes. We did basically create concurrency in our code. We created all these development processes. We looked at every single road and added a buffer standard. So I know there was a lot of concern about buildings up against the road. And then if you're going to have all this density, then you can't improve the roadway in the future because you got a building there. So we kind of change the code so that can never happen again. Of course, some of these existing projects, I don't think there's too much up against the road. So we've made a lot of changes. We've saved the trees. I think we're going to be looking at stormwater requirements and wetlands here in Chapel and the commercial standards. But, it sounds like infrastructure is really the goal. And, comprehensive plan should be infrastructure-based. So we really need to work for Jasper as much as we can. Port Royal County, that's what it sounds like. And as we're looking for consultants, it needs to be more of an infrastructure-based plan and less an architecture, which I think you've been used to, from what I understand. You had a lot of, our Councilmember Fee and Lipsitz and Mitchell, and you've had a lot of the architects and the urban designers coming in and showing you the pretty pictures, and it sounds like you feel like you have the pretty pictures. You want foundation to be.
McPhee said also work with DOT. One of those really big time on our side.
That's pretty hard. If you have any suggestions on working with them, I'll take them. So.
Well, I think we need to take charge and basically try to shape what our future's going to look like rather than have it happen to us. Because it seems like we're reactive. A lot of this stuff is the infrastructure can't keep up. I mean, all this stuff that's been permitted and designed, they didn't think that far down the road. Inherited,
It's
yeah,
part of the
which
issue.
is the issue.
That's been a huge part of the issue, especially.
What do you got people at Cat Island, how they going to need help with all this?
Well, again, they're basically going to have a light, and in the future, they have a peanut roundabout, but I don't know that it'll ever get per se, but the SCDOT does have a plan at a certain car count.
And I question that.
Lanes.
I question that logic too, but think about it, coming off that bridge, right now, I'm like, cars going there 60, 70 miles an hour. You come off that bridge, around that curve where Cat Island Road is, are you gonna put a stoplight or a peanut? Unless they're gonna, I don't know, overpasses or whatever, it's gonna be a zoo.
Be peanut butter.
It could be a zoo, but I think everybody's just in a bad situation because we have a 30-year-old development agreement for thousands of lots and no infrastructure, and the city waived its ability to control like traffic, any of these things in the development agreement, so we put it on the state, and the state has a vested project that they can't turn down. So I think they're trying to just fix a problem that they didn't really create.
No, but it's
So,
gonna create a
but
bigger problem.
they have to legally, allow, so it's just a difficult project for everyone involved, and, you have people in Cat Island that bought their house and probably had absolutely, how would you ever know there was a development agreement on Brewer? It's impossible to know. So,
Where is it from?
I'll throw something else out on.
You have a hand raised?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you wanna come on?
Yeah, I need to do it over here, sorry.
Convoluted right now.
Hello?
Yours?
Hey, yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I apologize for not being able to be there, but I've been sick for 2 weeks and I know you did not want me to bring that to your table. But what you're talking about now has been one of the major issues I've had for years. And I think I even brought it up last year at your meetings. And Josh, I think you said it as well as better than I ever did. And that is that our infrastructure is a huge issue for us. And when we're doing this planning, we need to be looking at the direction that we want to plan our city, the direction and how we want to set our boundary limits. I've worked with mostly the town of Port Royal more than anybody else in trying to put together some comprehensive looks at what all of the developments either are or have been or still are out there for PUDs, so that we can look at those whenever we're looking at the approval of any development. So I totally agree with y'all. I think we really need to look at that and plan the city based on the direction of growth that we think is appropriate for us, and then also the capacities. I would like to find out if there's a way we could start to work a little more with DOT about understanding what they think road capacities are. So if we have developments going on a 2-lane road, is DOT ever going to think of expanding those farther? Or what is the actual capacity of a 2-lane, a 3-lane, or a 4-lane road that we should be looking at when we are looking at these developments? Because we're looking at TIAs and traffic patterns and lights, and there's statistics for all of that. But road capacity is I still think an outstanding issue. I'd like to at least try and understand a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That was Mike Tomey.
Mike Tomey.
Anyone else?
I'll just throw one more thing out on the table, and I know this would be another tall order because it comes with a cost, it comes with maintenance. Sometimes when I hear over and over again that speed is an issue in residential neighborhoods and stuff, and then you hear about the process for SCDOT, and you got to get 75% of the neighbors that are going to be impacted to sign a petition, and you got to have a resolution through council, and that triggers a study, and the study's either going to say yes or no, and it makes even changing a speed limit 5 miles per hour, even though that doesn't slow everybody down either, right? But I'm just kind of throwing one example out there, one solution to or potential solution to a problem that we seem to see over and over again. But maybe there would be value in trying to identify a priority road list that, if it made sense for the city at any given time to take ownership of this list of roads or any one of these roads on this list, this would be a strategic move that would give us, some more leverage in determining what the speed on this road is. And again, I know that comes with more cost, and so it have to be something that we would have to think very carefully about. But if it's not this time, then next time. But as we're thinking about transportation and roadways and some of the reoccurring problems, there may be value in creating a priority road list that it would make sense at some point that the city own these roads so that we had more immediate say on what we wanted to see. So just throwing that out there too.
Many roads, it's not so much about the speed, it's about the volume. I worry about the amount of volume on there. I mean, the volume's high, it's not gonna really matter what the speed is. They're still gonna be doing 15 miles an hour. What matters, the volume is what we gotta figure out about.
You're gonna have to.
Well, no, because I already did. I was saying, it would definitely be a cost factor to it, and so you'd want to factor that into any plan as far as roads that you might take over. But I would just also throw out there, the latest situation with Duke Street, right? So it's not really much related to speed, but it's related to the way that they now regulate site triangles or whatever it is, sometimes it may make sense for us to own a road. And I think trying to get ahead of that and have a list, even having a list doesn't make us obligated to taking ownership, but at some point, we may want to put some thought into what roads does it make sense for us to maybe one day have ownership of.
And I agree with you. Roads like Duke Street, maybe even Bay Street, part of that we would like to own. But they're going to want you to take the whole road. That's where we're going to run into a problem.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's a good planning tool from the standpoint of looking at what would be the most impact from a road ownership, but just knowing the cost of road ownership and the fact that DOT is going to want us to take the entire road, not just the segments that best suit our needs from the standpoint of development standards, but I just look at it from the standpoint of the years that I've been and always had conflict with DOT and infrastructure improvements and so forth. We as a citizenry need to look to our state legislation to recognize that this is a pervasive problem throughout the state, and it all goes back to the Department of Transportation and road ownership. They're at the point where they want to divest themselves of as much roads as they possibly can, but they have no rational viewpoint on how they will pay forward. We have a state gas tax. We have money that funds our road system inadequately, obviously, but to that end, whatever we need to do there, we need to do that. But we need DOT to step up and recognize that they have to work with us more, and they have to be more of a partner to the municipalities rather than us taking the roads to solve the problem. They need to step up and help us work a cooperative effort.
We heard that at MASC.
The fourth largest road system. Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, I think in the country. That's why they want to get rid of a lot of these roads, because they're still $1 billion behind, I think, in road improvements. And they're not going to catch up anytime soon.
So Kurt, the changes that we've made to the comp plan, the chapters we've made, what do you see as the net impact of that on this discussion?
I think we've done all that we need to do to the code to bring us up to, the level that we needed to, for code to require this development. That was the big step for us. The problem is all the stuff that hasn't been built is already approved is just going to add the impact and without any improvement, so.
Maybe just whispered in my ear, I just want to be sure everyone has this on their mind too, when we talk about taking ownership of roads from DOT, that also includes all the infrastructure underneath the road. So it's not just the pavement that we're taking care of.
So I want to go back to, thanks for that, Scott. I think Scott asked the question, how much land do we have in the city left that's even available to be built on?
I could ask Ms. Kirkland to maybe come up with a map on that, what's zoned in a way that, what the density could be for the remaining land. Yeah, we can come up with a map.
I guess what I'm trying to drive at, the thought is that it didn't seem like there was a lot.
There's really not too much.
So the development that you mainly showed, it's already in the process of building or will be built, that's already approved. That horse has left the barn. So I hear a lot about, and I understand it, in the 10 years that I've been back home, we see the traffic, and it's very obvious. The question that I always struggle with is, and still struggle with is, how do you stop people from coming to a place that they've found attractive and everyone knows is attractive, and every time you see some sort of rating, we're number one and most liked city, and all that stuff. And I came back and others came here because their friend said it's a nice place to live and so forth and so on. So there's going to be growth. And along with that growth comes, I mean, it's obviously because of people. I think we're really kind of constrained, if you will, in the options that's left to us. And, you know, when I think of infill, I don't think of, at least in my mind, I don't think of out in Burton or somewhere. I'm thinking of what's in Core Beaufort, where we have land and you could just walk around the city. You can see these lots. That's really nothing is there, or whatever is there is too far beyond repair. And what do you do with that to accommodate this growth? So I think that we should be kind of thinking about, well, what do we do with that in terms of making the city of Beaufort, and when we think of, you know, the downtown area, walkability and so forth, transportation, walkability is a big part of transportation. If you don't have to get in your car, you just walk, right? So what do we do with that? Because we can't do anything, but, you know, those buildings are built, the infrastructure is not there, probably not going to be there because they've already got approval, they're going to rent the space, and we're going to suffer with the traffic. So I think we focus on the little bit of land we have left, and we focus on the land that's kind of in this core downtown Beaufort area that, you know, folks complain that, you know, a lot of places are dilapidated, the lots are empty, it contributes to crime. What do we do with that?
The Civic Master Plan did exactly that. That's what the Civic Master Plan was looking at, was infill redevelopment as a huge core of it. But it also had a larger effect on the outgrowing area as well.
I mean, we do need growth, but at a lot slower pace. I mean, if you don't have growth, you get death, basically. So we do need some kind of growth.
But you have to be able to accommodate. That's the issue.
I was gonna say, we need to accommodate the growth, and what I think we should be concentrating on is looking at transportation options a little more so. As far as, it's gonna be infill, what we're looking at, but at the same time, still gonna have that growth. We need to look at transportation and see what we're gonna do there is where I think we really need to be looking in that direction.
There's a plan we're going to be hearing from, right? That regional transportation plan. Well,
Transportation. It's the long-range plan.
Well, I guess, do we want the transportation to be bringing people into town? We complain about,
We want to bring around town.
we don't want, you know, there's this contradictory story going on, is that we want downtown to be vibrant, and economic growth, et cetera. Beaufort is one of those towns where the people who live in Beaufort go out of town to get their services, right? And what core businesses are located between Rebo, Boundary, Carteret, and Bay? Tell me, what businesses are located in there? If you live within that space, aside from going to Bay Street and maybe, you know, shopping, clothing, food, maybe some entertainment, what can you do in that area? You have to go out to Lowe's, either Ladies Island or Burton, if you want to get something hardware-wise. The big box stores are outside of the core downtown area. So we talk about limiting growth, but we want to have a downtown.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's kind of, those are some hard decisions to make, and if the folks that lived in the core city did not have to go outside the city to do their shopping, maybe that would help with transportation. Maybe that would cut down on some of the traffic. But the folks who live in downtown, core downtown, don't want growth. I mean, that's what I hear all the time. How do we stop all these people from coming here? You can't have both. You just can't.
If I may, it's okay. I think our code already pretty much allows the infill. So it's just really the financial incentives, other things that the city can do to help infill. I don't think the development code, et cetera, kind of hurts. You know, it promotes it. I don't think we're detracting from that at all. I think what I'm hearing is we need to make sure infrastructure and development are on the same page, but I think the code is already really good for it. It's just how do we get people to actually do infill that you're talking about? And I think that's probably a different thing besides
So for
the code, right?
So for the areas in the city of Beaufort, that core area that I just formed the borders for, are you saying that we don't have the infrastructure there in those areas to support infill there?
No, I said,
do, actually.
no, I think I was just saying that I think the rest of the calendar, I think we're talking about we need infrastructure to match development. Our code already allows the infill, we just don't have the financial incentives for some of the infill, I think that you're talking about. That's just my opinion, perhaps, because, a lot of it's in the historic district, or, it's just in, these are small lots, and they're just, there's just no real incentive on the city.
Maybe that's part of the, should be part of the conversation.
The code's allowing that kind of development in there. It's allowing it better than probably 99% of codes in the country. It's allowing you to go cover the whole lot with, and do an ADU and, do a three-story. I mean, it's allowing you to do quite a bit of stuff, do 2 or 3 unit development. So I think we're good on the code on that. It's just getting people to actually do that has been the biggest issue.
So help me out. So we have all those options available for growth within the district of Beaufort. But all the growth seems to be going outside, on the perimeter of Beaufort. So why that contrast, do you think?
I
Well,
think you all would know.
But so much of that growth was multifamily growth.
Right.
Which couldn't be accommodated in the core. It wouldn't fit within the historic district, it wouldn't fit in the context of much of our residential neighborhoods in the downtown area. It had to be done in more commercial zoned and larger land zoned legacy PUDs. And so that's why we see that there. The infill, there's continued infilled redevelopment, and whether we create barriers through the historic district review and pushback that creates less of that infill, that was still always the intent of the civic master plan, was to help spur redevelopment infill. It wasn't, it was, that was the motivation. Infill was the motivation because the infrastructure is already there, and what is there is accommodated. When the sewer systems were put in, they were put in with the ideas of the lots that existed at the time when they did it. The lots already existed. We were a grid system. We'll get to you in just a minute, okay? We promise. But that's what the infrastructure system, from the standpoint of the roads existing and the sewer system and the water system, the downtown core has that capability already.
So the conversation has finally evolved to where I wanted to get to. Is that, we have done those things downtown. The complaint is about what's happening on the perimeter of downtown.
And the congestion.
What can we do to help to create a better balance? Have we done everything that we could to kind of put some of those growth where we kind of want the growth, right? Without overdoing it, which will take some of the pressure off of, the desire or of an economic requirement for developers to go outside so they can get the density. Maybe some of that growth could be offset by doing something different that we haven't done to infill downtown.
But our changes to the code have reduced a lot of that capability. The multifamily and
Yeah, big growth out.
the bigger growth without TIAs and requirements.
Definitely going to require.
That's Mr. Cahill's question.
Mr. Cahill, you're up.
So parallel construction, Mitch, to the point that people are making. This is not a unique problem, challenge for Beaufort. Every small community across the country is facing this. I'll go back to a larger community. For my 8 years here, I was in Washington DC for 35 years. Now, an economist, and it was really revealing to me, traffic is notorious there. They've done everything they can. It's not a traffic issue. It's where people live. It's a human issue. If people worked close to where they lived in the greater Metro DC area, there'd be no traffic issue. But people didn't want to live there. They wanted to live where they lived and work somewhere else. So we had all this network of people crossing every single morning, creating congestion. So I think there's lessons to be learned by looking at what other communities have done. This is not an original issue. What have they done? What have they thought they could do? And I heard the word for the first time, we're constrained with what we can do. We're just constrained by space, by where people want to live, and by size. So I hope that kind of thinking gets involved in this discussion, because, you know, our choices may be pretty slim. And thank you, Josh, for framing the issue as you did. That really helped. Thanks.
Mr. Cahill, to your point, a lot of the people that work downtown, and I'm not all of them, but as a large portion of our economy is service-based. Most people can't afford to live downtown or anywhere close to it. So they've got to find housing, which means they're going to have to find it out probably further away from the downtown area where they work. So they're going to have to drive in, and that does create a lot of the traffic that we're dealing with. That's why there's been a focus from us on housing affordability. That's why we're part of that.
And that, I mean, thank you, Mayor, because that, you know, that conversation was not alive when I came here 8 years ago.
No,
it is now. And so there's been learning that's happened, and then decisions that evolved to make specific changes.
Part of the issue, or part of what's coming up is going to be this Northern Regional Transportation Plan, which is going to try to address how do we get workers in back home, and then also internally, you know, from like, say, Beaufort to Port Royal, Ladies Island, to go to the Walmarts and go to the Lowe's and all these places that need to go. We've got to look at that. And also what would help Beaufort is if we had a little trolley system or something downtown that could feed from the motels and all that and around, and also go stop at shopping areas and that type of thing. It's going to cost money. I don't know where that money's going to come from, but we need to address it. I mean, it is an issue.
Just a closing comment, I think it's one of these issues that there's more knowns than unknowns. More places are, there's a lot we know and you've all learned over the course of this last decade, and the unknowns are a small subset, I would suggest, sir. And so there you've got that of which you can look at the horizon, especially with the experience around the table.
Ms. Fairley.
Well, also to your point, a lot of what the old code, the most recent code, the intent was to have work, play, live. And all of these multi-family apartments haven't done that. There are just lots more apartments, just more units. So we're creating a more difficult situation where people still don't have a place to work close to home or anything to walk to close to home. We're just filling up all the land with apartments.
Which we had no control.
Well, I mean, there's a difference. I've said this so many times, and it just, it hurts me that legally, if something is written in a code as the maximum that somebody can do, that's what they can do. And the heck with all through the code when it says, this is the vision, this is the intent, and that doesn't have to be considered. How that doesn't have to be considered legally is really kind of beyond me, because that's what's happened. That's what happened with the code.
Bothers me, but.
I mean, I'm just saying, so we have all of these, they haven't started building yet, they've been approved, but what's really been approved? Have all of those drawings, all of those architecture, all of that's been approved? Can it be built just the way it is? Is there any chance that any of that could be amended at this point? I know Josh said something about buying down the density. I mean, maybe some sort of a compromise of buying down density, but then adding some work play options within it. I mean, I don't know. But, you know, if you don't follow the intent of the code either, no matter what you write, it's never going to be what you plan, because you can't write every single thing that's allowed, you know, with every 5 feet into a zone.
And just to play off that real quick, I think, this is just my opinion, I think some of where our issue was, is we had a comprehensive vision that was really good, and we would encourage this, and we want to see this, but we didn't have a development plan that enforced that vision. And so you could want something, but if you're legally not going to require that, it's probably not going to happen. And so ensuring that what we identify as the comprehensive vision needs to be enforced in the development code. And I think we're getting more so, those two in alignment with some of the recent changes that we made, but I think that kind of just builds on what you were addressing as well.
Any other comments on the code? Scott, do you have anything?
I do not. I just wanted to have a starter conversation because Community Development and the Planning Commission will start working on updating the comprehensive plan this year. And so I wanted them to do that with a foundation of knowing what's on your mind. So to that end, mission accomplished. If there's anything else you want to say about it, now would be the time.
Shy of building gates at the world.
For my purposes, could we just kind of have a
different reasons.
Summary of
We want to keep them out.
of this vision that you're gonna try to go forward with, Scott?
It's not what I'm going to try to go forward with.
No, hear me, hold on. I just want to make sure we understand. You said that you wanted to have a conversation with council.
Yes.
To get a vision of what staff should go for. I just want to hear a summary of what is your perception of what you just heard that you want us to go forward with.
I hear there may be some room to adjust parts of the civic master plan. So there may be some amendments to that. There's some concern over the free-for-all on infill, whether that should exist or should not exist. Of course, you have property rights that are attached to property that people have already bought. So that's a little more complex than it seems on the surface. But I think those are some major components. I also hear some ties between approval of development and available infrastructure, which is being addressed maybe through the legislature now, through concurrence legislation. So that may help us out a little bit. But I just thought it would be helpful for Kurt and for the Planning Commission to hear what was on your minds as they head into.
So I just wanted to hear that for my benefit, so that I have a good idea of what we just talked about. It was not kind of to put you on the spot.
No, I didn't take it that way at all.
Just to hear it again for my sake.
Was that pretty accurate as to?
I will say too, I think it's very important that I know that we have this concurrency, coming through the State House. I've also heard Senator Davis say that he's not super optimistic that it'll come through this year. And my concern is I wouldn't want to idly sit back and hope that some concurrency bill comes through the state and not put focus on identifying what our capacities are here locally. I really think that should be a part of updating our comprehensive plan if it's within our resource to do so. And if they pass something that's in conjunction and complements those efforts, then that would be great. But I would not want to rest on the fact that they're having conversation about it, and so they'll address that issue, right? So just to further identify the fact that I think it's a priority for us to do that locally, because that's a problem that we are going to be impacted with regardless if they pass something or not.
I'd like the planning commission
I was going to recommend.
commissioner to tell us what he's heard from us and what he thinks.
Well, I'll just add one thought. I made it last year at the meeting, and that is, given my experience with these issues in comprehensive planning for many, many years in other communities, one thing that I see missing in our comprehensive plan is a section dealing with impact mitigation. To the extent that our comprehensive plan gives us any guidance at all, and I don't think it gives us the level of guidance that it could. I think that it's completely silent on the issue of impact mitigation. So what do I mean by that? When the Planning Commission considers both rezonings and site plan, development plans, we look obviously first to the development code in terms of what is the sort of the baseline. Then there is some very loose language within the development code giving us authority to exercise discretion in both of these zonings and the development plan, but it doesn't give us really any good guidance at all. And I think one of the things we can work on, the Planning Commission, as a recommendation to council in the course of this update, is to come up with some impact mitigation guidelines, which makes it clearer what our direction is in terms of reviewing these from a discretionary standpoint. So the various impacts that are of concern to us, traffic being the one that you're mostly talking about right now, we have clearer direction as to how we need to be judging these developments. Right now, just by way of one example, in these TIAs are conducted, and I think we have an excellent code as respects how these impact assessments are done. But the only thing that it really tells us in there is that we're supposed to make sure, doesn't say we even have to, but it says we're supposed to make sure that a development proposal doesn't exceed a level of service D. Well, sometimes even that isn't good enough, and it doesn't necessarily tell us what we should be looking at in terms of impact mitigation. So I think if we can provide, and I know how to do this, and I think the Planning Commission, that's where these discussions begin, can bring to you a new section of the comprehensive plan that'll give us all better guidance on how to deal with these impacts in a way that'll address a lot of your concerns. So that's just one thought on all of this.
I just want to make it clear from my perspective that all this new development needs to pay for itself.
That's right.
I don't want to overburden our taxpayers already. It needs to pay for itself.
And just last thought on that, and that's sort of where I go with that sort of thing, is so, when we see what the impact is, if the code doesn't address it, we have that further authority per, the comprehensive plan and the new section that we might include in that. Make sure that not only it's addressed, but the burden is appropriately placed.
I'm going to mention something that's way out of the box. It's way out of the box. It's not something that hadn't been tried and not something that had not been done, because when I first arrived in Southern California some years ago, the growth was explosive. I mean, it was unreal. Neighborhoods would appear on the side of a hill, overnight. And they had this, it was Proposition 13. And what Proposition 13 did is that, what Bill was mentioning, is that new development was paid for by the new folks, if you will. So they actually capped your taxes. The folks who were already there before that development started was capped. As long as that property did not change hands, your property went up, but it didn't go up, overnight because someone built $1 million house next to you, right? So this person builds $1 million house next to you and they're living in luxury, that's fine. Why should my property tax go up? I'm not living in $1 million house, right? So they capped that tax, and the tax stayed that way until that property was sold. And when the new owners came, it went to whatever the tax rate was. It may sound far-fetched, but in terms of trying, Bill just gave me this article about this young lady, Maya Young, from her neighborhood up near Greenville, about how people are being pushed out of their houses because of valuation. It would go a long ways, because then that person who lives in the northwest quadrant wouldn't be pushed out of their house because of their property went up because someone does an infill next door and build a much more expensive house than their dilapidated one that they're just trying to get by in. So it sounds far-fetched, but it's something that maybe we should consider. And the other thing that it will do, if they know that their taxes are going to be significantly higher because they're going to have to pay for this improvement that's going to support their $1 million house, then that might give them second thoughts about the size of their house, or, may slow growth a little bit too.
Not far-fetched, but the thing is, it would have to be given authority on the state level to do something like that.
Well, I know there are
But
hurdles.
it's really not far-fetched.
South Carolina Act 388 does some of this. It has cap requirements, it has limitations on growth that are not affected by new growth that come into the area. So it's not the best tax act in the state, in the world, but it does do some of that capping from the standpoint of existing residents. In place
It limits it to a certain percentage over a period of time.
from a growth standpoint.
Well, just one point of clarification on the comment that you made. The mitigation impact portion of the comprehensive plan, that would still work in conjunction with a good understanding of what the total capacity is for infrastructure. So first, it would be identifying what the capacity could be for infrastructure, and then a mitigation to the impact would be a part of that. So if your development is going to have X impact, then this is the mitigation requirements to get the development across the finish line, but it still has to be within the parameters of what we could absorb in totality.
Yeah, I'm not talking about what government's obligation would be. I'm talking about what the developer applicant's obligation would be. So we review it in the normal context, we review things, but to the extent that, there is a general view that we should go forward with approving development, we need to make sure that all of the ascertainable impacts are fully mitigated as part of that. And the most obvious place that we see that that isn't being done is in these legacy developments where we now see, by my calculation, 1,000 residential units and 1 million square feet of potential commercial coming on, and we have no ability whatsoever in the context of the present day to mitigate any of those impacts on the community. But at least as respects new developments that don't have those vested rights, we need to make sure that we fully mitigate those things as part of the decision-making process before they go forward. And that might mean no approval at all. It might mean, limiting the densities beyond, below what they otherwise think they're entitled to. Nobody's, just because the development code say you can build up to this density on this property doesn't mean you should be entitled to do that if the capacity isn't there to absorb it. Right. And if we have that authority in the comprehensive plan, then the decisions we make are much more defensible in that regard. Because, those decisions are supposed to be based on the comprehensive plan is there not only to guide you all in the writing of your code, but also to guide the planning commission its decision. And I'm just saying that I don't think that it's a sufficient guiding document right now for us in that regard.
Understood, thank you.
Appreciate that. You done?
He's finished.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, let's do it.
10 minutes, 3:15.
delivery too.
Wait, yes, time limit.
Copycat. Actually, everybody. It's okay.
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. If it pleases Mayor and Council, I'm going to stay seated for this portion of the presentation, simply so I can take notes if needed. This is, we're getting into the heart of our retreat because we're going to talk about municipal core competencies. We're going to talk about what we do. We're going to talk about what council thinks we should do and what council maybe thinks we should stop doing. And so I'm going to go through a few slides with you. They are meant to be conversation starters, are not meant to describe the city of Beaufort exactly, but they get your mind in the right frame of reference for thinking in terms of what are core competencies to a municipality. More important, what are our core competencies in the city of Beaufort? So, without further ado. So first, what is a core competency? Well, it's a fundamental ability, function, or strength that an organization must excel at to fulfill its mission and deliver value, plain and simple. When we think of it in terms of a municipal government, competency is a function that, one, the city is responsible for by law or charter. Two, the city must perform consistently and well. And three, it directly affects public safety, infrastructure, governance, or community well-being. And four, something that cannot be easily or effectively shifted to another entity. So there are basically three broad buckets. I'm sure you could come up with a lot of other different models, but for the sake of our discussion, you could bucket your core competencies into three different areas: essential, strategic, and discretionary or non-core activities. And essential are, as you might think they are, public safety, infrastructure, planning and development, financial and organizational stewardship, and governance. Strategic competencies are economic and community development, tourism and cultural district management, neighborhood revitalization, community engagement, and historic and cultural preservation. Discretionary non-core include things like events and programs that are better suited for your partners to take on, tasks that maybe you already are doing, that your partners are already doing, that you're duplicating, and then lower value internal processes that might be consuming some staff capacity. Each of these individually. So essential core competencies are functions that are mandatory, foundational, and mission critical. So if I frame it in terms of the city of Beaufort, again, I may have missed some, I may have some miscategorized, but as I went through them, this is how I saw it. You may see it different. But for Beaufort and public safety, we have police, fire rescue, emergency management, and code enforcement. Infrastructure includes our public rights-of-way, facilities, our parks, and our waterfront. Financial and organizational stewardship includes budgeting, human resources, procurement, information technology, and records administration. And governance includes conducting your council meetings, your other public meetings, your board commissions and committee public meetings, all legal compliance issue, and then policy administration is carried out through the city. So key questions in this area would be, you need to answer these now. We'll get to an end slide where we have some questions to go over. Key questions would be, where are we strong in our essential core competencies? And where are we underinvested? Moving on to strategic core competencies, these are high-impact functions that preserve our character and shape our future. Economic and community development, our relationship with the Beaufort County Economic Development Corp. and our Commerce Park holdings. I can see our relationship with Beaufort Digital Quarter maybe falling in this area, and other partnerships like our South Coast Cyber Center partnership, USCB, our partnership with the Greater Beaufort Chamber, etc. Tourism and Cultural District Management, our Cultural District Advisory Board, our relationship with the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Beaufort Area Hospitality Association. Neighborhood revitalization would include programs like redevelopment incentives and home repair assistance programs. Grant acquisition and partnerships. We have various infrastructure grants we're currently executing. We have a large grant from the Cummings Foundation that helps our police department. And we have other miscellaneous public safety grants, both in the fire department and the police department. Community engagement and communications. We have our social media platforms, our newsletters that the PIO went over with you this morning, and various meet and greet events. To include, one of the things we forgot to include on the PIO briefing was, we had a series of coffee with the city manager earlier this year. And we would like to take those events up again as well. And then placemaking / historic preservation. We are a National Landmark Historic District. We have a duty to preserve the character of that. And we are actively engaged in a capital project to establish the first South Carolina Volunteers of African Descent Memorial Park. So those are where I see some of our strategic core competency areas are right now. So key questions to ask in this area are, which strategic functions deserve greater focus or investment? And then you have your bucket of discretionary non-core activities. Not a lot of detail on this slide. I think in terms of events and programs better suited for partners, I know there are some festivals that the city manages. Are we the best entity to do that, or could it be handled by someone else? We have a commerce park that we've had some tertiary discussion about over the course of the last year. I know that the commerce park is not drawing exactly the type of industry that council would like it to draw. And so that begs the question, do you intend to keep a commerce park or do you not want to keep a commerce park? There could be tasks that are duplicated with other government or nonprofit organizations, and there could be other lower value internal processes that consume staff capacity. For instance, are we distributing internal newsletters to employees that nobody's reading? I'm not saying we are or we aren't, but that would be an example of a lower value internal process consuming staff activity that's low return on investment. Key question in this area is, what should we stop doing, outsource, or shift to partners? So that takes us to some conversation starter questions, and this is where Charlie earns his money that we aren't paying him to facilitate the discussion a little bit. I know we are, just for everyone who's watching and participating in here today, we have a 4 o'clock public comment session. The mayor and I have talked, and we're going to honor that time, and so we will begin this discussion, and then when we get to 4 o'clock, Charlie will shift us over to our public comment period because we want to stay on time with that in case anyone's planning to make public comments. And we can continue this municipal core competency discussion in the morning. I think we'll have time in the schedule to do that and enough flexibility. So that's where we are. With that said, Charlie, I'll turn it over to you.
I think Scott has just asked really to kind of have a discussion, getting your perspective on these questions. Number one, what are the city of Beaufort's true core competencies? I don't know if we want to go a question at a time.
Would be the best way to go. Go through it.
Or if you want to go back to the slide that speaks to true.
I would on the true competence.
Okay.
I think number one is to come out of the public.
These are the essential core competencies. Maybe first we need to take a look and you guys all agree or not agree that those are all essential core competencies, because you may see it otherwise.
Does anyone disagree that these are the core?
I would just say, first thought is, I think it's going to be hard to, disagree with any of those, because I think those are core competencies, right? But if you were to drill a little bit deeper down, I think that you could, just for one example, I think under infrastructure where you have facilities, right? There are going to be facilities that are part of and complement your core competencies. But then there are also going to be facilities that you own that are outside of your core competencies. And without a list of, these are the facilities that you have and these are the usage of those facilities, it's going to be hard to have a deep discussion on which facilities are not part of the core competencies and which are. And so that's just one example, but I think that for the most part, everything that you see up there, I mean, there's absolutely examples of what could be a core competency in each one of those words. But I think in order to truly evaluate this and determine where we could shift, it's going to need to be more detailed and pertinent to what the city owns or has. And that would be an entire asset list, right? Like, what property do we own that we shouldn't own, whether that's Commerce Park or whether it's, 12 acres somewhere else. But first, an entire list of, these are the assets that we own. If there's any kind of institutional thought for why we own that property, then fine, that context is always helpful. But if there's not, or if that no longer makes sense, then maybe that's one that we consider. And that's where I think the conversation really gets to determine where we should go.
Any other thoughts?
Well, I agree with Josh. It would be nice, I don't know if,
Because I'm saying, are we looking at facilities as being all assets? I see that
It's a
being
difference.
actual structures and buildings that we use.
What do
or
we
have.
define as a facility?
Facilities being all assets, or are we just talking?
City-owned assets.
Right, so every piece of land that we own is a facility. Are you putting it, I would put that,
Define facility.
I would say vacant land or anything that we have outside, that's not a facility.
No, it's real property that we hold. So that's, again, and that's an area where I suspected we would want to have some discussion among council.
the purpose of that.
And so the point of this, retreat is to identify those areas where we want to take a deep dive and we want to come back and make some hard decisions. If on the one hand, I'm hearing from the majority of the council, no, I'm not really interested in getting rid of any properties, I don't want to know any more about it, then staff will not put the time in that it takes to put that together for you. But if that is a real concern on the part of the majority of council and you want to have those discussions, we'll gladly bring that detailed information to you so you can make some informed choices.
I think we need to look at it.
Why don't we just talk about Commerce Park? That's the one that comes up frequently in terms of,
Well, I'll just lay them all out there, the ones that I've heard over the course of the past year, and if I'm missing any, let me know. But Commerce Park, I've heard
USCB.
mentioned a lot.
UNCB can,
USCB, 1100 Boundary Street, also heard Carnegie Library, and we may have others. We also own a cell tower. We want to be in the cell tower ownership. Personally, I think that's something we should keep because that's easy money on the leases on that. But those are just examples. But again, is owning a cell tower one of our core competencies? Is that really why we want to? I don't know. So we will gladly prepare this discussion for you in greater detail so you can make some informed choices. But I just need a nod from council that you really want to take an in-depth look at this.
Will we look at this tomorrow or a later time?
I don't have enough time overnight to to get it for you, so. I think it begs, it doesn't beg, but I think it's deserving of a special work session devoted solely to that topic, so.
I'll agree to that.
So too,
I agree.
Because I would say, like, in regards to the cell phone tower, I would agree with you, right? And if you have a cell phone tower and there's a lease attached to it and it's bringing in revenue, then I would say that would probably be something that you would want to consider keeping. I mean, just at a high level, not really looking at what it brings in, I don't know. But if you were looking at buying a cell phone tower, then I would say, no, that wouldn't be part of our core competency. So if you already have it and it's bringing in revenue, that's different than if you're looking to go out and buy it, in my mind. So, but I think that drilling down a little bit deeper into what we own, and not just from, I guess, a definition of facility, but really all of our assets and determining what is the purpose for why we own that, and would it be better if we sold it or didn't have it?
I would like to know more about the cell tower, about the age of it and the, projected life of it and everything.
It's very low maintenance. We'll bring that information to you.
Okay, I just want to know the age and the expected lifespan of it.
when we, I've been a little bit involved in something like this before with core assets or core values or core purposes. And sometimes while it might be easy money for you, and I don't think the cell phone tower is a good example of this but when we're looking at all the other things, it's like we have to ask ourselves as we divest ourselves of something, will we be able to invest ourselves in something that will have a greater reward? Be man hours or dollars. The idea, I think, is to have a net better city government, a net better city government than maybe we have right now.
I agree. I I don't know if you want to drill down on the Commerce Park. I have hard enough from a philosophical point of view in terms of owning a Commerce Park, not owning a Commerce Park. I don't know if any of you have any hard feelings on it.
My preference would be to sell the park to the county. They don't have another Commerce Park that I'm aware of, north of the Broad. And we have the Beaver County Economic Development Corporation, that group, I don't know what the future may be, but maybe if the county eventually takes that over, it makes sense from a standpoint. I think most of the commerce parks I've seen have been county owned versus city owned. I'm not sure. I mean, Charlie, maybe.
I would say you see a little bit of both, but yes, mostly the county is in that.
And I have a little bit of a different perspective because I would like to see us sell the Commerce Park to really anybody but the county, right? I don't want it to go to another government entity. But I also understand the value of having some control of what becomes of the Commerce Park. And so while we do own it, I think we've made the investments for infrastructure to get it to where it's at. And I think if there are restrictions that we can put in place to steer the development even into the future of what it becomes, then that would be where we have our leverage now. But I would like to keep the Commerce Park in the private sector, not just give it to the county where tax dollars are going to continue to float it. I mean, right now, it's not part of the tax base until something becomes of, the parcel and it sells or, whatever. So I would like to see it, us really consider selling it, but I wouldn't want to entertain the idea of selling to the county. And then especially thinking back to the fact that the county had it before us, didn't do anything with it. We took it from them, actually made some investments and substantial improvements, and then now to just give it back to them. I don't know that I would want to see that happen. But I do want to have the conversation of selling the Commerce Park, because I think that would be in our best interest.
If I could, I would agree with Josh on putting some type of restrictions on what we want to see in there, because it's got to be something that fits what Beaufort wants and environmentally especially. You don't know what you can get. That's what a private developer can, I don't know what they put in
Zoning
there.
actually does that. And what's on there now, zoning does it. The Commerce Park was always intended to be a a part of our toolbox. It was never intended to be an overnight success anyway, but that's the dinosaur in the room speaking.
We don't have any debt on that part.
So one thing I'm thinking we could do,
We do that.
I'm trying to put this delicately,
if we do it or not.
where it would stay environmental, be on the tax rolls, and talk to the partner that'd been talking to us. If you know what I'm talking about.
No.
Yeah, I've talked to John O'Toole's connection.
Oh, well, yeah, we.
See, they might be interested in, the whole thing.
That becomes the, there's no tax benefit.
Oh, I'd rather the county get it than private.
Now, can you, I guess, since now there's two comments about the county getting it, can you justify why you would want to see the county have it versus anybody in the private sector? I guess either one. I'm interested in knowing a little bit more of why the county would be the preference for.
We can be more control over what comes in.
You think we would have more control?
I think we'd have a little more control if we would work with the county.
But wouldn't we put that into, I
It
guess it's
could
called,
be put in there.
if we put that into the, whatever it's called, the
The
difference.
agreement.
If you have restrictions, I have no
Yeah, we
problem.
put the
with that.
restrictions that they have to have approval from the city on what goes in, whereas if you do it private, it's gonna be a lot harder to get away with it. The county may not be interested, who knows?
Seriously.
Probably not.
Well, if we would be concerned, I think, about whoever owns it, with whoever owns it, that it doesn't become a eyesore or a detriment to our city, right? And if they put industries in there that we wouldn't want. So whether the county buys it or the city buys it, I don't think should be governing from our perspective, as long as the buyer must adhere to the conditions and restrictions we place on it. So if the county wants to buy it and they're the highest bidder, we wouldn't want to preclude the county, but at the same time, we want to have some control of
It's not going to be
what
a
they
nice
put there.
You can only do appraised value, I think. Isn't that not right?
It also would keep it off the tax rolls until they were to be successful in developing it too. So I know that that's not what it's all about, but I'm just saying as an additional point, if you sell it to the county, you're not going to see much success from that until it's developed. But then also it's in the county, it's not in the city. So if we were to sell it to somebody in the private sector, it would still be in the city, and then we would still be able to put the restrictions on it prior to in order to have the leverage on what it became in the future. So I'm not sure where I see.
County buying it doesn't take it out of the city limits.
What's that?
County buying it doesn't take it out of the city limits.
So county buying it, keeping it in the city.
You have the zoning in it, it's in the city limits. They're gonna de-annex it into the county?
No.
No.
We have to approve that.
I say it goes to the highest bidder, whichever one gives us the most money with our restrictions.
It wouldn't just revert to county because they own it. The zoning would still be ours.
Okay, well, fair enough. I just don't see there being much.
I wasn't arguing with you.
County can't.
Nobody else has
You
either.
can't pay more than the appraised value.
I think I hear enough to know that this is definitely something we need to put on the table for serious consideration.
Yeah.
At least further discussion. For sure.
Any further comment on the true core competencies? Getting a list from the city manager and facility.
Well, that'll be a special.
Yep, we'll give staff a little bit of time to get data together on that, and we'll have a special work session on it.
Do we want to talk about the other ones like USCB, was there 1,100 and
We'll do
500?
that in a special meeting. He's going to get the details.
I'm sorry, I missed
If you have any general feelings about it, I mean, there's no harm in voicing them now.
Was it 1,100 boundary for the USCB?
Yeah, 1,100 boundary.
I mean, I think we've been trying to get rid of that for some time, right?
We're trying to get the
That's-
university to buy it. We're not trying to get rid of it.
Does anyway, apply more pressure, we're gonna sell it if they don't,
I'll just say this about 1,100 boundary. We received an earmark from the state in the budget 2 years ago now for $1.5 million for the purpose of providing that to USCB to buy the facility back from us. And the price tag is roughly $2.3 million according to the lease. And they would be buying it according to the terms that are in the lease. The lease is up in June of 2027, and so we're less than 18 months out from that now. I've communicated that to USCB after recently they provided me with a payment schedule. They had worked out $100,000 over the course of 8 years to make up the difference, and I had to remind them, the lease is up in 27. You don't have enough months to do it. So my guess is that council will put it on the market. So that's where we are.
it'll sell for over twice the amount that we paid for it, probably.
What's that?
It'll sell for probably over twice the amount that,
Well, and if we sell it for 2.3, which is roughly what we'd have to do, there's some calculations involved with regard to CPI over the course of the last few years since we've entered into the lease, but we still lose money on the interest that we've paid on the GO to buy the building. So we're still going to lose on it if we sell it to USCB for 2.3 or roughly 2.3. But that's where we are on it right now.
the appraised value, approximate appraised value of it right now, if we were to put it on the market in 27, would be,
I don't know what they would.
it's considerably more.
A lot more than 2.3 million.
Did we have it appraised and then at the end of the lease, offer them buy it at their appraised price, and if they default, it comes back to us.
That's always an option.
Well, I guess if
But I would wait until the end of the lease to get it appraised.
they wouldn't be able to buy it now, they wouldn't be able to buy it for more after the lease was up.
They could buy it now for the 2.3, anytime within the lease period, they can buy it for the.
Right, but if they weren't able to I guess what I'm saying is if they weren't able to successfully do that, then they wouldn't be able to buy it for what it appraised for after the lease was up, because it would be more,
I
right?
wouldn't think so, but then I've been to several meetings where they talk about building a $100 million convocation center south of Florida. So I'll just throw that out there.
May not be a minute, but they can't, maybe they
All
don't.
they have to come up with is 800,000. And
So that's where that facility sat. Did that answer your question, Councilman?
It would seem to me that the best deal for them would be to pay us the 2.3 million before the end of the lease, if they want the building.
it's 800,000.
Seems like it to me.
Five for them.
Sort of what we're going to encourage.
So every month, Alan fills out a quarterly report and sends it to the state and says, we still haven't spent it. We still haven't spent it, the 1.5 million, so. But we do have to report back to the state every quarter on what's going on with those dollars.
A little bit more pressure on them, see what happens.
We're working on it. Okay. I mean, they're also a really good strategic partner of ours too, so.
We've been more than accommodating.
I agree, sir.
We do have to answer to our taxpayers, and we got to do what's best for them.
But we will, the properties we spoke of earlier, I will work with Alan and we'll put together some information that will help you inform your choice. And if you need further information after that, we'll be happy to refine it even more until we get to where you can be at a decision point.
Scott, do you have any appetite to talk a little bit about 500 Carteret, or do we have time?
Do we have time?
500 Carteret, some
We
conversation?
got until 4 o'clock to talk about whatever you want.
I didn't know what else you had to.
I think the idea is to get these facilities, the properties owned, to a work session where we can then drill down a little bit deeper on each one, right?
That's correct. Yeah. But if anyone has big feelings about any particular property, it'd be nice to hear them now.
I do on 500 Carteret. First of all, we never should have bought it. We do own it, and we own it, and we're making use of it. So I feel we should keep it. We've got our downtown operations there. It's their home. We've been fixing it up for them. I know there's some places downstairs that's controversial about the leasing of it. But that parking space is invaluable we've got there. I mean, it's really something that we don't want to give it away, I don't think.
As the parking goes, I mean, you can sell the building, keep the parking, that's not really too much of an issue. Then I guess, you have to consider it as it's a building that you own. So as you pointed out, it is a building that you have to continue to maintain. So it's money, you're putting money into it. And then any leases that you do have, like you also brought up, you're directly competing with private sector when you're offering these leases. So I understand the value of it being an incubator. I get that. But I think that it's definitely one of those that should be in the conversation for that work session where we could talk about it a little bit more.
It gives the city room to grow in the future too in there as apartments may grow, other things may grow. If we were to sell it, where's downtown operations going to go? Where are they going to go?
Basement next
Well, I mean, we got to watch out for our departments.
To the marina.
If I can add to that real quick, just something we're working on now with Linda downtown is growing the South Carolina Fire Academy's presence for here in Beaver County. Currently, they use Fire Station 2 as a small office, but they want to grow that.
500 Carteret would be good.
So we're actually looking at entering in a lease with them, similar to what we do now for Station 2 for office space in 500 Carteret. So that's just one other use of that building beyond leasing to.
Just say that as the city intends to grow, I mean, we've got a place for it to grow into. That's a good example of it right there. I'm very passionate about keeping 500 Carteret. We never should have gotten in the first place, but we do have it. So I feel like we should make the best use of it and grow the city within it, which this is a good example of it.
I mean, I think that's good. I think it is good that you feel passionate about the fact that we should keep it. I do feel passionate about the fact that it should be one of those assets that we talk about and really try to understand what are we doing with it now? What is the plan for it? How much is it going to cost to continue to maintain it? Is it a possibility to sell that and still have some of those options on the table and keep the parking? So I think that it allows for further conversation to be had because you do have differing perspectives on not just that asset, but several assets.
Definitely is something that we'll take the workshop.
Any strong feelings about Carnegie Library?
Well,
Well, first-
as an historic asset, and it's obviously an expensive accoutrement for the city.
First of all, we got to see if you can sell it, because some of these Carnegie libraries, there's
I don't know that there's
some
any ties.
restrictions. I'm just saying, some of them have been, some of them aren't.
I think there's a sense of moral obligation because it was a gift to the city from the Carnegie Foundation, but I don't know that there's a legal requirement to keep it.
I think we could put restrictions on it that it be maintained as it is, they can't do major renovations, things that would change the character of the building.
Well, it's pretty much historic. It is a historic
Well,
property.
it remained protected. But I don't-
Unless we take it out of the historic district and the zoning requirements, it's pretty much protected.
Okay, well, I just want the building protected.
If we can sell it, but
I
we
can
can't,
sell it, but-
it's still gonna be protected.
Well, that's good. I have no problem with selling as long as we protect it. One time the water department was downstairs, you remember that?
I would make a suggestion that we go further and then just continue with the idea that we're going to talk about these assets further. If we keep talking about each one now, we're going to run out of our time and.
We'll be at public comment.
Well, we got 10 minutes, so we might as well move ahead.
Yeah.
You're not getting too far ahead from where you are right now, anyway. But these are important discussions to have. These are fundamental to what we've been working on for a year now that we need to.
Just based on the back and forth, that all of them that you mentioned, Scott, are going to the work session to talk about more, so.
With only 10 minutes left, I don't know if we have time to go through all these. I don't know. I mean, I think and this may be the hardest one, but what should we stop doing to protect our capacity? Or is there anything that the city is currently doing that it's come to the time where the city can no longer do it or should no longer do it?
You're funny.
I think if you talk about pulling the plug on some partnerships, for example, it tends to be a tough conversation to have because it is. But I think that if you allow the conversation to be identifying a plan for, and I think this is the same thing for, nonprofits that say come to the city for aid tax dollars. If you identify a plan by which they can become independent from the city, or at least to a degree, but still be stood up to be an effective initiative for the city and for the region, that would be the best case. And I don't know that we have that. So if you can work with those partners to try to help them become more independent in a sense, then identifying which ones can and how that would play out is probably a valuable discussion to have. If you just talk about saying, all of these initiatives are good, right? I mean, all of our partnerships were stood up because there was a need for them to exist, and where you can see some overlap where there are duplicated efforts. There's no doubt about that. But I think that having a conversation that doesn't dissolve an initiative that had a need and still has a need, but rather gives it the support indirectly by providing a path to success and independence would be what I would like to see happen.
Else, anything we're doing we shouldn't be doing?
Well, I agree with Josh on some of the partners. We need to hold our feet to the fire a little bit. I mean, we've been investing money. We need to see We'll return, maybe sit down with them and see a way we can make this thing work for the city and for themselves, so.
When I ask this question, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do these activities, but other things to think about are, should we be the ones that run the Trump Festival every year? Should we be the ones who organize the Christmas, well, it's really bad, but should we be the ones that organize the Christmas parade every year? And maybe we should, but I'm just thinking of things that are actually not core activities to municipal business, but we do them, and there's nothing wrong with that. When I was in Bluffton, we used to say, our gift to the community is that the town puts on the Christmas parade every year. So that's just a responsibility that we assumed, and that was our gift back to the town. And that's okay, but those are examples of, non-core essential activities that.
And just to answer that really quick, I would say, for those things, do we and can we identify nonprofit partnerships that are willing to and want to shoulder that responsibility? And have they shown a successful history of doing it in the past? Because if the answer is yes, then I would say we could relieve ourselves from that responsibility, redevote our resources and energy into something else and not have to worry about it. Or we could continue to add those things to our own responsibility list and grow staff and, all of the other things that come with it. So for some of those examples, I think that we do have those partners out there, and so those are conversations that should be had.
As we go forward on this, and it's one of those things that's hard to put a dollar value on, but there's something called goodwill. And we should be aware of that let's not think of these things purely in monetary terms. You have to think of, you say, I'm not going to support this organization or that organization. What's going to be the backlash of that? And will that backlash cost you more than you gain in dollars?
Would an organization such as Baja, do you think they might be interested in the Shrimp Festival, running it?
I think that's certainly a conversation we could have with them. That's official advisory on their board, but I cannot speak for them. But that's a conversation we could have if that's the will.
Take some pressure off of downtown operations.
I know there's some history about the Shrimp Festival that predates me that's kind of ugly, and I don't want to go there, but I don't know if that would complicate turning it back over or not.
Well, downtown operations may want to continue doing
I
the.
have no comment.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Absolutely none. I've been in the ugly, I've been in it all, so
Does downtown operations have a problem continue running the Shrimp Festival?
That's a fair question.
I don't have a problem. We
Or would you like us to
we
handle?
actually are doing it, we've been doing it since 2018.
You've been doing a good job too.
So it's kind of a plug and play. We know what we're doing now. I would tell you in 2018, I thought I was gonna die, because I didn't know what I was doing.
So it's not a problem.
Alan might have an opinion about it. I'm just kidding.
It's not a terrible problem, but it does have, it takes all of the
strain.
No, it takes all of the city. We all are involved in it. There is no department that is untouched.
I know.
So, my thought on it is that it is a community event. And this is just like Scott said, it's giving back to the community. It's not something that can go away. I feel like it can't be. Shrimp Festival is, just a staple that's been here for 31 years. Getting ready to go on 32. I think it's definitely something that needs to continue. Some of your partners gave it up because it was too much, and they didn't want it. So, I don't know. Like I said,
I'm trying to take some strain off of you, is what I'm thinking when I suggested that.
I'm here to work for you, do what you want.
Okay.
Always. I've always said that, whatever needs.
Shrimp Festival then. We'll keep the Shrimp Festival.
Now, there are some other talks about Taste of Beaufort. We've always known that Taste of Beaufort is less attended. It's very similar to Shrimp Festival. I mean, when it's programmed that way. That's one reason why we are adding other elements, just to see if it's gonna stick, if that's gonna makes a lot of sense.
We're not losing on any of these, are we? Are we breaking even?
Breaking even. I mean.
We're pretty much breaking even, but when you add staff involvement,
Yeah.
time,
That's what I'm thinking.
it's a larger.
There's some indirect costs that really are highly measurable.
We are, we still receive sponsorships. We have funding that goes towards that, but we do budget money for it.
So we're getting up to the 4 o'clock hour. If it's the will of council, we can continue this discussion tomorrow morning. Start with that. After the public comment period. We'll start on time with the public comment period. But please know that when we go through this discussion, if we decide that we want to continue to do everything we've been doing, and if there are things that we're not doing now, we need to think in terms of how do we provide the capacity and the resources to do that. And so if that's the decision and the will of council to continue with those things, and I'm not suggesting cutting any of them, I'm just saying it follows that the resources will be necessary to continue to execute these things. So I'll leave it at that now.
And that's exactly where I'm getting. I want to just highlight that before we stop, because I do think that public comment and then we can carry this conversation in the morning is the best case. But this is not about anybody doing a bad job or good job. I think Downtown Operations has done a great job for every event that I've been able to be a part of. It's not about that at all. This is about, do we have an opportunity to better devote resources in order to not have to continue to grow more staff and add more resources to get what could be the same or similar product by better utilizing partnerships that we have. So that's really all that it's about, and I think it's kind of hard to get into some of those details without those details, because the context does matter. We're at a very, very high level right now, but I think that even if it is another work session where we have more information to get a better idea of cost versus reward, then maybe that's where it goes. But at any rate, this isn't about performance or a lack thereof. This is just about resources that we have, and could we better utilize those resources elsewhere?
I'm sorry, Sean, I blanked the screen. I didn't mean to startle you. I was just getting fancy with my pointer.
Well, I guess we're up at 4 o'clock now. Do you have any public comment at all from the public? Ms. Fairley?
Just one thing, in case I'm not here first thing in the morning, I noticed on the strategic competency slide that you had, we're a landmark, historic landmark city, we're also a tree city, and I didn't see that mentioned.
Yes, you're correct.
To be sure that was added in case I'm not here. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay. Want to go to closing comments, or you want?
Yeah, unless you want to continue with the previous discussion, I just didn't want you to skip over.
What's the pleasure of council? Want to continue on, or pick up in the morning?
All right, let's go.
All right, so the activities that fall outside those competencies that you have to slide on that, I think. Yeah, and y'all are hitting on some of those. Then where we we stretched too thin and why? I mean, I think you heard some of that from your staff today, from your department heads. Areas that need to be, and that really ties into the last question, to areas that need to be tied in over the next 3 to 5 years.
We stretched too thin by thinking of safety. You know, a lot of times these festivals, all these activities, all these events, is that pushing the limit of training?
I'll let the chief speak to whether it's pushing the limit or not, but
We're getting very nearly there, yes, sir. I will tell you, it is, especially, you know, our mandatory events where we have street closures, we're not going to let our citizens, you know, wander in anything like that. And there are other certain mandatory events, our sip and stroll, things like that, that we have to want the police down there for. We're getting pretty close, and let me explain another portion of that, please, as well, is that we do contracts, as you all know, with outside entities who want to contract with the police for extra duties, as it were. A lot of those are very important, our high school games, things like that. Last year, we had 140 contracts. That doesn't mean we had 140 incidents, because each contract could be multiple days. I just got told today, so we're January 29th, we're on 60 contracts for 140 last year, we're up to 60 in January.
Out the year so far, right? So it'll be like, some of them, they're contracts that you may not be till May, but they're.
That is a true statement, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is a true statement. But, and most of those are from the school, I'll just tell you right now, which of course we're going to fill, right? That's very important to keep our youth safe and our activities safe for everyone. So of course we're going to fill those. So we factor all that in together, which goes into the need for additional staffing.
A lot of these contracts within city limits or outside or?
Yes, sir, they're in city limits.
How many contracts did you, go ahead. Well, just quick, how many contracts did you have this time last year?
I don't have that exact number. I mean, I do know the school just gave us, I think, pretty much their whole year's worth. So that accounts for a portion of it. But every year, we've increasingly been getting more and more requests for contracts.
And more officers are just about the same?
We have the same number of officers that we had, sir.
I mean, for the contracts, I mean, you're seeing requests for more officers or just pretty much the same as last year?
We're getting a request for more contracts to be worked, yes. More people want to hire us as an extra duty function.
If it gets to be a little too much on you, the strain too much on you, are you able to go to the sheriff's department and get some off-duty sheriff deputies or Royal Police?
We don't actually fill all the contracts we get requests for. And we don't charge if we don't fill them, of course. So there are mandatory fill contracts like our parades, right, or a city event or something like that. Or if it's a high-profile event, I personally mandatory fill like the lighting of the menorah and things like that with what was all going on in our society. Things like that, if it's that kind of event, a protest, if it's a large protest, those are mandatory fill contracts. But in schools but things that we don't actually have to, and I can give you an example is, let's say we have an apartment complex that contracts with us. That's not a mandatory fill. So that could go unfilled. We have the contract, officers may not work it. And that does happen. Did that answer your question, sir?
Well, still, I was wondering if you don't fill it, could you have a contract with the sheriff's department where you might come in and fill it?
They could absolutely do that. They generally do. I can only think of one that we absolutely work together, and that's we had on Ladies Island.
It's just, okay, they're there, so I just figured maybe that could be an option to help on the strain.
But if the contract is with the city, we can't use sheriff's deputies.
No, we can't use sheriff deputies. They'd have to contract with the sheriff and then with us. I'm sorry, I missed that part of what.
Okay.
We have told them that.
I'm just trying to think of alternative ways of handling the strain.
The other area, and this is just from hearing earlier conversations, we may be stretched too thin, is with Nate's operation. I mean, they, that see-click-fix, I mean, trying to take care of all that you take care of, that's pretty amazing, and I know that stretches your resources.
Nate is a very effective manager and leader. He wasn't here. He makes the most with the resources that he has, but there's no doubt he could use more resources. And there are functions that we are currently outsourcing that we've spoken about before in work sessions that could be much more effectively and efficiently handled in-house versus outsourcing. So to that end, yes, he could use more FTEs. As could Alan you heard from the different departments today, and I don't think that any of them were stretching the truth when they tell you they have needs that need to be filled. And if we had those positions, then we would be much more effective and more efficient in serving the public, so. But it's expensive, and we realize that, so we try to be judicious in what we request in our annual budget.
Do you, I know the police officers have, I guess, volunteer officers, but part-time where you don't have to pay all the costs of benefits and so forth, would that help to alleviate some of the workload while not unbearingly increase the costs of a full-time employee?
Yeah, if you have an employee and they work an average of less than 32 hours a week, then you don't have to provide hospitalization and insurance benefits, et cetera. I don't know if that would help Nate or not, part-time positions, due to the nature of their work and the schedules that they keep. But I'll let Alan speak for that.
Yeah, we kind of talked around the idea of either part-time employees or there's some accounting firms you can contract out, or they have accounting staff people we could work with, someone with that background that we could. We have used them in the past when we were really short-staffed. They came in for maybe 4 hours, like 3 times a week or so, just to do some things that kind of help fill the backlogs. Those are options that we're looking into as far as whether have a full-time employee, more of a part-time, or more of a kind of part-time contract employee, I guess is kind of what we're looking at.
So you say you're already doing that on an as-needed basis, or you
We
can?
have in the past. This was several years ago. This was another finance director that was here, but we did use that for a period of time when we were short-staffed.
Chief Ogden has part-time positions.
That's right.
They operate a little differently in the fire department. You can speak to it if you like.
Yeah, we do. We use them sometimes for special events. And going back to stretch thin, I mean, we, work the special events for Port Royal as well. So to be honest, like an event for the Water Festival or some of those summertime events, and then 4th of July, it's hard to get people to sit outside and work for 12 hours in addition to their normal schedule. So part-timers do help us with that sometimes, but that is a reality and a consideration from a resource management perspective that I think does need to be discussed. If we continue to grow, what does that look like, staff? And I love a parade just as much as everyone else, but at a certain point, do we have too many parades, or will we be having too many parades, and what kind of strain does that put on, mainly for law enforcement, to staff these events as we continue to grow and build?
That sounds like something the Downtown Advisory Committee is going to need to deal with.
Be a good topic area for them.
But we don't have any more.
Thank you.
It's the balance.
Which ones do you cut? That's the fun part.
I'm not talking about cutting. I'm talking about, do you grow it or just leave it?
Well, I think cutting has to be part of the conversation too. It just goes back to the same comment with the infrastructure, right? Understanding what the capacity is first. How many could we support? How many parades could we support? How many events could we support? Once you have that number determined, then you can understand what you're able to do. But if you never really know what that is, and things just continue to get added to the list, and then you really don't recognize the fact that you've been straining over here, and now it's cost you on this side, whether that's public works or stormwater or whatever it is. But I think first you have to identify what you are able to do capacity-wise, and then you can get a better idea of whether or not adding, cutting, or leaving it the same makes sense.
We got, what, 6 parades? A year, I believe it's 6.
So, you know, nobody wants their parade cut, so. Boy, take that.
So just out of curiosity, I'm looking at number 5, which interests me a great deal because on the staff side, we tend to try to keep thinking about long-term so we can provide input that informs your decisions the best. So what strategic investments do you guys feel like matters most the next 3 to 5 years in the city?
The obvious coming out of this is personnel.
Yeah.
If we're going to continue to add, grow,
Right.
and back to Josh's point, we got to look at it with very, what can we handle?
Infrastructure reinvestment.
Always said our employees is our number one asset. Always said that.
Park's gonna be number 1.
Yes, that will probably be at the top of the list.
What was that?
Number 1.
Waterfront Park.
Oh, yeah.
Employees, I've always said is our number one asset.
Sure.
City.
I think that's a full.
And with that, you have to make space for employees. We've got a lot of room in City Hall. We have a lot of room that's unimproved in City Hall. And so one of the conversations that we will likely have with you in the next year, and I can just plant the seed now, is investing in improving some of that space for office space for personnel. We're bringing a records manager on board in the next couple of months. And right now, when I look around at faces and spaces, I don't have a space for that face that's coming. And so we've got to figure out something.
My office.
You already have.
Put in basement where the museum stuff's at.
So, and, you know, factor into that, you know, you heard Alan tell you that he could use a risk manager, not only to handle risk management functions, but also to take some pressure off Gerald so he can function more on accounts payable. And there are other positions across the staff that are needed, but we have nowhere to put them, which is true but not true. We do have places to put them. They're not improved spaces that are adequate currently. So our building inspectors operate in a huge open room, and I'm sure that's the most efficient way. They may like it that way. I don't know. Do they like it that way? Yeah, that's what they're used to. So. But we have space that we can improve for the personnel that we are going to need to onboard the next 3 to 5 years. So we'll need to improve that space at some point.
Yeah, that may be a worthwhile investment and take some of the perceived heat off of us if we could bring as many, if we could improve the spaces we have so that it'll be functional workspace and bring as many folks back into the building as possible.
But we also
That way
need
we-
space at City
that
Hall
way-
too.
Could be new positions that we improve.
Yeah, but
for.
unless so I think of the space, we used to have the employee recognition. You would come in the front door.
Yeah,
Huge
so where
open.
the old, the museum space used to be.
That's where the Bureau of Coastal Management.
I look at that space when I've been in there. We used to have meetings back there some time ago regularly. So wow, what a you could make that office space. So I'm just saying explore as much as possible housing our employees in the building that city already owns, and then you get out of this leasing situation and competing with private sector and so forth.
Well, except in the case of downtown operations, I don't want to bring them to City Hall. I want them to be close to their
Downtown.
local.
Can you do downtown?
Yeah, I'm just saying where we can. I where we can, or where it makes sense, I guess. Yeah, it makes sense. Downtown should be downtown.
So I'm hearing personnel investments the next 3 to 5 years. I'm hearing waterfront park. And I also want to throw in there, we still have stormwater projects that we don't have a way to pay for yet, but we know there's a need because we've got a stormwater drainage study that says we need these projects. So I would throw those in the mix as well.
And if you could maybe, from your perspective as city manager, what are those areas where we're stretched too thin and where we need to be making, give us something to talk about? We're just kind of going off the fly right now.
Well, I think we're stretched too thin in the police department. I think that given the volume of calls that we've had, and I shared that information with you where one of the councilmen spoke of it earlier today, where in the last 5 or 7 years,
10 years, there was.
last 10 years, our population, combined population for oil in the city of Beaufort has increased 27%, but your service calls for fire rescue have gone up 354%.
Is that a function of the age of our population?
I think there's several factors to include a lot of medical calls that are in there now. So the nature of their business has changed somewhat. They have QRVs that help keep us from deploying an engine every time there's a medical call, which is more cost effective, of course. But the fire department may be stretched a little thin. That's a conversation I'd have to have with Chief Ogden, but given the escalation of the number of calls we have compared to the population increase, chances are good that they're probably stretched a little thin. I know on the administrative side, I just mentioned Alan's area where he could use help. I've already spoken to you about the need for a social media manager if we're actually going to make that a mainstay of our communication with the public, and I'm not opposed to that. We just need to be able to manage it well. And you can't manage it well without a social media manager separate from your PIO, because there are a lot of things that Ashley alluded to this morning that she's not doing that I want her to do because she simply does not have the capacity to do it. We should be having more public meetings. We should have a podcast. We should try to be reaching people on different mediums than we are now, or additional mediums than we are now. But we simply don't have the capacity to do it. So on the staff administrative side, we're also short. We could be doing a much better job.
I'll ask you, Scott, question number 2. What activities fall outside of those competencies that we're doing now?
Well, I mentioned a couple of them before, and I'm not throwing rocks at them. I'm not suggesting we should stop doing them, but throwing a parade is not a core competency of a municipality. Hosting Shrimp Festival, hosting the Taste of Beaufort Festival is not a core competency of a municipality. It may be something that we genuinely want to do because that's part of our character. There's nothing at all wrong with that. We just need to be able to accept the costs that are associated with that. But those will be examples of things that fall outside the core competencies.
Agree.
Is there anything that we should, to that end, is there anything we should stop doing to protect our capacity? To question number 4?
I would say anything that we are doing that falls outside of those core competencies, being that we are stretched so thin on every front, we would need to dial back because redevoting to those competencies are priority. That's what we have to do. Those are the services that we have to provide. Our constituency expects it of us, and we can't sacrifice the efficiency of those services for really anything else, even if it feels good to do it. And I think that on some of them, it doesn't have to be hard stopped, right? Because we do have partners and volunteers and others in the community that are willing to absorb that. But I think that if we can identify any of those that fall outside of the realm of what our priorities should be, then even though it's a hard conversation to have, it is the conversation to have. And those are what we need to cut back on. I mean, I hear a lot of, you need to basically add staff for everything that we're doing. And yes, that's true if we want to continue to do everything that we're doing and if we want to continue to do more of what we're doing. But I don't think all of those fall under essential.
Well, there are also events or activities we do that are tertiary to some of our essential functions, right? Like the police department's outreach programs.
Right.
Are they core competencies? Do we have to do that to provide a safe area to live? No, we don't. It sure helps. It enhances it. But I would say that's not a core competency. For example, the summer programs that the fire department and police department have for youth. Do we have to do those? We don't have to do those either, but I think we probably want to do those. So those would all fall under that category. So if you get into that conversation, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, I'm saying you should have those conversations, but just know that, to your point earlier, we do these things for a reason. We just have to be prepared if we decide not to do these things, what the backlash would be.
Yeah,
And in heart of hearts, we want to stop doing any of these things, but there's some hard conversations at some point that we will need to have about resources, right, in order to continue doing them.
And I would say some of the, even the example that you gave with the, the initiatives that police department do, some of them have KPIs that can be attached that show a reduction in crime, or, if there's a way for us to understand what the positive impact of that energy is, and you can really say, yes, that's something that we're benefiting from or not. But I can't say that we're doing that for all of these additional responsibilities that we've taken on. And if we can't, then that's what would make the difference for me. I know that, with the youth program, it's hard for me to see that that's not a core part of our responsibility, because investments into our youth and establishing leaders that grow up to have an impact in our environment and beyond is a future investment that we're making, and that to me is worthwhile. So it trumps, events and that kind of thing. But just to hit on the point again, these things should have some kind of KPIs attached to them to where we can get a solid understanding of what the cost is, what the reward is, and if it's worth continuing.
That's a very good point. I agree with you. If those are important to us, and we know that they are, then it's up to this elected body to say, you know what, having youth programs is the core competency of the city, and that's okay. Then we've defined that that's one of our core competencies. We know we're going to fund and we're going to take this forward and we're going to do well with it. So it's just a matter of defining that that is one of our functions, our core competencies. Nothing wrong with that at all.
We have 5 minutes. Anybody else have anything to bring up about our core competencies? Do we want to discuss this more tomorrow, or do we want to wait and have a special?
Well, judging by all the dead air I'm hearing right now, I think, I don't know if there's a need to. I think maybe if there's some thoughts overnight and you guys want to discuss it further, this is your retreat. So if you want to take this up again in the morning, by all means, I'm sure Charlie and I'd be happy to help you with that.
Well, I'd like to go back to this, to have the special meeting where we can really do a deep dive into some of this. And
Well, and I guess that goes back to the point of, like, some of these conversations are hard to have without the context of what we're talking about. Like, we can talk about, the Shrimp Festival as one example of an event, but unless you lay out and say, okay, these are all the events and the things that we do, this is what's tying up this department, right? And you identify those things and then look at what you could potentially cut back on. That's going to be a better way to have, in my opinion, a better way to have the conversation and actually get something from it. I mean, it's hard to have that with just a generalized question. I know this is a starting point, and it gives us that high level to where, as a city manager, you can then say, okay, well, this seemed to be more of something that, council would want to discuss. But I think that if we're truly going to get something out of discussing what we should truly focus on and where we may be stretched too thin, it's going to require a lot more context and detail than, what these slides are providing today, right?
And I'm not expecting council to say, we want to stop doing this, or we don't, that's not what staff is looking for today. What I want to know is, if we develop some of these data points for you, I want to be sure we're not wasting our time, that it's something you genuinely want to look at. But if you look at it, the festivals go, no, we're not touching those, we're going to keep doing those no matter what, because they're important. We're not going to spend time gathering the information and scheduling a work session. So that's all we're looking for here. We're not looking for a decision, yes, we're going to keep doing festivals, no, we're not going to do festivals, yes, we're going to keep youth programs, no, we're not going to. That's not what we're looking for. So I'm just looking for ruling out the things that we don't need to spend time on preparing to bring to you. So
I'd like to take a deeper dive into the Taste of Beaufort, forget the Shrimp Festival, because I'm, after hearing, things
I
about
think
that.
they're all up for discussion.
I do too.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all.
I would say, I think they're all up for discussions. And I know there have been discussions about parades, and do we have too many parades?
yeah.
I know, we know, that every parade, regardless of its attendance, probably requires about the same amount of police, resources. They do the same routes, the streets need to be blocked. So just keep in mind, when you get ready to, when we're thinking in the future about doing parades, everybody's parade is important to them. And if you start cutting parades that you've been doing for some time, it's going to be hard to justify, I can't do it. Well, you've been doing it. I don't have the money. Well, you've been doing it. You're just being subjective in cutting my parade at the favor of someone else's. I don't want to be a part of that conversation.
I'm not suggesting cutting, I'm just saying let's not add on any more.
Yeah, and that would be my suggestion, Bill, is that, some of these things that.
Never say no more, because you may have something really special, like
Right,
somebody might, the
Yeah,
school might win a
exceptions to the
national,
rule.
the state championship, you want to have a parade for.
Yeah, well, so what
Never
I'm.
say never.
So, thanks. So, what I'm saying is, these institutionalized ones that, like whatever parade X that we have, we have it every year. I think we would have to tread carefully about cutting those. But obviously, if we have some big event and the Sharks win the championship or something, we're going to celebrate that. That's a one-time event.
Right.
Because it gets sensitive, everyone's parade is their favorite parade. So.
Threw out parade earlier, but there's 5K runs. There's a lot of other things other than parades that should be examined. Yeah, and focus on this parade when I threw that out there. But
Are you the one that did that? I didn't look at it. I know you mentioned it. I have the guy that.
Runs we approve, free parking we approve. It's, all can be up for discussion.
All the things in the park we approved.
Sponsorships.
Exactly.
Those are core competencies.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think all of those are things that need to be discussed if we're going to truly identify what we should be focused on and where we may be, what's pushing us to that limit to where we're past our capacity or right there at it and have to add more. I think as part of our responsibility is to understand that, and all of this becomes part of that discussion.
Most of everyone that's come before us to do something in the park has asked for
Co-sponsorship.
Yeah.
And after a while, you're bleeding. You stop.
Well, while we're on that topic, very briefly, because I know we're running out of time, I would like to get away from the co-sponsorship option. I would like to introduce more of a request for waiver of fees and establishing some criteria to be considered when you're requesting the waiver of fees. Are you a nonprofit? Is the event open to the general public? Those are two biggies before you waive any fees for services or rentals or anything
We
like
do
that.
that now.
Will you be charging?
That's a requirement now.
I understand, but it's called co-sponsorship, which is kind of a blanket for, I'm going to do all these things for free. So, and the other question is whether council wants to keep approving those or whether you want those to be at the staff level. Yeah, that's your call to make as well, so.
Anything else before the group will close? Scott, when do you think a special meeting could be? How much time are you going to need to get all this together for a council?
Well, a lot of it is financial data. And so we're also heading right into the heart of budget season. And so I don't have any misgivings that these decisions on any of this will be made in time to affect our budget plan for FY '27. Mainly because the same people who will be working on gathering the data, putting this together, are the same ones who will be putting the budget together in FY '27. Now, if we make some decisions down the road, it doesn't mean we can't go back and amend our FY '27 budget. We surely can do that based on the decisions you make. But I would like to put our energy right now into getting your FY '27 budget together. And then we can focus on, do you agree with that, Alan? And then we can focus on putting together the financials for the other items that you want to take a look at. So if that's acceptable, Council.
And do you have a schedule for the partners to come before us? Is that going to be?
I do. I've asked them to come see you at the February 24th council work session.
And so, for some of this, I get that. What about the asset list? I know we've talked about that for probably, I feel like it's been over a year now, but when do you see us being able to have that discussion? Would that be after the budget as well?
Most likely, because that involves a lot of financial data as well. So we want to bring you data sets that will help you make the most informed choice possible. Do you want to have the conversation earlier, or?
I mean, I would have preferred to, but I'm also not the one gathering that information, and so I don't want to overstep and say, this is something that we should be doing when I know that finances, everybody's pretty tapped out. But yeah, if I had a preference, I would have preferred to be able to have an understanding on some of this stuff prior to the budget, because then you're making a decision for, a year and carries over.
We might be able to, we looked at it back, I think, November 2024. We kind of put some of those ROIs together, so I think it may not be quite as much. We can just kind of refresh some of those numbers. We could probably bring that forward, I think, sometime in early springtime, I imagine. Kind of take that framework and kind of expand upon it, focus on 4 properties you guys are speaking about. We did a lot of heavy lifting about a year ago or so it may not be quite as much as what we were thinking.
We will have first reading of the budget in May, correct?
Yeah.
I'll work with Alan. If we can bring it to you sooner, we'll bring it to you sooner.
Anything else for the good of the cause? If not, I'm going to go ahead and call for an adjournment, but I want to thank everyone for coming and for your input. See you tomorrow. We'll start right away with public comment and then future initiative discussion. Incentives. Incentivization.
I know what to
I'm just showing off.
Yeah.